Hey, welcome back to Métropole Grid. My name is Andre. Thanks so much for tuning in. I'm down in that little corner. Let's put me up here where I deserve to be. How's everyone doing? It's February 2nd, 2024, the year of our Lord. We have a Tuesday stream. We're going to be here for a bit. The kitty has got her food and we got our coffee. So all is right in the world. Hopefully you're doing good. Wonder what's on the cooker today. Chillstot, how's it going? A bunch of things. So we have some news. There's like some rules changes to the game of Netrunner, which is exciting. That doesn't happen a lot. So there are some fundamental rules changes that are out there to just destroy content creators. There's just like a really unfun rule that they wanted to add to the game, just so content creators couldn't pop off. Thanks, NSG. I wanted the stream title to be a bit more combative, but then I couldn't fit it in. It was too long. It was genuinely too long. Hopefully you're doing well. Let me catch up with chat. Elgin, how's it going? Yo, how you doing, man? Quick poll while we are waiting. What is the worst card in the game for corpse side and runner side? Name just one for each side. Ooh, okay. Let me get to that after I get through chat. I think we can do that. We'll go straight to the Mars cycle. Not Yeti Hype. Yo, how's it going? Accelerated Manga wins spoiler season. I believe it was said it would be in March, so relatively soon. As much as like this is a short month, so March is like nearly 9 days away. Actually, no, this is 29-day month. Weird. So soon, I promise you, should be soon, which will be like community spoiler stuff and then obviously official spoiler stuff. So usually the official spoiler stuff happens first. Yeah, Neosec, how's it going? Tuesday. I read that as typos day, which I thought was also really funny. Enjoyed the stream. I have to catch the beginning of it, but I had it on yesterday while playing some solo Imperium and had a great time. Shout out to Jeff, who's traveling in. Mind you, I said this before, but I had a conversation with Jeff at Worlds. He's like, Pat, it's so lucky that you live next to Andre that it's like easy to pop in for a stream. And Pat's like, it takes me 45 minutes to get across town. And Jeff's like, oh my God, that's how long it would take me to get to Neon Static. I should do that more, which is very funny. So I'm glad he's coming out, which is great. I do really like, and I think that's the thing that with Jeff around, not that you need Jeff to do this, like open, explaining to your opponent what you're doing and why you're doing. I know it tells your opponent what you're doing and why you're doing, and some decks work with that better or not. But like open Netrunner is so good for learning and for discussing and talking about what the right lines are. And I can't recommend it enough. 2 players, if you want to get better at the game, play open to understand what the other person's doing, what they have in hand. And like, it really helps you as much as obviously it's not the exact game. Giannis saying Jackpot directly on the launch. How's it going? I don't think Jackpot is actually nearly the worst card. It is a neutral economy card that is defensible. It comes down early and cheap. It is comparable, very comparable in some ways to, even favorably maybe to, let's not think too much about it, about that one that came, I never remember the name of the one that came in System Gateway that gives you credit a turn. This is not the worst. You can do worse than this, as much as this isn't great. That's for sure. Pupper and Super Deep Borehole, the first 2 that popped into my mind. Okay, hold on. So when people say worse, the question is, what do they mean? Do they mean totally unplayable? Pupper is unique because it actually does something that nothing else does. I don't think it does it really well, but I think there's lists of actually worse killers in this one. I think this is cool because people will go to the way to build puffer decks, and the puffer decks are okay. Now, obviously, this thing balloons an MU, so back in the day, we had ways to cheat the MU. You could put it on a daemon or something like that, or something that doesn't count the MU, and then there's actually ways to make this do something, albeit it's not good. The other one's Borehole, which is like a totally cromulent card. Like, it wins games. It's totally fine. So those are surprising picks. Those are very surprising picks. I think you actually picked interesting cards. Let me catch up. Rip Tanked? Yeah, I know. Does Salvage Vanadis Armory, how's it going, Solmir, count as the worst because it's an abomination that should have never been designed or printed? Maybe. Turns out this sort of mechanic, right? Like the sort of destructive sabotage type mechanic is, you know, has a place in Netrunner. But this one, for those who don't know, was banned like a week or 2 after release because people figured out a deck that could just combo out and kill the corporation on like turn 2 consistently, turn 3 consistently. I've never seen this hit the table. I don't even think people played in Internal. I think actually it's abandoned in Internal. That's why. But yeah, no, this one was a design problem. But hey, Mars Cycle. There's no issues in Mars Cycle. Jeff 100% comes to our place because he had that conversation. I owe you dead of thanks. Oh, sick. That's really, really funny. A shout out to also, like, you know, late night driving is its own thing, or however. I imagine Jeff has to drive. Smartware, yeah, smartware. Like, Jackpot and smartware. Obviously, smartware is slow, but it is more consistent. But Jackpot is like the value of smartware for a single click, and that can be okay. Mind you, like cards like Jackpot weren't commonly played, but if you could get someone whose ability who allowed you to clicklessly install it, I think it actually would be worth considering, because it's the sort of thing that you get done early and then you kind of pop off. It like, you know, it's not exactly environmental testing, because environmental testing you're largely in control of, but it's that sort of idea that I'm going to invest in something small, as much as 3 credits can be a lot, and then by the time I'm playing the game, it'll actually matter for me. So mixed bag. The only ugly thing about Jackpot is that like it has to be trashed. I don't think it's optional. So whenever an agenda is added to your scary, you may, oh no, you may take, it's optional. That's actually a fair bit better than I thought it'd be. Imagine putting this down on turn 1 and then running R&D and stealing nothing. Be bad. I Jackpot and confused with Windfall. Yo, Terrence. Yeah, Windfall is a fun one. Windfall also was like a build around. This is not in the format. The text on Windfall is like very specifically, shuffle your stack is like a weird sentence to start with, and the idea is that they didn't want any deck manipulation, and it says trash the top card of your stack, gain X credits where X is equal to the install cost of the card. There's a lot of issues with this card. Firstly, it says install cost and not player install cost, so I think a lot of people easily forget that Sure Gamble is actually an immensely expensive card, but the idea that you could Windfall, trash your Sure Gamble, gain 5 credits, that's whatever, but more importantly, it's not an install cost, it's a play cost, so it doesn't actually work. Now, the big thing that people actually build whole decks around is like Windfalling a Monolith, which is the most expensive runner card of all time, and then you spend a click to trash this from the top of your deck and gain 18. And the only way that you could set this up, and classically if you could do this in Standard, you could set this up, and you would build something really, really gross, potentially, in those sort of like buffer drive decks, where you can control your entire deck through labor rights and buffer drive, and then you can just Windfall, and then click for 18. And take that strike fund. Like, this genuinely would be a playable archetype modernly, because it requires that sort of end game support that currently a lot of decks are actually like feasting within. In the UK, 45 minutes away, you'll start getting whole other you'll start getting whole other accents. It's not that I wish I could find this documentary. There's a really good documentary that the BBC did, I think in the 80s, CBC, excuse me, Canadian BBC, document about Canadian accents. And it's a documentary talking about Canadian accents. I don't know if I can find it. It was a bit hard to find, but my brother found it a while ago. But it talks about like the interesting thing where you cross the Canadian American border and go to a restaurant. You can tell who's Canadian, who's American, even though they live, you know, 3 kilometers apart, as much as they wouldn't say kilometers, because of the way that sentence structure is used. And it's like genuinely very, very different. It's obviously very different than like, I appreciate all the accents of the UK. On that note, go watch Taskmaster, everyone. Go start series 1, episode 1. It's up on YouTube. Taskmaster, please. I haven't saying this enough. Taskmaster, series 1, episode 1. You would think the first episode of a television show that's like 17 series in would be bad. My partner and I recently rewatched series 1, episode 1, which we watched at the beginning of the pandemic for the first time. And series 1 is actually like genuinely really, really good. Like some shows need their, you know, time to grow. And this one doesn't. It's just really good out of the gate, which is hilarious. To give you the short and long, what Taskmaster is they get 5 comedians together, usually comedians, sometimes they're not exactly comedians, and then they give them a series of tasks that they pre-recorded at this house, and whoever does the task better gains the most points, and then at the end you win prizes, and the prizes are prizes people brought in as the prize task. It's fun. It's really, really good sense of humor, because UK comedy is very, very quick, and a lot of these people are very clever and very silly. But they also have like a really good way of pushing each other up as opposed to down, which is quite good. Series 1 is a bit more combative, but like the first task on the show is you have 1 minute, eat as much watermelon as you can, which sounds like a terrible task, but they didn't realize before they went into the closed room where the watermelon was, some people didn't realize the watermelon wasn't cut up. And so you get to watch people for 1 minute creatively figure out how to eat as much watermelon from a whole watermelon. And that just kind of gives you the idea of what series 1 is. Another task is just like, empty this bathtub as quick as possible without breaking the bathtub. And like, that doesn't sound fun, but watching people figure how to do this out quickly is genuinely the funniest thing ever. And it's like really hard to talk about Taskmaster without making it sound not as good as it is. Promise you it's stellar. Please check out Taskmaster. There's also Australia season 1 that's been coming up. Recently they've been uploading it to the channel. It's okay. It's not very good. New Zealand was okay. I think it took to like series 2 for it to be good, but the original is so great. I missed context, but Jackpot is totally fine. Hey, Ian. Yeah, we're trying to figure out what's the worst card. This is a quick question Diogene put out, and Jackpot came up as an answer, and I think Jackpot is like fine. It's not great. It's fine. How's it going, by the way? I feel like it should be cards that are totally outmoded. And my answer is Berserker and Escalade Vitriol. Yeah, those are good things because these are cards that there's no reason to be running whatsoever. Berserker for like a little small window made sense. This is a very bad barrier breaker. It's 2 to break 2 subroutines and 2 for 2 strength, but its strength is increased based off of subroutines on the barrier. So there was points in time that people actively considered this because it was the way to break Eli 1.0 for 2 credits, which was a meta concern as much as this actually didn't see any play. But why would you play this when you ever had Cleaver? That's exactly it. So cards like this, I think, are way worse because there's literally nothing cool they can do whatsoever. And at the end of the day, math is just bad. Escalade Vitriol is the one that says like, per tag, click to gain a credit or something. Yeah, gain 1 credit for every tag the runner has. Uses ability once per turn. There's just no reason for this to be on text. There's just no reason to have this. If the runner's really tagged, you probably should have won the game. So I don't get it. But again, Red Sand Cycle. It is what it is. How you doing, D? I just remember the Windfall was legal at the same time as Labor Rights. So there were Windfall decks, and I think they were not Labor Rights based. But yeah, that's totally right. Just tune in to catch Andre trying to make it a cromulent word. It's a word, droids. It's actually in the dictionary now, or some dictionaries, I think. How's it going? But it's a cromulent word. Finished up reading fantastic Spike-based blog. Highly recommend, especially after lackluster tournament run. Hey, Aku, sorry your tournament run's not that didn't work out the way you might have wanted to. I haven't got my time to sink into the blog yet, but from what I've seen, it seems really good. I don't have the link on hand, but I linked it like a couple shows ago, so I'll attach it to this one if I remember as well. Smart War's also fine. Yeah, Smart War's okay. Pushing the envelope and sacrifice. Okay, I'm way behind on chat. And there's probably some good Taskmaster chat. Pushing the envelope, there was like 6 or 7 cards printed like this in the same cycle that all did the same thing, and they're all ass. Funny enough, I think the neutral one's even the best one. So make a run if you have 2 or fewer cards. It costs 3 credits. Imagine playing a run event that costs you 3 credits. Don't look at bravado. Make a run if you have 2 or fewer cards in your grip. Each installed icebreaker has +2 strength to the end of the run. Okay, and then there was other ones. It was like Lean and Mean, which was a similar idea. 2 credits, make a run. If you have 3 or fewer programs, each icebreaker gets +2 strength during this run. 1 influence though, but like the amount of money you have to save by playing this because it costs 2 versus the amount you get from strength is ludicrous. And then there was a neutral one in the same sets or the same thing that was just like better. It was like one of the first cards in the set that I don't remember the name of, but there was just like so many cards in the set that did the exact same thing, which was not a thing anybody had wanted. And then they kept printing them. Did I make it up? Or was it in the previous set? It might have been the previous set. It has like the person running injection attack. Thank you, droids. Yes, this was a different set. This was actually the set before. A 1 cost neutral, make a run, choose an icebreaker. That icebreaker gets +2 strength. So we have 3 cards that all have different costs, that all do slightly different payoffs. And at the end of the day, the neutral one's the most playable one because it doesn't care about AI, not that the other ones did. And you only generally care about boosting 1 of your icebreakers. Like imagine a situation in which you have to boost multiple icebreakers, depending on your cards in hand or how many things you don't have installed. It is nonsense. This is good art. This is fun art. All of them actually had pretty good art. Let's be honest. Yeah, those are really bad. Those are like laughably bad. But like there's so many red sand cycles. Like I think the one that I think of as being the genuine worst one is the swap 2 ice for 4 credits one, which again is more red sand than is anything else. Like there's some just really bad stuff. And like you could argue that there's some board states where this happens, but like for that cost, 4 credit event. Oh no, not this one. This is different. 3 credit event, I think it is. Yeah, reshape. Swap 2 pieces of unresed ice. Huh? Like what? This is unimaginably. That's so expensive. But obviously it's not good. Hey JM, how's it going? Does Thunderbird Gallery count as clickless installing? Sort of. Depends on your move the tag, right? Windfall totally outmoded by Concerto. Not to spiral into Arkham, but I played Consternation on the Constellation Fan-made scenario and it was so good. I played that one once many moons ago. I remember it not being a good balance between like the rewards it gave you were so good that unfortunately you should go through it in every scenario. I remember being very thematic, but a bit clumsy, but I'd have to play it again because it's been years and it's one of the earlier like big Arkham custom scenarios. So there's probably a lot to be learned. New Zealand season 2 is so fucking good. It's been a while. I forget who's in it, but New Zealand is like a bit more unhinged. The people there are a bit wilder, which is really fun. Between Boston and Southern NH, there's definitely a whole different accent. Hey, is he? Totally Americans. The Americans talk funny. I love David Eat the Melon. Season 1, episode 1 has the melon task. Perfect intro. It's like such a good intro. There's a task in season 1, episode 2, where you walk into a room and there's 5 pies in front of you. And then you have to basically figure out what's in each of the pies, but you're not allowed to breach the pie. It's a terrible task. It's such a simply bad task because it's nonsense. And then it turns out, a bit of a spoiler, that the pies are filled with nonsense. Like one of them is a marbles pie. One of them is filled with boiling toothpaste. Like it's a bad task, but then somehow, because it's really funny, they all do it differently and they're all terrible outcomes, which is really, really good. I can't recommend Taskmaster enough. New Zealand might be my favorite all-time series too. I think I finished series 2. I do think series 2 of New Zealand was way better than series 1, which I believe everyone agrees on. We have our own version in Sweden, but I've been going through the British one too. Yeah, I think the Taskmaster channel uploads like a bunch of the other ones. Like I've seen some of the Scandinavian ones subtitled. I think there's one in Quebec. I know there's a French one. I think there's a Quebecois one. Taskmaster was better for the first 5 series as most of the contestants were friends with Greg and Alex and the banter was so much better. Yo, Ba, how's it going? It is true. I think Greg roasts a lot of people that he knows as friends. Especially the first season was probably like, please do this for us. And then after that, it was like kind of a... It's kind of like Hot Ones, where like it's part of a, I wouldn't say exactly a press tour, but it's a good thing to be on Taskmaster because people love it. Accents. Also funny how the closer you get to the border on the US side, the accents are not Canadian, but they're definitely unique. List in Michigan, Minnesota, and South Dakota. I think a lot of people do like that classic Fargo, Minnesota accent as a Canadian accent, right? Like when a lot of people try and do a Canadian accent, they just do a Minnesota accent, which like, yeah, it's great. Oh, Sacrifice also came up. Diogen said this one. Yeah, this one's pretty bad. It's hard. This one is actually quite bad. Yeah. As additional cost, forfeit an agenda. So this was meant to be, you know, support for Jemison. Remove a bad publicity per agenda point that the forfeited agenda was worth. Gain a credit for each bad publicity removed. This is like a surprising pile of nothing. Like that literally has no effect on the game. It's cool that Hostile Takeover is the bad publicity card you probably play in Jemison anyways. And I don't think the game should have removing bad publicity. I don't think that should just be in Netrunner, period. But yeah, that's just like surprisingly bad. And you can't really fast advance with this in Jemison unless you do something nonsense. It's not good. What about Apex? Apex is fine. Apex is not competitive, but the problems with Apex are obviously the sentence, but they're like, the card pool could have supported Apex, but luckily it did not. And I'd argue that it's good that Apex didn't exist. I'd argue the biggest failing about Apex is that the best Apex decks are not Apocalypse decks, because the only way to make Apex works involved the convoluted engine of hardwares and resources that made Apex have some amount of economy. And Apocalypse didn't work with that because you had to put so much work into getting that work. So I think there is a card pool that somewhere could support Apex, right? Like DreamNet obviously is really good. Even when we had back in the day, obviously I'm saying the busted cards support Apex, but like I think Apex is fine. I don't think Apex had to be good. Gives you 2 credits if you fill 34 requirements. Red Sand, the half-bake cycle. Yeah, there was issues with it. I honestly think they sent the wrong files to the printer. I think that's the most charitable take. Because it just has like weird templating issues too. Really love to incorporate Taskmaster activities for other things, but the synchronous nature is harder to replicate. I have 95%. Apparently I just appeal to the British TV crowd, but I have 95% of an Only Connect Netrunner episode written. And I think I should just do it because it's fun. And everyone now knows a bit more what Only Connect is if they play like the New York Times connecting wall. I'm hearing you say cromulent so often that I assumed it was a word, and then Nick had to explain the Simpsons origin. Yeah. But I think it actually does show up in dictionaries now because people just said it. Yeah, it's in the Merriam-Webster. Cromulent. Informal, humorous, acceptable, satisfactory. Like it's English now, and I'm going to be some part of that. Only good Taskmaster season is American Taskmaster. I will not be taking questions at this time. D, how do you watch it? How do you watch it? Where is it? I need to say this anytime. If you are in America and you search Taskmaster and you are delivered an American series of Taskmaster, do not watch it. Because it was so bad, it literally scorched the entire series on this side of the ocean. They just destroyed it. And I want to see what it is, because individual parts of it are good. I know people rag on some of the specific guests of being a bit unbearable, but I think it actually highlights, my guess is that it highlights one of the unique things between like a UK sort of comedy and like American comedy is like, I don't know. I feel like the American, maybe this is just Spike TV stuff, but it's like hard to have a competition here without people roasting each other in a way that's less than friendly. I don't know. You don't see that often in the UK, and the UK seems to be more in good humor. Lean Mean was good in a Lamb and Golo Shell. Was it? Was it good to spend a card and 2 credits to save 2 credits? Was it? I don't know. Probably not. Art's fun. Was talking about this with some other Netrunner recently. I think Capstone might be the worst, at least on the runner side. Hey, man. Capstone. That's the one that when you install a hardware, you can destroy a hardware or something. Trash any number of cards from your grip. For each trash card of which you have another copy installed, draw 1 card. That's not good, but it was early, right? Like, this is one of the first Netrunner cards. Yeah. Oh, this is Spin Cycle, actually. No, so it's not good. It's definitely not good. It rewards really ugly deck building too, where you have a lot of uniques that you don't need to. It's not good, but like you could imagine somebody putting this in a deck and it making some amount of sense. Right? I don't know. It does something unique. It allows you to take useless cards from hand and make it something else. The problem is installing this for 2 credits and clicking it is really slow, and that assumes that you want to do this multiple times in the same game. Mind you, Big Hand Shaper used to be a thing much after Capstone, and obviously that didn't work. I went again. Red Sand is really an atrocious cycle. Looking at Station 1 now, I think 0 cards in the set are playable. Is it that bad? It's probably that bad. I used to do reviews on this channel, and there were some Red Sand cycles I said, you don't need to buy this, which, like, is unfortunate. Okay. Oh, no, Station 1's really good. D. No. Clan Vengeance, banned. Counter Surveillance, busted. Mobius, generally so sad that Mobius got misprinted. For those who don't know, Mobius was meant to say make a run on HQ. If successful, you may make another run on HQ. When this run ends, gain 4 credits. That's a cool ass effect. I think getting click compression on HQ runs is really cool because inherently HQ runs require a bit of brute force unless they're really well timed. And that's a bummer that we're not going to see a card like this. But I actually really like that effect. We've seen that sort of like criminal win, making one run, make another run thing like Doppelganger. But it's actually really cool to force it on a single and pay for it. Because if the second run costs you less than 4 credits, let alone you get some sort of forward momentum. Like imagine you had Mobius in make a run in Central Server, run again, gain 4 credits. You played that with Sable. Like it's absurd. That's really, really good. So I think there's something here. It's just unfortunately misprinted. There's almost no like running R&D twice makes much less sense than running HQ twice. Los is good to have in your card pool. A customized secretary is an important card on the basis that if you want to play Netrunner and not use any of the basic actions, you need this card, I think. It's a shame. A card like this could be really cool for the future Netrunner as like an SMC replacement if we ever get one. It's really, really clumsy. Not good, not good, not good. Text is wrong. Poisonous, not good, not good. Very not good. Very, very bad for the game. Very problematic card when it came out. Garbage, 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 garbage. Yeah, it's bad besides the Anna cards. That's true. Yeah, there's a lot of this that is just like not even interesting, which is a bummer. Escher Lamau, yeah. Yeah, Ren, didn't Damon go on record praising O2 shortage? Also, hi. Yeah, I don't want to dig too much into that because I feel like it gets a bit nasty. But yeah, there was some fights about the value of a card called O2 shortage, which it turned out not to be a great card. Also, two things. Firstly, I recently caught up on the last Miskatonic University Radio, and so sorry if I've been doing the name thing wrong. Apologies for that. And then also, I got caught off guard because you shouted out the Metropole Grid as in an Arkham podcast, which was hilarious, and I really appreciate it. Hopefully you're doing well, eh? This would have been great in 419 if it didn't cost all the influence. Sorry, Joe, would have been. I'm way behind on chat. Reshape is the region. DAO. Okay, no, we're not doing that either. Man, DAO must have been okay. We're not talking about, we're actually gonna play DAO today, mind you. That's we're gonna play Hermes Tāo. I wanted to do that for a while. Quebec Taskmaster sounds cursed. Yo, Eric, how's it going? I'm pretty sure it exists. Quebec Taskmaster. I'm pretty sure I was delivered. Yeah, Le Maître de Jeu. Taskmaster Quebec Season 1 trailer. It exists. I haven't watched it. My Quebecois, especially when people are to fast talking, unless it has subtitles, is gonna hold up 0%. But yeah. Apparently it exists, and this is probably going to be more long-running than American Taskmaster, which was a disaster. You look at the YouTube video of Taskmaster Season 1, Episode 1, and they have all these little charts of most popular moments in the video, and there's an F and Spike. Oh, and there's Watermelon Time? Definitely a wild chair on that art, though, to be honest. Laramie Fisk is the best bad card? Yes! And I love these cards. Like, it's really important that the game has bad cards that are, like, entertaining, or, like, you know, the ones that will catch you at a weird hour on a day when your mind wanders and you think like, wait, I actually think I can make Laramie work. And then, you know, you spend some amount of your heart and soul and time to make a Laramie deck work, and you sleeve it up and you're so proud because you're imagining what GIF you're going to put on the Netrunner DB write-up deck list of the week. And then you show up to your casual event and you play against PD, and this was the worst thing you could have done to yourself. Right? Like, it's good that cards like this exist, that roller coaster of life, right? Like, it's good to have that and then to lose it immediately. But no, for genuinely cool effect. Mind you, there used to be a lot more support type for that sort of like corp flood. There's only like one card right now that really interacts with forcing the corporation to draw cards. But yeah, it's good. I like cards like this. Like, genuinely love cards like this. I think it's good. Can I be on? The only Connect Netrunner, that's my favorite thing. I think so. I think I asked one team would probably have to be, I mentioned this to Whiteblade a long time ago because Whiteblade did a bunch of the trivia stuff back in the day. But yeah, we're looking for 2 teams. We probably can do more than one episode, especially if we put the groundwork in. But I'll let you know. If you like UK TV, try out UK Traders. Steve, how's it going? I know Traders right now is popping off in the West, like here in North America, because I think they're on a series 2 in Netflix or something, but I don't know much about it. I know it's like a social deduction, a live gameplay show. Isn't the Anarch Run event, which helps the corp, still in the card pool? That's certainly the worst card currently. Wait, Bob, what is that? I don't actually know which one you're describing. Red Sand goaded for counter surveillance. Mobius is silly because data breach already existed. Yep, there was a misprint. They went on record to say it was wrong. It was meant to say HQ. Hey, CBC Generator won an event recently. Ben, how's it going? Really? Everyone used to say like CPC Generator was bad because, oh, is this going to be like a card in a Janksgiving slot? Yeah. I saw the joke coming. All right. Okay, whatever. Great. Good stuff. I can't remember the name, but run archives, put cards back into the corpse hand, then discard random cards. Oh, Glut Cipher. Yeah, Glut Cipher is, but like, okay, Glut Cipher is the Laramie Fisk. Yeah, exactly. I think that's the point. Is this sort of card that is like kind of entertaining because sometimes it's the worst thing you can do, but other times it's like kind of a fun idea, but it's mostly bad. I wouldn't say Satyr is bad. Satyr is bad compared to what we've got since. But the math on Satyr means that you only need about... So this was the problem with Satyr, right? So Satyr existed at a time where Bastion was legal, Firewall was legal, all that sort of stuff. Now Satyr is generally support, as much as it came, you know, a cycle later for like Jinja City decks. But the question is, how much strength does Satyr need to have to be worth playing? When it comes to just like our basic budget ice math, you need 4 strength on this to be good. And it comes in at 3 strength, which is not that bad. The problem is like it doesn't have a face check. And right now all the HB ice actually has relatively good face checks. Maybe Brawn doesn't, if you want to argue that. That's actually a really difference. Besides Magnet, which arguably doesn't, paying 4 to just end the run was actually a difficult proposition back in the day. But for this to be good, you actually probably need about 3 ice on that server, because if you are only looking at 2 ice, you might as well just play Bastion and have guaranteed value, which, mind you, Bastion was just a 4/4 barrier with a single end the run, as much as upside could be good. Back in the day too, right? Like Paperclip was how you broke this, so broke for 3 credits was okay. I honestly think Firewall was a bit underappreciated. Break for 4 credits on a Firewall is not that bad, but it's like, it's fine. It's honestly like Palisade is a comparable card right now, and nobody plays that. As much as I do think there's some metas where Palisade's okay. How's Dream Eaters going? Oh, we got bodied. We recently played the second one with the Unnameable, where you have to, a bit of a spoilers, you know, descend. And we got stuck at the top of the stairs and had a terrible time because we spent too long doing the first half, which like I knew that was going to be a problem. We just got bodied, and we were literally in the same location for about like 7 turns, and it sucked. It was honestly, I never struggled that bad with it, but we drew a really bad starting location that neither of us could deal with. And then we were stuck with a really big enemy, and none of our 2 people, Tony Morgan nor Patrice Hathaway, are really good at evading. It was miserable. Honestly, worst Arkham experience in a while. I think that is mostly our fault though, but not great. Lamau got him. I love Red Sands, a bit late to that discussion, but I think it's really fun in a lot of ways. Connor, I'm glad that you do, honestly. Like, that sounds a bit sarcastic. Okay, hold on. Really bad at making this not sound like an attack, but would you be so kind as to explain what parts of it that you like? Because I don't think it's undefensible. I think there's some really high highs in it. I just get really miserable because it seems like quality control is bad. And anytime somebody puts out a product of low quality, I find it to be very cynical, and it just kind of muddies the whole conversation. But that being said, there's probably still like some people's favorite cards in there. Like Counter Surveillance is really cool. Is the tag based console in there? No, because it's gone already. That was in the previous cycle. There's probably other cool cards in there. Hey Hans, I've been watching on and off for a while. Question, I have all of Null Signal's run. Do you have a recommendation on how to start deck building with all that content and no real game knowledge? We get the basics of how to play, but building is intimidating. Hans, fantastic. Welcome to the game. If you have all the NSG stuff, it's really easy to look into what you can deck build. So firstly, if you want to start playing the game to some extent, I honestly wouldn't recommend deck building off the bat because it's a very difficult thing to do. And while the game is on its own very difficult, it's hard to figure out whether you're failing because your deck building is struggling and not doing you any favors, or you're just not good at the game yet. And they're very two different hard things to solve. So generally you want to focus on one over the other. Now, technically, if you play an organized play, there are different formats. So currently Standard is a format that includes some Fantasy Flight Games products. You don't have those. It's very much worth noting that if you play at any level of organized play, proxies are entirely allowed. So you can print out any FFG card you want. And majority of competitive decks right now are like 5 FFG cards and then like 40 non-FFG cards. So you don't have a lot of work to do. But otherwise, Startup is the other big format right now, which is just some of the NSG cards, but not all of the NSG cards. So mostly the more modern ones. All that being said, if you want to play either of those formats, it gets a bit easier, but a very not well shown feature is if you go to the netrunnerdb.com, the website where people put a lot of deck stuff, and you go to search here, you can go to set allowed packs and you can just like filter in which packs you have. So you just hit the NSG button, and assuming that you have all the NSG cards and you can hit search, you should be able to find a deck that you like. And very specifically, if you want to tailor this to be like, what's a really good card? I love Imp. You put Imp there, search again, you'll be good. What I would recommend as a starting point, this is Ian's deck. I don't like the name of this one, but this is a really, really good deck, a very fundamentals-based deck. We have some content on this channel doing a replay for this deck, and I think this is a really, really fantastic starting point, and it's entirely NSG cards, which I didn't realize till now. That's a really good spot. On the Corp side, I'd recommend just finding a precision design deck, something like that. You might have to go a bit further. Remoteless PD, let's not do that. This seems good. Oh, this is a startup deck. That's fine. From 2023. This seems like a good spot to be. And this is all NSG cards too. So using the search filters really, really helps. I would play something no frills to focus on fundamentals. And once you see what decks are constructed like, what agenda suites look like, how much is enough economy, from that point on, you can move to doing your own deck building, which is really difficult. That being said, like if you're playing tabletop, do whatever you want, right? Like you're playing against someone else doing whoever they want. So you know what I mean? Braun 1.0 moment. I know. Yo, Teron, how's it going? Thank you. Hope you enjoyed. No shade meant to Damon, to be honest. No, I know you don't. I didn't know there was a silly dark rabbit hole. I just thought it was silly. No, it comes up as a meme. I do think the meme is like kind of embroiled in some Facebook fighting that is like a bit less charitable than you'd want. And I don't think you meant that as an attack. But I've been enjoying the content. I think, what was I upset at? Not upset, but like, I think that, what is that? That customizable Trish card where they cost 4 that puts charges on it, damning testimony. I played it in Trish. It's really good in there. Satyrs low-key godsend to Natea. Hey, Leonard. Hello. It's me, the Tick. Oh, that's sick. You really like it there. I don't see why you would use it. Why? Because you want to go tall servers? Because the thing is, like, since then, too, we also got other ice that, like, it does tall servers well. Right? Like we have Surveyor, which for one more influence is a much more reasonable, arguably tall card that is better into face check and is better into like Botulus, or obviously all of them go boomerang the same. So like, I don't even know if the niche of like strength, tall scaling ice, whether you want to just play a big old end to run. I don't know. Oh no, the stairs, Veronica, how's it going? Yeah, the stairs could be bad. I think that's the only hard part of the scenario. The first part is like absurdly easy. Hopefully you're doing well. I saw your response to something the other day and it was really good. I forget what it was. I wish I should have wrote that down. Yay, Pod, how's it going? Yo, wait, Cephalopod, you uploaded a video and I haven't seen it yet. How do I find it? YouTube.com Cephalopod? Wizard? That's a hard word to spell. No? Let's see if we can just find it. Because I know that Ceph put out a video of deck building or something. This was shouted out on... Yeah, check this out. So, hey, speaking of deck building, as much as this might be standard based, I haven't seen this yet. It's probably pretty good. There's Ceph in a really cool hat. I'm going to link this in the description. I'll watch it, but it seems like a video about some deck building. Roar of the Tucana. That's cool. I didn't know Ceph had a channel, so we'll link this in the bottom. Cool. Oh, Indigo Sister. This is World Breakers. Really cool, too. Oh, cat snoring. Nice, nice, nice. Very cool. In my search for bad cards, I noticed Biomodel Network and Biometric Spoofing have the same art, and they're both pretty bad. So Vincent, I think we've said this story on the channel before, and it's a really fun story. These are the sort of like old head Netrunner stories that like should get disseminated more. There are 2 cards that have the same art. Very funny though, is that these cards, I'm not sure which one is the accurate card, but this was again Red Sand Cycle. What's hilarious is that the the flavor text on these cards feels like it's in on the joke in a really perverse way. So this card said Biomodel Network prevent all but 1 net damage. And it says you created and distributed an AI replica of yourself and project into the network to run for you. Okay. The other one is Biometric Spoofing, which unfortunately just was the same art. She left behind an encrypted trail leading to some random employee for a rival corp. She knew lazy sysops would work just hard enough to figure out, wouldn't be bothered looking any deeper. Both of those flavor texts are really funny because they're about, you know, lazy sysop, not looking into it, projecting yourself in the future, all that sort of stuff. Really, really unfortunate. But again, this is technically Red Sand and I think, yeah, Terminal Directive. All that being said, this card actually did see competitive play for a very, very small window. And that's because it came within Terminal Directive, and Terminal Directive had a really, I would say, unhealthy card that was one of the most prominent archetypes at Worlds that year. And that was this card, Brain Rewiring. So basically the corporation would play an HB deck. Back in the day, there was an HB deck that had a ludicrous hand size, so it was easy to assemble combos quickly that required a lot of cards in hand. And it says when you score out this bad 3-1 agenda, you may pay X credits. And if you do, the runner adds X cards from the grip to the bottom of their stack and then draws 1 card. So as long as you scored this thing out early and had extra clicks in the turn, which you could do with a combo deck. Yeah, apparently, yeah, this is still playable in Eternal. I'm not surprised. There's a lot of runners who would just die out of nowhere, because the corporation would fast advance this out with a couple clicks left. Then the runner would be on 1 card in hand, and then they would just kill the runner. I think a lot of times, actually back in the day, there was the hitman. What was the sharpshooter called? Contract killing. And then they would do some way to do 2 damage at a minimum to kill the runner. And it was a really, really hard deck to beat because it was hard to deal with this sort of damage. And a lot of decks at that time didn't have very easy ways to deal with this sort of damage that they were expecting. So there's actually a lot of competitive runner decks for that one single world that slotted 1 or sometimes 2 copies of this card, because this was the most easily played, no influence way to not die to that combo. So this card had its time. And technically cards like this always can have a chance of having the time if, you know, if damage matters. This is technically a way to deal with damage. I think we actually can find some decks that had it in it. Yeah, Obelisk, my beloved, I know. But yeah, no, this card actually did something. Not great, but yeah. World's top 16, Spags. Biggest runners has all the cards. World's Best Mom, Murphy, 33 at Worlds. Like, these decks are actually unironically playing it because Worlds 2017 was messed up. Cool stuff. Very, very cool stuff. I like a lot of the theming of Red Sand. Yeah, Red Sand has a really good theme. I feel like Red Sand, it's the same thing as, like, what's that game called? Gorilla, Red Sand, Gorilla something. They had those shooters where, like, you did a lot of world destruction, and the first ones were some of those, like, modal destruction games. But, like, those games inherently were about an insurrection on Mars, and then people realized, like, you were playing as a terrorist. Except it was obviously portrayed in a sympathetic light because they were fighting for, you know, freedom, equality, all this sort of stuff. The same thing, like Star Wars. Technically, the protagonists are terrorists, but we don't care because we're on their side. And like Red Sand, I don't think nailed the theme too well of the like Martian uprising. There was a couple cards that did it, but a lot of it didn't touch it in a way that, like, I think we're seeing the same sort of obviously political, I wouldn't say insurrection, but like political unease. And the way it's like currently being tackled in the Automata Initiative and Deliberation Cycle, for my money, is way more interesting and way more like tangible. So I think that's a failure of the Red Sand Cycle, is that the theme is really cool. Martian Uprising, where the worker colony, you know, wants its own rights. Red Faction. Yeah, Red Faction. Thank you, Leon. That's it. Sounds like you saw 1000 Shapes of Horror. Not in a good way. Yeah, exactly. 5 FFG cards in a trench coat. Hey, Dan. You don't like the name? No, Whiteblade. I think that name doesn't pass like NSG. Like, I don't think you can say that name on an NSG stream. Sorry. Are you Arkham Sessions watchable? And if they are, where? Me and my friends that got into Netrunner and your channel played a bit and interest in learning more. Yes. So I can find it. I actually don't know where my channel is. I think it's this. I'll link this in the description. How can I not find my own channel? It's an @ right? You have to spell it right. Okay, that helps. Hold on. This is the channel. It has 25 subscribers. We've put nothing out, but we are going to be putting out some Arkham content relatively soon. I don't know what the cadence is going to look like, but the new set hasn't come out in Canada yet. It should soon. And then we'll probably do some sort of live content. We'll do like video content, something similar to this channel. Obviously, I don't want to take this like, it's not going to challenge the sort of Netrunner output we put out. But you can find the link here. I'll link it. It's just at Velma's Diner. Hashtag what it was. But yeah. Yes. Currently, there's only one Arkham video. I think there's actually 2 Arkham videos on the Metropole Grid. One is a learn to play, and the other one is the 2 games I did with Jeff and a deck dive, which is really, really fun. But yeah, Arkham's really good. Genuinely really good. I keep remembering how great it is. Mind you, FFG just put out a new, they call it taboo list. So a series of like erratas and changes to power levels of cards. This just came out like 30 minutes ago. So I just wanted to shout it out for those who don't know. In short, it's a bummer that there's some like structural erratas to the upcoming set that seem really important that slip through playtesting. I really get bummed out whenever that happens. And then there's some clarifications on a Seeker I don't think is very good, but it's good that it works that way, because otherwise she's absolutely unimaginably terrible. And then they just tabooed and made some busted survivor cards a bit harder to put into your deck. To me, it seems like this had to come out because they needed to get this out before the thing came out, which should be coming out this week, maybe for some places. And then they're just like, just punt scavenging deeper down into the hole, which makes sense. I think that's fine. But you can find all that up on FFG's website. Thank you so much for the in-depth answer. Hans, thanks for asking the question. Welcome to the game. If you have any questions like that, don't hesitate to ask. Everyone's so happy to answer Netrunner questions. That's like, again, we're 49 minutes in. We're not playing a game. That's kind of how it goes. Why I love, that's a fair question. Oh, thank you, Connor. That's why I love Red Sands. I think it got really interesting ideas, many of which are more different than just efficiency changes, like Hosh. Also, I'm an avowed Jemison fan. Alice, Ag, and Fusion Jemison are really interesting. Yeah, I think you have a good point there. I used to be super Jemison pilled and even like Los pilled. Or like I think I have a Los deck list of the week. I think the only ever Los deck list of the week might have been a deck list I put out, which hinged on other busted cards that have since been banned. I do really like those. I think some of those ideas are a bit hard to play. I think Alice is also really cool and kind of the prototype of like Essa, the sort of like disruptive, not value-based proposition. And I think that is really cool. And I agree with you on that. I think that is a really cool part of the set. At the Jemison fans unite at the bottom tables. We had a fun while we lose. Cleaver boost badly. That's the main reason. And yeah, influence is hard. I'm camouflaged. I'm always up for hearing about how cards I haven't seen play / worked for me have been fun or good, fun / good in other people's experiences. Yeah, that's like the really hard thing about Arkham, talking about Arkham too, is like in Netrunner, it's like a lot easier for me to say something like, you know, a bunch of those bad cards are bad. But in Arkham, you can go out of the way and like, you can play weird stuff for fun. And because it's not competitive, the cost to doing that feels a lot less, which is great. Also, Ren, you mentioned, and I totally, for some reason, did not realize they made a taboo alternate, not taboo, an alternate Duke. But with the trap, they mentioned in the latest article that if the trap explodes, you can't return it to hand. Were you doing that or not? Because the trap Duke deck seems so fun. Biometric spoofing, taking another artist logo, it's like the funniest thing. I think maybe the Xayah isn't best suited for very new players. To be successful, you have to play with a level of aggression that can feel uncomfortable to experienced players. Hold on. So Ian is responding to Hans's question, which is a very good point of this deck. And I think we highlight that heavily when we did the deck dive, I hope. But the idea is to be successful with this deck, you have to play with a level of aggression that can feel uncomfortable to experienced players. Yes, that should be the top sentence on the Xayah deck, which is just run into anything, force them to res ice, just force pressure. The consequences are less important than the information and the pressure you put on. That's so important. Decks with more redundancy that draw more naturally, like Hosh with DreamNet, might be good effective at teaching good habits to newer players, but also overwhelming newer players with triggers. As much as Adam was maybe a good thing to learn. I hear you. I think this plays smoothly though, as much as like maybe you need another. I would recommend for newer players to play a second mutual favor at a minimum. Even against the frustrating brain rewiring decks, the theme of getting your brain rewired, then shot by some guy on a show force is pretty good. Oh yeah, show force is another way that happened. I forgot about that one. Yeah, it is cool. They released a new taboo list for Arkham that gives scavenging both 0 and 2 XP. I'm in tears. It's for the best, Veronica. We know, right? Only played Red Faction Armageddon, though. I've played the open world one, the first one, and I played Red Faction 2, which I thought was a really cool game when I was like 12. Probably still isn't. Terrorism has always been a label applied by oppressors to the oppressed and resistance more than a useful descriptor. Oh yeah, 100%, Izzy. Like I'm totally on board with it. I don't mean to be that in like some sort of, you know, negative way. It's just like, yeah, I don't think that part of Red Sands was well explored as much as, yeah. I love Red Faction taking a hammer to the building until they collapse was awesome. They were really cool, yeah. The April Fool's Kamani episode is great. High recommend for folks looking into Arkham strat deck building. Thank you, Ren. Stop running scavenging. Okay, I caught up on chat. The best thing about Netrunner is talking about Netrunner, playing the game. We don't do that here. We will. Hey, Bailey, funny that Alice downside was her min deck sizes. Nowadays, we have 60 cards Hosh and Lu decks. Yeah, but for what it's worth, like, Hosh and Lu decks inherently have a... I know what you mean, but Hosh and Lu decks inherently have, like, draw-based packages on the ID. So it's actually less of a downside. It's like the problem inherently with like Alice and to some extent also Sunny, as much as Sunny hinges around 1 or 2 power cards, is that the card draw package wasn't that great. But your Lu decks are drawing like 15 free cards. So like playing 50 cards, 60 cards, and Hoshiko who draws 15 cards for free. Not exactly for free, but clickless. It's a big change, right? Because that's unfortunately the problem is as soon as you get to a pressure ID, your pressure needs to be rebounded. Like, this is cool that you have upfront pressure, but then you still have to play fundamentals. Otherwise, you're not playing Arkham. It's hard to, or Netrunner. It's hard to translate this into pressure or into consistency, right? And it's the same thing with Essa. Like, if Essa did not draw a card, Essa would be unplayable, right? Like, technically, this is just a value proposition. Like, it's Sabotage 2, whatever. That's great, obviously. But, like, if this doesn't exist here, I think Essa is, like, very much Alice, where it's a cool effect, but it's just so bad on tempo that it's very hard to keep up with a corporation that's doing anything quickly. Obviously, core damage is even worse because you're down 2 cards, because the card you played, the damage you took. But that's the problem with Alice, right? It's slow. It's good pressure, but it's slow. Hopefully you're slowing the corp down more than you. But a single ice on archives, right? Like, the whole thing is different. Is it an errata? I don't know if it's an errata. I think they're just clarifying, because I think Parallel Duke says, I'm going to say Duke because I like that better. Parallel Duke says, instead of discarding it, return to your hand. And I think the way that the trap is worded, it says, discard this to do 3 damage. So if you don't discard it, you don't do the 3 damage, which, like, I think obviously has a severe penalty, that entire archetype. Yeah. Hey, Ellen, how's it going? Morning, chat. Okay, we've caught up with chat. Our coffee is kicking in. Let's build some Netrunner. Actually, let's start here because we should technically start with this. It's not going to matter for the deck we're playing. I think it's just good to get ahead of this because there's an Ashes Remaster rules update. So worth noting that Ashes Remaster, for those who don't know, Ashes came out many, many moons ago. And back then, there was a lot of differences of how NSG cards looked. Firstly, they were called Nisei, Project Nisei back then. So the card backs had the word Nisei on them and the back looked a bit different. And then a lot of the sort of like design stuff, let alone some of the like, I wouldn't say functional stuff, but things like interface followed by an arrow. None of that language existed back in, I want to say 2018. Did I only miss Arcane Chat Hour? Not exactly, but it was mixed. Mango, how's it going? So they're remastering it and they're re-putting it out with new card backs, but they're also updating all the text. Now, I believe the physical remaster update has been pushed into like March, but they promised that by, you know, the 16th when this came out, that you can at least get the print and play files. So they have updated text for Ashes, and turns out there's actually updated text for 3 other FFG cards that are going to be attached to this article. I want to say this article is really good. It's really well written. Shout out to Ruben Peters. There were so many times I read it and then I thought like, well, what does this mean about this instance? Like, that was the narrative in my head. And then the next paragraph says, well, you're probably thinking about this. And it's really well laid out. So reading this, a lot of times you can read a rules article and it leaves you with more questions than you came in with. This one, very, very well done. So shout out to the Ruben and the rules team. Okay, so things that are changing. Firstly, the candidates rule change. You can definitely see this on the channel before. We played an ASA group ganked deck, and the idea is that they changed the rules to what a candidate is. It's actually a term that was, I think, introduced to the NSG comprehensive rules maybe 2 years ago. I don't have the timeline exactly. But the idea is that when you breach a server, all the cards that you're required to access, because you can't choose not to access a card unless there's some additional cost to access, becomes a candidate. And then the runner has to access every single candidate, but in their choice of order. Now, if these cards are on res, you don't get to look at them first. So the idea is like, I'll see this card first. I'll see the card with advancements on it. Then I'll see the resed upgrade first or third, right? You have to access every card. You can't walk away. But the big change to the candidate rule was it said that anytime a card is introduced mid-breach into that same route of that server, it becomes a new candidate and it just appends itself to the pool of candidates, and that card itself also has to be accessed. So the idea is that if you can install something mid-run into that server, the runner has to touch it. And that largely only mattered with this pretty unfortunate card called Ganked. Now, it's a bit confusing. Ganked says when the runner accesses this upgrade, they must reveal it from R&D because it's an ambush. And it says when the runner accesses this upgrade, you may trash it to choose a rezzed piece of ice protecting the server. The runner encounters this ice. Does this have to be rezzed to fire? It's an ambush, so no. Oh man, part of the rules I don't ever like. But the idea is that if the runner accesses a ganked, you trash it, it goes into your heap or to your archives, and then the runner has to encounter an ice. Now, if the runner can't break an ice you're setting him to, the worst case scenario is on cell 1.0. It also works with Drafter, but then the runner runs into an on cell, and if they can't click through one of these subroutines or break it with a killer or whatever magic they have, these subroutines fire. Trash with installed runner card, that's bad. This bottom one's also pretty annoying, but this middle one's the most important one because it says you may install one card from HQ or archives. So you can go ahead and install that ganked, which we've just trashed so it's in archives, and put it back into that same server the runner is currently breaching. And you see the issue here. Then the runner, because that's a candidate, has to access that ganked again. That ganked throws them back into the on-cell. The on-cell trashes another card, reinstalls the same gank. The runner accesses that ganked. The gank throws them to on-cell. And this happens infinitely, as much as infinite doesn't exist in Netrunner, until the runner has no more board. And then you still end by installing the ganked or another card. It's messed up. And ganked loops were actually really common. There's a whole bunch of competitive ganked decks that we saw in the last couple months in competitive seasons. People playing them with Byroids. There's ways to make infinite kill combos with ganked and Ravana and Byroids. A lot of people really hated this interaction when it came out. And then a lot of content creators were like, this is fun, and then made some weird blowouts. And we have videos on this channel where we played ganked loops. We're known for playing ganked loops. It's fine. Basically, they said, okay, you win. We're not going to do that anymore, which I think was some time coming. It didn't seem like a healthy thing. And so they're making an amendment to the candidate rule. And so the amendment just says the runner now decides whether they want to access any cards that enter the route after the breach is underway. So if a card is introduced mid-breach and becomes a candidate, if that candidate wasn't there during the breach start, you don't have to touch it. Which means ganked will no longer infinite fire unless you choose to let it, which would be a wild choice, but sometimes you could argue is correct. Don't go too deep down that rabbit hole. So that's neat. I think that's huge. I think ganked is probably an unfortunate card that I don't think is particularly healthy for the game, but at least we're not ganking people into losing the game. We're ganking people into an Anansi that loses them game in a different mean way. What's really cool too, my next question is like, what does that happen with archives? Because classically there was a really convoluted rule where if the runner ran archives and then cards were added to archives mid-archives access, they could access a certain amount of those extra cards equal to the amount of cards existing in archives when the run breached successfully. It was nonsense. And luckily, again, Ruben goes ahead and explains that there are no changes for the candidates in HQ, R&D, or archives. So that means there are no changes to interaction with bacterial programming. Love that. Just that one line answers a lot of people's like, wait, what about this? Cool. They go through some examples, never realized that some of these examples are incredibly creative, like ganking them into an anvil to introduce an Urtica by trashing a one cost or an op. Never considered that, but that is super cool, and it doesn't work anymore unless the runner wants to touch the card, which is fantastic. Yeah, cool. The next thing they talked about is NCIGS, which stands for no change in game state, which has been an issue. We've seen this be a problem in a lot of weird, ugly board states. This doesn't fix all of NCIGS. It just fixes some parts of NCIGS. And then there's a lot of other parts of NCIGS that are going to be very, very difficult to fix. There's going to be some more time for NSG and the rules folks to figure out what they want to do with. In short, what is changing in NCIGS? Only about the rules about playing an event or operation. So hear me out. This is the layperson's explanation of NCIGS, which I'm not going to do a perfect job, but luckily people will correct me. What a great way to do journalism. So in short, this is the one that came up very commonly back in the day and is shouted out in the article. It's called, what's Exile's card? It's not called dumpster diving. What is the Exile card come? Scavenge. You just got to look slowly. Let me catch up on chat before I go to the next part. Does not change bacterial nonsense. Yeah, that's really good that they called that out. Raindrops infinite draw value. That still happens though. You can still do that if you Ravana into Ravana or whatever. You should cover the new bean board. I should. I don't have the link though. I didn't know if it was out yet. At least one person in QTM is incredibly sad to lose Ganked Soul. Yeah, I'm not surprised. I know there was a bunch of like QTM ganked decks doing pretty well. Doesn't need to be res, thanks to Steph. I understand why this change was necessary for design space, but it's funny to me that the gotcha of NCL ganked is donezo, but the bacterial punitive gotcha remains. Yeah, but one of them feels a bit more like I think one of them is more intuitive. But there's a chance the other thing could be challenged for sure. I think the problem with Bacterial plus backup dancers isn't Bacterial. We weren't looking to do that big of a rules change. Yes, I think that's a card, not a rules problem. It's a card problem. Was there a way to draw cards as a corp during a legwork? Yes. There is an Eternal. Oh, there is in Standard. You just res a Spin Doctor, right? But you can't do it, like the last time that you can do it is not mid-axis. It's like when the last paid ability window that the corporation has is right before the successful breach, where you say, do you want to access? And if the runner says yes, there's a paid ability window of which the runner has priority because they're running on their turn. And then there you can res a Spin Doctor, stuff like that. Back in the day, there was a fun card called Panic Button, an O and R reprint that also allowed you at a paid ability window to just draw cards. But then the runner can respond to that if they have a paid ability window. But there's no way to do a paid ability window during the actual breach step. So there's nothing you can do there. It's actually very notable why there's cards like Imp and stuff like that that have these sort of arrows, because these are the only paid abilities that you can do during accesses and during breaches. They have their own clauses like access arrow. This is a new NSG thing. FFG didn't do this, but these are to tell you that you can do these during an access, because normal paid ability windows you can't do during an access step. You have to have something like that, which are very rare. There's very few cards that have that text. Okay, hold on. You can res a Spin Doctor before breach. Yeah, but yeah, they're not accessing cards then. It's worth noting that they did not go back on the changes to access on archives. Yeah, Spark, yeah, exactly. Does this change anything? No, nothing. About Bacterial, yes. Exactly, good article. Everyone had the same question and it's answered there, which is very, very good. Yo, Shot, how's it going? 2024 Q1 kit just dropped, or has it been discussed? No, I haven't. Congratulations on your performance in the last tournament, Jot. Let's check that out real quick. Oh yeah, check that out. Yeah, sick. Whoa, sick. Interesting, sick. Okay, 2024 game night kit has Moz and Regolith. I was a bit negative about the upcoming Nationals prize kit because it had some really weird occlusions, and one of the things I said is like, everyone wants more Regoliths, why don't we have a Regolith? Full art Regolith, not an alt art. Full arts are still cool, everyone likes them. Very cool Maw, looks like a saw trap. Watch your fingers. I'm surprised at the reprinting Maw, considering it is rotating out of standard in like literally this year. So I'm surprised to see an FFG card there, but Maw is definitely a cool card worth reprinting. And I like cards like this, where if you are a player who doesn't have the FFG card pool, you unlock a card that opens up deck building as much as proxies are legal very, very quickly by just kind of showing up to an event. Because, oh, well, you have to kind of sort of win a thing, but 24 Regulus is a good start. That's good. Maw, not an evil dinosaur, is huge nerf. Yeah, the original Maw art is quite good. This is good too, though. Elizaveta Sokolova. They're the person who also did a bunch of the other cubes, right? Like box-based Netrunner stuff. So I think Sokolova did like, I want to say Buffer Chip, but also like Devil Charm. Am I not wrong about that? Yeah. Sokolova's been doing all the Netrunner cubes, so I think Lucky Charm is a Sokolova. We can just hit but basically all the cube-based hardware. That's so cool. Yeah, Buffer Drive is another one. Lucky Charm, Gachapon, Simulchip. So a lot of hardware. That's really, really cool. And then like Stone Chip. That's really funny. That's cool. Good stuff. Thanks, Shot, for shouting that out. I had to read the article like 4 times to wrap my head around this. Okay, we'll go through it in a second. I guess I'm leaving since Arco Chat is over /J. But seriously, I'm pretty tired, so probably going to tune out. Have a nice dream. Veronica, get some rest, huh? Stay, Veronica. We have Scavenging at home. Yeah, right? They didn't nerf this one. I ironically run Panic Button in Eternal. Yeah, I can see it. I think Panic Button's playable in Eternal. Okay. Maw's not... Yeah, excuse me. Yo, John, what's good? Am I imagining things, or did you also get into or curious about Slay the Spire lately? No, I've been playing Slay the Spire for... I don't have like Jeff hours into the game. I have like 150 hours. I probably have like another 50 hours on the Switch and then on my phone, probably something like that. I play a lot of Slay the Spire. I haven't in a long time, but I've never played Ascension. So a lot of my questions for Jeff are like, how do good Slay the Spire players? Because I just like play casual. You know what I mean? I draw cubes in Netrunner. Esoteric cube artists. They're good art. I actually quite like them. I've been playing Rogue Book recently, which I got that game 2 years ago and returned it. And then I got it for Humble Bundle, and it's really good now. It's like genuinely very good. They did a lot in like 2 years since I last played it. Also, Balatro comes out today, which like I think is going to be a hit. Balatro, mind you, is a deck builder roguelike, and where the gameplay is poker. And so you have creativity on basically producing hands and modifiers to score points. I'm not a poker head. I really don't like poker. A lot of people like, you know, high stakes competitive poker. I have family members that professionally play poker. I'm not in it for the poker, in it for the roguelike, because it's all about like weird engine building and modifying point scoring systems as much as it gets super, super mathy. But Blotcher, the demo you can get, it probably still has a demo. Maybe it doesn't. But Blotcher, I played the demo. I really enjoyed it. Panic Button SDS is a pretty specific card. They're very prolific artists. All their art is cubed, yeah. For deck buildings, the new Cold Blood core is amazing for super, super cute. This came up on Jeff's last stream. I played one round of Cobalt Core. I thought it was incredibly sleepy. I almost didn't finish the run. My first run was success. I thought the writing was better than I expected to be, but I thought there were so many turns in which movement just said like, oh, I can just do movement, 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 not take damage. And so many turns I was just slightly doing damage, and then the opponent didn't scale up in damage. So having the fight take 20 minutes and being tedious had no implication. Which, I don't know, it did not feel great, but I probably should do another run. I feel like Ascension 9 or so is a really nice place where Slay Spire is interesting, but not too difficult that you can just jam out games. Hey, Ryan. I think my like idea on Ascension has changed. Like since then, I played Ascension and got into an Ascension war in like Monster Train. I beat the hardest difficulty, got all achievements in Wild Frost, which is relatively difficult. So I think like I probably would be playing Ascension if I got into Slay the Spire again now, which probably shouldn't. I'm not into deck building roguelites, but I had some fun with fights in tight spaces. I played a lot of fights in tight spaces too. I played the demo. I've been waiting for that game for a long time. The recent update was really quite good, but my biggest problem with fights in tight spaces is it's too long. It greatly overstays its welcome, where a run is like an hour, and like the things that you're doing on 10 minutes in versus 40 minutes in are not that different to like make it that long. But it's good. It's genuinely good. I just think the runs have to be less long. Like just cut out half the levels and it's a good length. The final boss in the mod too, also not the mod, the latest DLC wasn't particularly great. Okay, NCIGS, I'm so sorry. Scavenger. As an additional cost to play this event, trash one installed program. So what, in short, no change in game state states is that you cannot take an action in the game of Netrunner if the effect of the action you take does not change the game state. Now you might be thinking, so this is one that comes up and is actually really important, is that Reconstruction Contract says, ignore this text, trash, move any number of advancement tokens from Reconstruction Contract to a card that can be advanced. If this thing has 0 tokens on it, you could argue to yourself, I should still be able to trash it because I am changing game state because I'm destroying this potential server, let alone this card is now in archives. The game state has clearly changed as much as I'm not moving any tokens. I just want to use the op ability to go get a 0 coster at instant speed. But when you're evaluating no change in game state, you don't evaluate the cost of doing the effect. You calculate or you look at the effect of the actual effect. So of course, trashing this is the cost, but when we evaluate, does this change the game state? If we're not moving tokens, the answer is no, and we don't look at the fact that the cost changed the game state. So the idea is that the effect that you're doing has to change the game state, not the cost itself. And so one thing that came up a long time ago was Scavenge. Scavenge has an additional cost to play this event, trash an installed program, and then install one program from your gripper heap paying X less. X is equal to the install cost of the program you've trashed. The main way intuitively to use Scavenge is to trash a card to reinstall that same card. But the problem was this did not check. This is technically the cost of the card. And so you cannot play this card if there wasn't at least one program in your gripper heap. And you had to prove that. Because the idea is that at the moment that you played this card, if there were no programs in your gripper heap, technically playing this card was illegal because the effect of the card at the time it was played had no ability to change game state. Because again, changing game state, we don't care about this because it's a cost. If this was worded as not an additional cost, but to play this event, if it just says trash this one installed program, and it didn't say additional cost, I think it would get past the NCIGS laws. But that was the weird convoluted issue here, is that if you did not have a program in your gripper heap, and sometimes you weren't able to play this, even though you had a program installed. And sometimes you had to call a judge over to prove that you had a program in your grip, which you can't prove to the opponent, and it's a nightmare. The modern equivalent to this is Simulchip, and for what it's worth, Simulchip is not NCIGS fixed in this upcoming change. But as additional cost to use this hardware trash installed program, that's a cost, so that effect on changing the game state has no implication. It's not considered in the outcome. Ignore this cost of installed program, and it says install one program from your heap paying 3 credits less. So if you want to crack a simul chip on turn 2 to trash one of your programs, your empty propeller, to install that same propeller, you literally are not allowed to do it unless there already exists a program in the bin, or of course you've already trashed a program this turn, in which there probably would be a program into the bin. Does that make sense? Because when the effect initiates, ignoring the cost as something that changes the game state, if you can't do the effect and it has no change on game state, you can't do the effect. It's really weird. But in short, there's a bunch of situations where you just cannot simul chip unless there's already a program in your bin, full stop. Curse N6 fix, add gain 1 credit to every card. Yeah, and that's actually a way to do it, is that you could say gain a click, lose a click, right? As long as this card had some text on it that changed game state outside of cost, that is affected on all board states, you could play this in any board state. But unfortunately here you can't. This is not fixed. What is fixed is inherently when it comes down to playing operations. So they go through all of this and talk about what it is. What are the actual changes? What are the actual changes on this? I got lost in a second. So they're working on it and they're fixing events and economy. So I think the change here is now that you can play an event from your grip, regardless if the event doesn't change board state. And they're basically removing NCIGS from events. Correct me if I'm wrong on this, Wizard. But the idea is that from now on, not that rejig is a card, sorry, not that the other one's a card. Rejig is a card, mind you. This is the closest thing that we have to the dumpster diving card, Scavenge, is now events and operations don't check for NCIGS when they're played. I hope that's the short of the long here, because I don't want to be disseminating the wrong information. But from now on, as long as it's an event or operation, you don't have to worry about NCIGS. You can just play the damn card. But there are some repercussions to this, because there are a couple cards that, because of N6 rules, are now kind of gross, because you can play them without having a thing. You can now diesel if your stack is empty. You can't claim you're playing Sure Gamble if you have 0 credits. You still have to pay costs. Yes. Okay, so diesel when your stack is empty is actually a really cool example, because you were not allowed to play diesel when your stack is empty. Obviously, why would you? That's its own question. But you can't do that because playing diesel doesn't change game state, because you couldn't draw any cards. So now you can. Great. The first time I was confronted with NCIGS, I was so baffled by the fact that it's required at all. Other games usually simply state preconditions for a card to be used, which would be the nicer solution to this, just errata all the affected cards and abolish the rule. It's very, very difficult. As much as I agree with you, it's a strange artifact. It's very, very, very difficult to fix. There's a bunch of things that if you just removed NCIGS as a rule, parts of the game do inherently fall apart. There's certain cards that I think are worse for it, like Reconstruction Contract is a massive issue in the game, because in OP you can Reconstruction Contract at instant speed on any board state and make the runner hit a snare or a behold or any 0 cost trap ganked, right? Because actually really important, and big parts of the game are designed around NCIGS that just removing it is a very hard thing to do immediately. Play the diesel, give Zamari 2 credits, doof him. That's a good example. That's the cool thing about Netrunner. There's always reasons to do the bad thing. So functionally, 3 cards have been changed because of this, and they actually have new text. So wake up calls say play only the runner trash at least 1 corp card, and says choose an installed piece of hardware or non-virtual resource. The runner must either trash that card or suffer 4 meat damage, remove wake up call from the game instead of trashing it. This is an on-meta card right now. I'll be honest, I don't understand why this had to change, but specifically now, the text is different. You can only play this card if there's at least 1 installed hardware or 1 non-virtual resource, because the intention of this card is always to make the runner have a choice. But with the N6 game state change, you could technically play this on any board state as long as the runners trash 1 a card, and then they have to take 4 meat damage if they can't trash 1 of their things. The wording of these reprisals has changed, so now the runner has to, it's only playable if the runner has at least 1 installed card, if it's going to interact with the card. So that's cool. The other one's Hangeki, same idea. You can't just force the runner to get negative points. There has to be a card that they are able to access. This is a result of the N6 change. It's funny that there's only 3 operations or events in the whole game, which this change actually mattered. And NSG went ahead and just reworded them. They're all FFG cards, so you don't require physical reprints or whatever, but just keep that in mind. I think this is not going to change anything. I think everyone's just still playing these the way that they were intended, but that's cool reminder text, because yeah, you have to choose an installed piece of hardware. So technically without NCIGS, you can play as much of this as possible. So if there's no installed hardware, yeah, I guess you could still play this. So that change is actually important, making it part of the cost, because you have to pay the cost. Doof gives 2 credits for when you doof though. So you have to be a 2-turn level of meta. Oh yeah, you're right, because they would get the 2 credits, yeah. Anyways, those are the changes. It's really good. Summary. As a step towards removing the N6 rule, which it looks like that's the ability, that's the intention, an ability that plays an event or operation no longer needs to look inside the effects of that event or operation for the player to be able to trigger it. So you don't have to read the whole event. You can just start playing events. I think that's fine. You just have to be doing additional costs, but you don't have to value whether the text on the event has an ability to change the board state. You can just play it, or the game state, and then you can infinite gank, which is sick. The only thing I'm confused about this is, when does this take effect? Is this effect as of now? If I have a tournament this weekend, can I still gank loop people? Because normally, like, there's like a 2-week window. That's the only thing from this article I don't understand. When does this happen? When the article comes out? That actually can matter for some people bring decks. It takes effect instantly. That's strange. That's strange. I think if people have an event that day, that weekend, that evening, and they had a ganked deck, like, I feel like it shouldn't take place immediately. I feel like there should be a window to that. I also don't know if JNet's going to do any of this stuff. It was canon for this weekend's AMT. That's strange. There's not often like fundamental big rules changes that are that quick, but maybe I'm just being a bit of a wet towel. Cool. Great changes. Good article. No more ganked loop. Okay, we can play Netrunner now. All Netrunner cards will now be sent to printers as sets of 4, 3 copies plus 1 card with 3 paragraphs of fine print. What? No. You need a target for the counters for Rococo. I think there has to be an advanceable card on the board already. If you're responding to something, yes, there has to be. There has to be not only a target, but there has to be at least be 1 counter. And if you just abolished NCIGS, all of that is wrong. So you just have an op, have a 0-cost instant speed tutor, which is a problem. It genuinely would be a problem. Let me just catch up. It seemed like they were counting the card moving from grip to play area, then to heap all counted as a game state change, since they only cost by default is a click. In terms of like scavenging or reject, the more I think about it, the more does N6 feel like the axiom of choice in mathematics. Both feel reasonable at first glance, but both have very obtuse side effects. I don't know what the axiom of choice is, but that's probably correct. While paid abilities like Simulchip with no programs and heap will still need rules to be usable. Yes, that is something that it seems like they're going to be working at, but there's still huge consequences of N6. So Simulchip with no bin. Basically, only operations and vents are solved for now. Everything else that you had issues with NCIGS, you'll still have issues, right? Like, can you res Amalia if there's no target? I don't honestly know what the answer is. I don't think you can, as much as resing her and having another asset resed can be important for other game state stuff like tour guides and Eternal. So stuff like this are still gonna be a problem, and I honestly don't know the answer to this. Can you res Amalia for no reason? Not sure. Seth does. Jada, you can just click the done to not access cards. Oh, on JNet? Yeah. But so how's it going? Yeah, you can just click done. You can just do /check out. You have to do it yourself, but it's not going to be like enforced. There definitely was a QT planning on a gank list for an event that had to be changed last minute. It was not fun. Yeah, like that stuff happens. I have no doubt that stuff happens. And that's a strange way to be like, hey, the rules of the game changed immediately, right? Like, just give a week, right? At a minimum. It's a joke, but I live the rules nuance to the game. Yeah, no, it's cool. Okay. Let's build something. So what do we want to build? I wanted to build some gank decks, but like, I don't know what's a fun gank deck anymore. I think ganked in Ancient Techie is probably the most fun thing. We've been playing a lot of Shaper recently. I think this Tech Tree deck kind of got a bit crushed by corpse icing up everything, and that's a problem. I know Jeff on his last stream played like a DAO version with Hermes, and I kind of just want to play Hermes DAO because I haven't played it in a long time, and just opening up R&D seems like a really fun thing to do, and we can play like a bit more sit back and allow the corporation to do its own thing and then have some power on centrals. Gank can still fit in Architects of Tomorrow. Yeah, Gank still has a home in some lists for sure. The thing is, like, in Architects of Tomorrow, it's like a mixed bag. The Biroids have really good text, and like clicking through that makes it harder to click through other stuff for sure. But like, I do think a lot of people played Ganked in Architects because you had gank loops built in. Meantime, have a good stream. Thank you, Seth. So let's try and build a Hermes DAO. So in short, what we want to be doing is DAO says you can rearrange 2 ice, win the corporation scores an agenda, or you steal an agenda. That gives you a lot of influence or a lot of flexibility. And so the idea is that you can set up servers that are favorable to you. I think a big thing whenever building DAO decks, especially back in the day, is that you wanted a huge reason to kind of encourage the corporation to ice up both archives and HQ. Because as soon as they put any ice on archives, which they wouldn't put one of their best ice, they would put one of their like annoying ice. As soon as you did that, then you can just take their best ice from the remote server and put it on archives. And that's obviously a huge disaster for them. So I do like DAO decks that have a reason to force the corporation to ice up all of their central servers. I think naturally that's actually a pretty cool inclusion with World Tree. because they definitely need to ice everything up, and then you have some, you know, control over it. But I'm not going to build a World Tree deck. I think we're just going to try and build a fundamental DAO and go from there. Other cool thing is Hermes, right? Like we saw this, I think it was Jai who played this out of the gate when this set came out, and this was a hot new card. It was like 4 days old, and I think Jai was playing 3 of these maybe. But Hermes is the same triggering condition of DAO, which means that you can choose the order of your conditions. So as long as you're not playing incredibly aggro and there's unresed ice, you can move that unresed ice, say from HQ, from the remote server, and put it on R&D and then bounce it. And then eventually you'll have an open R&D. And the only thing here is that there's a bit of a tension here, because I think we've also seen DAO decks that are like, almost all of them are like conduit based, because if you can have no ice on R&D, this is the one way you can like really hail, kind of like haymaker a game. But the other card that we would want to consider playing, and mind you, you're totally allowed to play 2 consoles, is a copy of this thing. What is it called? Pantograph, which is classically DAO's console. This one's also really good because it kind of pushes you forward. The idea that if you go for a conduit dig, you can go put like something like a Peach Champ on some ice and then get some deeper digs. I'd argue that's pretty difficult, and if we're trying to just get all the ice off of the central server, off of R&D, this might not matter so much. So we might just do the power of Hermes, but then we have to make sure that we're getting enough value and enough pressure to be running every central server in a way that matters. I think a card that naturally forces the corporation to ice HQ, which is quite nice, is Wake and Plant. I think you'd be surprised to see it, but Wake and Plant, DJ Fenris, those are all really good ways to force the corporation to slow down and ice HQ. Do we have a way to ice archives, to force an archives ice? I honestly don't know. I don't have any good ideas. I think red team's a lot of influence. The power of Hermes compels you. I know you mentioned not knowing much about startup, but Hermes DAO is definitely one of the top tier startup decks. Yeah, so somebody won. I don't know the name yet because it's been a while. Apologies. But we ran a startup side tournament at the Can-Nets that we run in the summer. We'll find it here. But it was not won by Boat. It was won by Hermes DAO. Weltgeist. Was this Steven? Who is Weltgeist? But yeah, this is the Hermes deck. It has, you know, Fermenter. It has 2 of each breakers. I think SMC is not allowed in startup, if I'm not mistaken. And then just has all the good stuff. It's playing some jailbreaks for some pressure. That's a kind of a nice way to get some central pressure. Iru for archives. Iru is like 3 influence. It's gonna be really, really difficult. 1 extra prize. Yo, Z, 1 extra prize is not a terrible idea. I kind of like that. But yeah, this is just like very, very good fundamental stuff. It's not running any amount of pinholes, which I think, and specifically in startup, there's some good reason to be playing pinhole. Now that startup has a ban list, maybe that's a bit different. But this is like just a pile of good stuff, conduit, some money, and 2 of each breakers. Now these breakers are okay. Cleaver will have an issue. Like this deck actually just can't break Brawn. Well, oh, you have a turbine. Maybe it's okay. But trying to figure out what to do with that is okay. My phone is popping off. I don't know why. I think I just closed notification on action. Feel strong in startup. I got 3rd, points tied for 2nd in my local startup tournament with it. Okay, so we're going to figure out how to make all of this work, because I do think fundamentally the pressure it puts off is quite unique. So where's our deck builder? Here. So I think Wake is okay. What else are we spending influence on in this list? Like 2 cleaver. Here we can do SMC in a single cleaver. I don't think we need to play Fermenter. The question is, can we get enough Shaper money? And I think we can. Fermenter is cool because it's like a slow enough card, and like we can be slow. We're already gonna be blown out by, we probably don't need 2 conduit, but maybe we can be blown out really hard by a virus because we're playing conduit anyways. So what do we want our breaker suite to be? Let's just put in some fundamentals. Diesel, Nuka, 2, Telework, fine. It's a setup card. It's okay. Sure Gamble, of course. Creative, sure. Creative commission. SMC, I think we need it. MU, we have 5 MU. I don't know if we can play another card. A DZ would be okay. We'll see how many installables we have. I don't love playing a single DZ because you don't get it soon enough and it might not matter. Overclock is super important because we're playing SMC. Knowing your playstyle, you should consider some way of de-risking cards because they'll put money in challenging their ice. But I think you're not wrong. But we're gonna make a very, very bespoke effort at only challenging probably the remote server and not challenging centrals. I don't think we're going to need the cleaver, but I think you're totally right, is that my playstyle is not going to gel well naturally with this, and we're going to have to like spend some time on it. Amaku and Monkey Wrench. I don't know if I want to do that. That's not terrible. I just don't want to get blown out by the viruses that are everywhere. And we're not going to be running too much with DAO to get good Amakua value. I think the one thing that is cool though is like Atman was the big thing that Jeff was trying to, and the idea is that you can make some really favorable Atman servers abstractly because you have the ability to move ice around. So you can have a server that just has all this 6 strength ice and then just go through it for like 4 credits or whatever. I don't think that's worth it. I don't think admin's really good into the meta, barring like one corporation that's running all the 6 strength ice. Flame out Mayfly, like we don't want to make one run, we want to make a lot of runs. But maybe we could use like Flame out Mayfly to camp the remote server. I think that would be an option, but I'm not too sure. What else do we want? Daily Cast is great because we want to go slow. Simulchip is fantastic. Dirty Laundry is okay. Chameleon is like a really, really slow card. I think one day Chameleon can be good with or without the turbine because it's not an AI. But the problem is the clicks that you spend to install this is really slow, right? Like having a click, it's funny that's kind of comparable to Boomerang, but installing this and then running every turn, oof. Compile is sick with Pichachon. Compile is really cool with Pichachon. But I'm imagining we're running R&D with nothing on it. Maybe that's foolish. I think also there's like some value in DAO to be playing D-Res in general, not because we're going to be super aggressive, but like if we can run HQ and emergency shutdown, like that actually has a huge upset on the game because the corporation like reses a big ice, we can move it, we can shut it down, right? Like this gives us a lot of reach. I think it's a card that I was actually really excited about in DAO decks. Even what's it called? What's that one that you make a run, they cost 3 credits more? If you're remote camping, does a legwork make sense? We have Waken Plant. That's going to be our HQ pressure. I wonder if instead of a legwork, we'd rather have a Docklands to get more pressure on HQ. I think 2 pinhole is fine. Just some criminal, it's just a criminal deck. 40 card decks though. Oh, shit, I hate 40 card decks. It's so hard to build a 40 card deck. Yeah, attack tread lightly. That one made some sense when DAO came out. As much as like System Gateway Special, you only need so many cards. It's not a bad DAO card, right? Because they can't res, and then that's fun. We still need a whole Breaker Suite though. So Unity is not very good early. What are the decoders we have access to? So Unity is a bit slow. Probably 2 Conduit. Echelon is really slow. So we don't actually have a lot of good aggression with this list. Then if we want to play a killer, we can play Gauss or Cleaver. We have no influence for Cleaver. ESD feels good when the corp has big ice, but terrible when they have like a drafter or you're on Echelon. Yeah, but E shutting down a Brawn is good. E shutting down a Hagen can be pretty good. It's not so much, it's more so to give you the flexibility to be able to like run R&D on a D-res. Panweave is 4 influence. Yeah, Panweave is almost never worth it. Even in Criminal, it's not worth it. For what it's worth, Panweave is probably best not in Criminal, because against Criminal, you're expecting HQ pressure anyways, so you protect HQ with some sort of, gusto. And admittedly, like, maybe, yeah, this is a cool way to make them res, but like 4 influence and a meat damage, it's a bit unfortunate. I don't think we have enough money. I don't think we have enough breakers. I honestly don't know how to build a lean breaker suite that doesn't require a lot of setup. Like Echelon, Unity, Turbine is at the start. For the Fractor, like Cleaver maybe comes in, and then we have to cut one of these. Eco may be reasonable since you can yeet unfavorable sentries. Eco is like slow and expensive. Like the big issues we have is, okay, so big sentries will be yeeting anyways, right? Now, if they trash the Eco, that's a bit ugly for us. Eco doesn't deal with drafter well. Not that anything in Shaper really does. Don't be scared of high influence cards. Well, the cost associated with playing it is really, really high, right? Like, is it better that we play that or have a Hermes more consistently on turn 1? Probably the Hermes, right? Like, it's a mixture of high influence and the cost of anything else, right? I don't know. Is nanotech still legal? It is, Mark. But nanotech is not particularly good at anything. So nanotech is like very quintessentially the original, oh, Shaper has no good way of dealing with drafter. It's only really good if they stack a lot of sentries. Maybe we have some control over that. So I could see, you could argue that it's okay in DAO. It's a bit more expensive than Echelon, but like at the end of the day, you break drafter for 5. That sucks. What do you break it for in Echelon? Ideally, you're breaking it for, at worst case, yeah, for 5. But it doesn't deal with that much that well, right? So, and a minimum comes in at 2 strength. If you have to break like an archer, it's really bad. Remember it at 2 strength. It technically is 2 strength, right? Because it gives itself its own strength. So that's not too bad. But like this needs to be 3 strength. And there's no way for you to do that on your own terms. Like Echelon, you can install another breaker and kind of get there. Nanotech was being important to Crim during Jinja's survey era. Yeah, Nanotech used to be like very good because there were a lot of tall servers. It was one influence. It was very, very, very playable for a long time. And it was kind of upsetting because the best killer was in Shaper, or in Shaper, which you could argue modernly still is the case. The quest for the correct cards take away from the fun. Well, at least for me. I hear you, but there's like a balance between consistency and fun. Like if I spend 4 influence for a card that when I draw into the mid game doesn't do a lot, I think I lose more fun than what I would get from drawing it on turn 1 and not wanting to play it because we have no way to run through Ice on HQ anyways. You know what I mean? Like we're trying to find a midpoint between that. Does Leave No Trace see ever play? It only sees play in really unhealthy D-res decks. It is relatively expensive on influence. It's not the cheapest run event. What it does is kind of unfair, but it's the only card that you see in like Rubicon Switch D-res decks, specifically in Criminal with like Amakua and a bunch of other banned cards. So it doesn't generally see play, but when it sees play, you know you're in for a miserable time as a corporation. So maybe that means you should see more play. The thing is, like, run events like this, it's kind of like inside job. You probably should be doing it on the remote server. There's not a lot of ways to make a good run on a central server when the run event itself is doing the run, right? Leave No Trace is an issue where you can't run the first Rashida and the trash easily without breaking for later. Where you can't run the first Rashida and trash easily without breaking it for later in the game. It's kind of, sort of. Kind of. You have to commit to run it. You're right. As soon as you run the remote server and they res their ice, it's really, really bad. Jank, new Arkham Taboo and Errata just dropped. Yeah, came out before the stream started a bit. Not some big changes. Just what you'd expect, really. It's like one of the softest changes to the list, which I feels like more to me they had to get that out before Veil came out because there's some problems with Veil, it seems. I don't know. What do you think about it? Okay, what are we missing? What else are we looking at here? So 2 of each breaker because we don't have SMC kind of makes sense. Fermenter for economy is cool. We're not on Pichashant, just Telework Nuka. We're in daily casts, and maybe we should cut some of the slower stuff considering we are a smaller deck. I think we'd rather be on Tread Lightly than Leave No Trace 80% of the time. Yeah, I could see that. Unless you want them to have the ability never to res. You can include both. That comes at a huge cost. When 6 of your 40 cards are, obviously you wouldn't do Endow, right? Because I think that's a fallacy, right? It's like you can play both, but there's only so many slots in your deck that have to exist outside the fundamentals that you have to do. This is more pronounced on the corp side, right? On the runner side, you can play a bit more nonsense. But like fundamentally, a big part of your deck has to be economy, card draw, breakers, pressure. And so it's actually really hard. You usually have like only a handful of slots to do something cool and cute. And so playing both of them, you know what happens? Just going through it now, I'm still several cycles behind, so I'm not familiar with a lot, but the player card taboos and res seem fine. Yeah, they seem fine. It's weird that their article doesn't ever do a good job at telling you if something comes off the list. Like the last time they did a taboo thing and things came off the list, it doesn't say. You had to take the old list and compare with the new list. Like, why don't you say things come off? Like, whatever. I think Crimps are only running Echelon because of Amakua. I'll be interested to see if Shaper still is the best killer after FFG rotates. I think the Amakua is a big part of it. But I also think a big part of it... Amakua's... No, we're probably not running a lot. I think another big part of it, though, is like... Yeah, that's almost entirely it. It's really hard. Like, Carmen doesn't have good breakpoints against, like, drafters really bad. So I think you need any other way to get through it or accelerate through it. But without Amakua, would they play it? Maybe. I still think there's some board states where you trash Amakua because you're playing, like, Chesva, Bankroll, Breaker, Breaker, Breaker. You can build a good foundation using 0 influence. Yeah. Yeah, you can. But that doesn't mean that you should spend your influence however you want. Crims are running Echelon because of drafter, period. I think criminals don't put down Echelon to break drafter early. I think you use Amakua or Boomerang. Igor Palangi for drafter, break with Cleaver. It's a lot of steps. It's a lot of steps, right? Like the amount of steps to do all that versus just install another breaker generally doesn't line up. Hey, Stab. This class is going. You get back to school. You focus. You take good notes. All right. Do we have enough influence? Do we have enough, money? What are we not playing that we want to play? A bit cheesy. Where we just don't have a straight up enough money or we don't have any combo potential, right? Like we want to get a big click turn. Yeah, laundry's fine. I think laundry's probably good enough. It gives us some legs into like assets. Is mining accident better than emergency? It threatens all centrals. It does, but we're not running a lot. So if we're not running a lot, we don't actually get that much value out of bad publicity. I think for mining accident to be good, you need to focus on like economic denial. You need to be running constantly. You need to be in an assets meta. Psych Mike Aeneas. I don't love Aeneas because it stops you from trashing things. Psych Mike is like arguably it, but like Psych Mike probably fires once a game to give us 3 credits, right? It's really difficult to get good value from. Like Dirty Laundry will probably give us Psych Mike credits, but also be playable on most parts of the game. Let's see what this draw's like. Sick. Gamble. Sorry, I mean that. We do Hermes. We do Sure Gamble. We do probably Creative. Then we need card draw. Not enough card draw. Let's put in Nuka. Mining Accident Bankroll was my super aggro combo back in the day, but I don't know if Shaper could pull that off. I think you could. I think Mining Accident is worth considering in Ari because like you do so much at run speed, like installing Trojans, obviously breaking ice. You are running a lot, but this deck is not going to be running a lot. Maybe we do that. I don't know how I feel about 3 Nuka. It's a bit difficult. Maybe you should have 2 Nuka and Earthrise. Obviously a good financial start. So we do Diesel into Gamble. I don't think we put that in Telerik. Actually, we probably don't do Gamble. I think we do install Telerik, hit Telerik. And then just Creative. Next turn we start 2 clicks on Nuka. We're getting somewhere. 1x Conduit probably good. I don't know. Needs draw, Joyride time. I don't want to be running R&D, Jeff, until we can get in and just like Conduit to death. I think 1x Conduit is probably okay. I just like want to be in a situation where we have an open R&D and we can close the game out, right? Like if they leave R&D open for a single turn, we want to Conduit and just go. Because if we have Hermes, we blow it out. Like it's actually very likely that we should drop E-Shutdown and play 3 Hermes. Why 2 Conduit? Because I think Conduit with Hermes is actually a play that you can pursue sooner than ever. And spending 6 to get the SMC into Conduit is like unaffordable. That's what I'm thinking. Might not be right. But like we need to have our pressure card in hand. Because like say they don't ice up R&D here, obviously we need a Hermes for this to make sense. But if we had like Econ, Hermes, Conduit go, the game is kind of messed up. What's our simul chip targets here? SMC, throwing out our second Conduit or our first Conduit when we can't afford it. We probably could cut a single SMC. It's also just good to have SMC in the meta because there's a bunch of ice that like goofs you up. Nanook solves early aggression issue against Gear Check and is faster than Amakua. Yeah, but Nanook is unplayably bad. I really hate Nanook. I hate this card so much. This beautiful bear. On that note, I watched an hold on, sidebar. I watched an X-Men episode from the 90s show yesterday. X-Men. This is going to remind me of it. What's it called? Repo Man? And Wolverine is like goofing around in Canada. And he runs into a team of Canadian mutants that are so absurdly Canadian that it was nearly offensive parody. And I'm just remembering because Nanook is one of the few Canadian characters. There's this thing called, please don't play a video, called James Hudson. This is a guy in a Canadian suit who is invulnerable. Then it gets worse. Not her. Jean-Paul Bubier, Québécois, to dress like kind of like a Québécois flag. And then the other, I think Aurora, Jean-Marie Bubier, just some, you know, token Québécois folk that fly around. Then there's the Sasquatch Canadian hero. Then we get Michael Two Young Men, a First Nations character. Then there's just Eugene Judd, who's named as the Puck, who is a small guy who's like a hockey puck. He rolls up in a black ball and throws himself at people. Canada. And then I think actually some of these, this is Naria, a Canadian hero, Snowbird. Wolverine's Canadian too, 100%, which is why he was in Canada. And he's a cool Canadian hero. All the other ones were like hilariously absurd. Like, oh, it's Canada. We'll make a hockey puck. The hell? What a great show. Yeah, Wizard, how's it going? It was entertaining, but like really bad. really bad out there. Hey, Pouch. X-Men from the 90s, best show ever. I've been really enjoying it. I did not watch it back in the day. We didn't have cable growing up. So like a lot of TV kind of, besides like The Simpsons, really. -1 Nuka, -1 Virication. Virication is kind of hard to play. It's weird how it is, right? So the reason I don't like Nanook, it's very expensive. The numbers are honestly not that good. And then obviously Nanook leaves you 2 MU is also a bit tricky. Like, it's just generally not the best way to dealing with anything. If we needed like a stopgap solution, I would sooner play Mayfly. And I think the numbers on Mayfly are actually comparable to Nanook, because the amount you save on an install, it actually kind of basically matters. Nanook costs big money, often departs after 1 turn or less. Yeah, it's really, really not great. Alpha Flight exists outside of the cartoon, part of Wolverine's story. Is Snowguard an X-Men? Because I'm familiar with Snowguard. I just thought Snowguard might have been one of those characters. Oh yeah, this is one of the characters from Nunavut. Cool. Snowguard's cool. And I think you saw something like Snowguard, like one of the mutants was changing into like a bear and an owl and stuff, which I only largely know from Marvel Snap. Hope you're well too. Thank you. G&K just dropped. Yeah, Jeff, we pulled it up. I think those are... I was a bit critical by the Nationals pool. Those are much better prizes, unfortunately. Also, but like if the Italian superhero was Pizza Dude forever, yeah, like Spaghetti Man, right? Like it doesn't make any sense. It somehow made it to Italian public TV, so I watched it growing up. Yo, get out. That's sick. I know people love it, and they're redoing the 90s X-Men stuff, and yeah, X-Men are kind of cool. -1 Conduit, +1 Beatrice, Fiera, Gonzalez. Because what even is the card? The problem though with Beatrice is that Beatrice doesn't work with Conduit. When you do Breach R&D, the trigger obviously on Conduit, we won't make the run, but it says when a successful run on R&D ends. So there's like anti-synergy. I think if we had good synergy there, that would be a good reason. And I think there's like some reasons to play Beatrice, but already with Waken Plan, I think we have enough pressure on HQ, right? But I do think there are some decks that want to play Beatrice. I just think there are decks that need to get value from R&D. I'm not suggesting it because it works. I think this might be fine. This might be fine. The Herald. We're just gonna tunnel Essentials. I've never seen that card played. Me neither. Beatrice was Wake is a fun combo. Oh, that will work, right? Because Wake says when you breach R&D, he doesn't care about the run. Yeah, that's the sort of thing you need, is that you need some sort of thing that is synergistic. So it's actually really cool that you can use Wake to get the counter on a Beatrice run and then use it. Actually, no, because Beatrice replaces the run. Was she like Sneak Door? Yeah, so you can do your successful trigger on HQ first to get the counter, right? That is actually a neat combo. It just, unfortunately, Beatrice is like kind of hard to play. If Beatrice was once per turn and cost a single click, yeah, okay. Bones over Shutdown. So the way that we build on this channel is we build a deck that is entirely meta agnostic. And if we play against Grudgework Acid Spam and we just lose, we'll get salty and we'll make no changes to the deck whatsoever. So generally what I do is I try to build a deck, for better or for worse, that is like archetypally exactly what we want to do. And then we figure out what parts work, what parts don't work. And then we realize how bad our matches up are into other stuff. And then we add the tech cards. So like Bones, good card. Hannah, good card. I just don't think we're going to go out of the way to play those until we're required to play them and we realize parts of this do or not work. And to build, we'll just tunnel Essentials. It's, hey, welcome to Hermes Tāo. Yeah, but no, that is generally a thing that we go out our way to do. It's like we try not to build a deck that's like, we have tech cards for this. We just try to do our thing and then see how the corporation batters against us. And then off of that, we try to make more intelligent changes. Anyone else know that Arisan is in the photo of the background of Beatrice? Yeah, they're partners. I think it was written by Aaron, but yeah, they're canonically partners. It's the same couple on Joyride too. The two of them are a couple. Yeah, it's cute. It's good. There's some really good narrative stuff you can find on SG, but it is the two of them. They're on a bunch of art together, I think. Maybe a bunch is a bit too much, but on a couple. I don't have JNet open. Me and my friends are making hot garbage in Digimon because we're all tired of meta and do not care anymore. At some point, you just stop caring. It's a really cool meta right now, right? Because there's still some tournaments. We should talk about Sunset, I guess, after this. But yeah, it's the point that people are just kind of out there doing nonsense as much as like corp decks are probably getting crushed. Like it's hard to play a not good corp deck and then play into like Lou and play into like Infinite Imp. It's like not fun. I think that's one of the downsides of the Infinite Imp aggro decks is like, you just get rolled if you play against tier 1. And we've had that a lot. We played a lot of like medium decks against like tier 1, you know, Infinite Imp stuff. And it's just like, not only do you lose, they pull you apart and then pull you apart really slowly. Because that deck is not very good at producing multi-axis. It just ruins you. Like it just does one real bad poke in the eye every turn. So your mileage may vary, but at least right now there's a lot of creativity in deck building. Is there a place where all of NSG lore is collected so I don't need to scrape through the blog posts? Not that I know, but what you can do is you can, hold on. They're probably tagged. So if you go to NSG's website, you can probably search by a search. Oh, this is new too, at Emerald City. Where's Emerald City? But you can probably search by a clause. So hold on. Let's just find the last story that went up here, which was probably Scorpies, which we haven't done a live read yet. But if you do hashtag fiction, it should open up all the hashtags. Apparently not. Apparently that's a new thing. So maybe hashtag story. All right, NSG website, you gotta just sort your shit out and give us a story page. Thank you. It's in Seattle. Booth 1003, the 29th of February. That's a real date, not a false date. Cool. So yes and no, you probably have to search for it. There's probably a tag, but I don't know how consistent it is. Apologies for that. You can find them on the NSG blog under hashtag story, hashtag tag. Yeah, you thought so too, huh? You and I both. I'm asking mostly in context of the burner being a thing now as well. Oh, hey, Minstrel, if you don't mind coming back to Nanook for a second, do you see anyone fooling around with it, plus ways to stop corpse from scoring but not stealing? Stargate, because I can and similar. I think that was largely the idea. Mind you, the biggest issue with Nanook is that it was balanced around... Oh, Tron played this at Sunset, I'm pretty sure. It was balanced around a card called Cabanessa Wu that was able to produce the bear cheaply from the deck so that it could do a run and leave. That sucks that Cabanessa Wu doesn't exist anymore. So the balancing of like Nanook had to be powered down because it was so good in Wu, and then without Wu it feels like a bit of a, you know, a sore thumb. I think there could be. I think I've seen it where we've seen like infinite imp decks with Nanook. We've even tried them on the channel, and the unfortunate thing is like inherently it is just not as good as playing Real Breakers. Like the numbers on it aren't amazing. It is expensive and it is clumsy. That even if you could always not steal, and mind you, when the corporation scores, you do lose your Nanook, which is a problem. It's still not worth it. The numbers on it are not good enough. Just unban Woo, easy fix. I found something /blog/category/story. Oh, sick. Okay, there might be something on their website. Thank you. Let me see if I can pull that up. /blog/category/story. Wait, up here? How'd you do that? Hold on. How'd you find that out? Oh, sick. Okay, that does work. I'll link that in the description. NSG, you should have that up on your page somewhere more reasonable, unless I can't find it, because you have good stories. Why hide them? Have beans been spoken about yet? No. I don't have the link. Is it out yet? Because I was talking to Cody for a while now, and Cody's like, I'll let you know when it's out, and I hadn't heard anything back. Okay, so Building a Better World says, whenever you play a transaction, gain a credit. It is definitely one of the IDs printed. It was the first Wayland ID that kind of puts things in context. There are some punishments. Having money might matter for punitive, but also there is a big old barrier that's called blockchain that can really goof you up real bad. So here's where we could do like Hermes run R&D and win, but I'm assuming that there's not a lot of agendas in here, and they're 5/3s, so having extra simul chip targets is reasonable. So we're just going to start up. So we definitely want to get daily cast down. I don't think we need to do Sure Gamble daily cast creative. If we install Hermes, it's actually reasonable because they might hostile if they care about money, and then hostile we bounce HQ, which is kind of fun. So I think we're going to do shit. I guess we do Sure Gamble Hermes daily cast. You'd rather creative that turn, but if we did, you know, Hermes daily cast, we would have no money. So this plays around hostile. If they jam at hostile, maybe that's part of me just saying like Wayland built to last circa, they just play hostile. So what could this be? I'm assuming it's a wall to wall. We probably should trash that. If you click the pink storage shit under the picture, it takes you there too. Oh, sick. Okay, cool. So we'll check server 1. If it's a wall to wall, trash it. It could be a snare or something. I don't know if Tron published a list. It's a Cyber Sand Harvester. I'm assuming that's in the deck. It's because it matters. So now it's gone. So we'll see how long before Tron scores out. Eventually there's enough ice that outscales the Hermes. Like that's the problem that we're probably not ready for. So I think we're gonna draw up here. We can hit Teleware creative. Maybe Nuko is more important there because we need more card draw than this hand. This scares me because this probably means there's a lot of ice and we're playing some sort of like Dirtle Glacier deck, which is like not great because we have a very limited economy in the deck. We have nothing that scales infinitely. Okay, this is worrisome. I don't know what upgrades we're worried about, but almost anything. It's really hard to tell what upgrades could be in this deck because we have no idea what the deck archetype could be. So if it's Angelique, it's 2 damage. It's very likely to be something like that, one that gives you a tag for every card you trashed. So we're just gonna hope it's not an issue. That could work out for us, I guess. I think you wait for the corp to have 2 on the cyber stand before you trash it, so they either lose 2 credits or pay 0. Yeah, but they'll probably ice it up, and then once it's iced up, we have no incentive to run anywhere. Like, you're totally right. It gets us an awkward spot, but with 18 credits, like, they don't have to. They could actually still let us trash it for 4 and be comfortable. So if they were on 4 credits, yeah, maybe. But when they're on 18, it doesn't really matter what we do. I think I'm just going to play every econ card we have because we're probably going to need them. And see what happens. Like, this is probably, we're going to add a clearinghouse or something. Oh, slash and burn. This is the hostile we played around. So I'm just going to, assuming this got installed first. So there might be a Winchester. So we'll do Tāo. We'll do a little swap. They played, so there has to be a Spin Doctor on the table because they have a slash and burn. And then we'll return this ice to hand, which maybe that's wrong because we're assuming that's the Winchester. But if they have to put the Winchester in R&D, so be it. No idea what the ice could be. Now, if they don't have a Spin Doctor, like running archives is a huge problem for them. And this is why we play 2 conduits. So we have a conduit here, but I don't think it's going to matter. We have no run event to run archives. We'll just run archives. They're on fast advance. I think having Clot actually would be kind of cool. But yeah, Spin Doctor makes sense. So I don't know what this upgrade is. We might want to just check here. We have 1 bad publicity. It can't be that bad. So RLC and slash and burn. RLC could be a part of a combo, but also is just like a transaction. If we lose the cleaver to damage here, I'm going to check what this is. I think there's a chance we take a tag, but like we might as well deal with this while we can. It's a virus. Oh, sick. They could have done a damage for 20 on 24 credits. I think paying a net damage there is actually kind of reasonable. Nuka. Okay. Don't have much to do here. What do we want to install? We can install the second Nuka, which we will anyways. Getting the Simul chip down threatens nothing. Getting the cleaver installed is whatever. I think we can just afford to install this. If we're worried about like, no, actually that might be wrong. At least we have Simul chip, but here now we have to face check into trash stuff. Was tapping Telework Sure Gamble there possible above the law? It's a possibility you want to play above the law. It's kind of tricky. I think if we lose the 9 on here, we'll actually less upset than losing a daily cast. So maybe. Yeah, that might have been right. So I don't know what this is. I don't think it's that good for us. I think we will check it. We have bad publicity. So even if it is one of these cyber sands, it's not that bad. But it's increased drop rates. Yeah, this is not a good card to exist. So either we take a tag or they remove a bad publicity. This also fires from archives. Bad publicity, I don't think a Netrunner should be removed, let alone with this. So I feel like there's going to be a whole lot of illicit ice, which is a bit of a bummer. I feel like we're going to be trapped into this game where we're not going to have a lot of central pressure, or like we're going to have to wait for them to control the narrative. So I think we can just take the tag here. The bad publicity is worth it already on the trash, so that's okay, I think. We can get Nuka down. We can hit the Telework. Clear the tag. That's fine. Not running archives of fires. So I wonder if there will ever be any more trace cards once FFG 2021. There's only 4 left if that happens. Talking of Winchester made me wonder this. Yeah, there's not a lot of them. And I think you can still use Link in an interesting way, but I don't know if the trace rules are going to continue to be relevant once there's rotation. The problem is it's going to be a while because there's a bunch of trace cards in Ashes, and those don't rotate out of standard for a really long time, as much as there's a lot of not a lot, but some FFG trace cards as well. So it's weird because there's like so much of the rules space to some extent there's, you know, has to be trace based, but they don't matter. It's really, really strange. I think trace is in such a weird spot. I do think that trace isn't the best, right? Like I think there's more interesting trace cards than we're seeing sometimes. There's only 4 in Ashes. Yeah. Punitive, Scapenet, Winchester, Trebuchet. That's my guesses, but they're important cards, right? Okay. Oh, 1 in SU21. That would be Punitive. So I don't know what the 4th one is in Ashes then. This is like the first real deck to use Armed Acid Protection. Yes, it would. It would. It seems like it is. Less trace, more Psi. Psi is really expensive. Yeah, Punitive is SU21. That is correct. So here we want to be able to face check into this. I think we're okay with resing this, but I do think we want to try it. So here we can do Echelon Overclock. We can't beat Code Gates. I think this is defensible. If it's a blockchain, it's really bad. Okay, looks like it's a trap. We have no way to use the overclock. It's a hostile. Oh, sick. So we'll do Dao. They just got mess stuff up. Hermes. No res there is surprising. So we can run R&D for a single. So there's a big, this deck has a lot of agendas, right? I don't know if it's on 5/3s. We can get an Axis here. I think we should because it just does some amount of damage. We don't have that much else to do. Okay, that's really good. Then we'll return this to hand. And that's good. Now we need to see what the rest of the agendas are. A punitive 3 times maybe. If he's removing BP, Valenchow might be somewhere. I think Valenchow will be somewhere for sure. And I think Trebuchet is also worth playing around. There's armed acid protection. Wait, it was just gain 3? Oh, and then gain 3. Okay. So that was a click for a bit more. It's good money. I don't know what to be scared of. Flip switch interacts with it, doesn't initiate. Yeah, it has trace on it, but it doesn't actually do a trace. What's all this money for? I'm not sure. Big deal's very likely it. So I'm assuming that the deck's on hostiles and a bunch of 5/3s, and then because it has a virus, which you'd play anywhere, probably just gonna be big deal from hand. Again, not excited. It is gonna be slow. We have an SMC, which is good. So we just want to make sure we have enough money. The problem too is if we try to interact with a big deal and find an agenda, we get punitived. So we'll see. They can't win off of a single big deal. Or if they big deal, the R&D gets opened up, which is okay. So they have to put more ice here. We have to also watch out, right? They've gone through a fair few cards. We can consider trashing the Spin Doctor because we probably should because we know they're on Slash and Burn. So what do we install here? Yeah, we should threaten the Spin Doctor. Like we can just set up our whole rig. Like we can just do SMC, overclock the Spin Doctor. We have to crack the SMC immediately as much as we can still respond to the Spin Doctor. And then we can pull out our decoder and then we're in an okay spot. I think that's the easiest way to use this hand. So we'll use this. We have priority. I think if they trash it, we can still respond and we'll just get the Unity. So we have all our breakers and then they probably crack the Spin Doctor. Otherwise we trash it for 1 with Bad Pub. But we definitely don't want to keep this on the table because they have Slash and Burn. I'm assuming Slash and Burn also means that they have access to, I wonder if they're going to get Wake Up called there, but they probably have access to real 3/2s, like an Above Law, something like that. So the big card we have to play around is this thing called Blockchain. Yeah, that's not good for us. Well, that's very bad for us. So Blockchain, it's a 7 cost barrier. I think it's 4 or 5 strength. And it gains extra subroutines 4 strength for every 2 transactions face up in archives. So this thing gets a lot of subroutines. Now we still break it for like 3 or 4 credits, probably with Cleaver, which is really good once we get our turbine down. So it's actually not that bad. Blanking this text, mind you. And that's why this is Sunset deck. So there's no Rashida. We have to watch out. It's a Sunset. So there's no NGO, there's no Rashida. So anything advanced is probably an agenda. But again, we don't have to do much here. If we nuke, we're on 8 cards. I'd argue we don't have to nuke here. We can just like kind of go through our deck. We're gonna have an MU issue. Res 7, break 4. It'll get better. We don't want to run archives because we have no reason, let alone increased drop rates, fires from there. Great. Like, we're just doing the value-based thing. And at some point, Tehran will flood up once we get our Waken plant down and brave enough to go HQ. Blockchain versus Banhar is so good if unexpected. Yes, but you have to expect the blockchain. This is good. We like this. Armed Asset was for cost 2 and gained 7 with Built to World, so not bad. Now we can nuke it easily. So we're just gonna like do nothing, right? I'm sorry. We're gonna do nothing. Buckle up. We're doing nothing. Okay, so if they score out here, then we might SDS us, which is fine because we have Simulchip. The problem is we can only bounce 1 card here, so we probably take a card from the remote server and put on R&D, hoping it is like a border control or a surveyor or something that we don't break that hard. We want to get our Simulchip down, but ideally we're trying to get like our breaker, our rig, our turbine. So we could challenge us and force some reses. I'm worried there's an archer. At least if an archer is forfeited, we're in an okay spot. Atlas with counters might be a bit difficult. We could consider running HQ here and forcing a res. If it's a big old Stavka, it costs us a lot of money, but we have a lot of money. I think we just run HQ because there's a chance there's an agenda there. We can get the bounce. Do we overclock it? I don't think we do. I think we have enough money. Let's just take some money off of this and run HQ. This will be the first res, which is fine. We get some information. Pharos. Oof. It's a big one. Luckily, bad publicity, so we're only going to pay 5. So we definitely want to move that off. Another armed asset protection. Perfect. Blockchain against Cleaver Turbines. A joke. Yeah, it's not that bad. Simulchip over clock remote. I don't think we need to. Because like the Simulchip doesn't do that much, right? Because we have to trash one of our things to bring turbine in. So we'd have to like install conduit run remote, right? Now this could be a 3-2 or like one Atlas counter to deal with us. I'm glad that we spent a res cost there, but I think we're okay. I wish I highlighted which one of these we've used. For once per turns, I wish NSG like, or not NSG, JNet like faded them out or something. I think we just continue to truck along. Creative instead of telework. This could be an above the law, but maybe that's not good. So hopefully it's a 5-3. Nice. SDS. Okay, that's why we have Simulchip. So we are going to do DAO. 2x Simulchip is program positive. Yeah, but if I see what you mean, why we'd have 2. Yeah, maybe. So we'll do DAO to take one of these from here to here. We'll bounce this. So this is a remote ice. We have to Simulchip here ideally to bring in our cleaver. Now the problem is if an ice is resed here and it's big, we're on game point. So we should have installed the second Simulchip now because we could have pulled the SMC there. That's actually very wrong. Instead of drawing, we should have played a second Simulchip if we expected it to be an SDS, because then we could respond to this by playing 2 Simulchips, using the second Simulchip to pull the SMC, and then using the SMC to pull out the turbine. So that's not good. Because running HQ now costs 2 credits. We just need to get our wake down. Yeah, we goofed that. We goofed that. Yo, Limes, what's up? Hermes Tāo. I took this archetype to Worlds. Do you want to share your list? This is the first time I'm ever playing it, and we're playing a bit of a very boring deck. As much as we can E-shut down at Pharos. All you. Did we lose Tron? No. Okay, cool. Let me find it. Thank you. If it's published, I'll find it, so no big deal. I'll find it. You don't need to install the second Simulchip, just pull the SMC now. But I want to get the cleaver back. On your turn, lay the second one, crack SMC. Oh, you're totally right. Yeah, we goofed that. Yeah, we goofed that pretty bad. No, it's all good. Yeah, you're 100% right, because we trashed the SMC. That is way better. Beans. Thank you. Cool. Okay. So in this turn, we can do Simulchip overclock. Again, the question is whether we want to let an R&D ice to get res. I think we're just going to run HQ here. We've gone through a lot of cards. We spin doctored back no agendas, and we've gone through 46 cards. The density of this deck is probably around 9 to 10, considering there's a mixes of 3s, 1s, and 2s. So we can go there. Thank you, Limes. Let me see if I can grab that. Three Hermes, 2 Aeneas, to Kobe. Cool. Seems neat. Okay, so now if we do Simulchip, overclock HQ, we get in. We need to have some sort of pressure here. That is 2 clicks. Do we have a draw for Wake here? I think we'd be okay playing a Wake here if we can. I think we could consider doing it. Me copying yet another largest list. The Wake is 1 in 13. Like, we've almost bottomed out. I think I'll try it. Nah, whatever. If this installs something, it actually would save us a credit, but I don't think we're going to need the MU until a bit later. So we'll just do this. Overclock HQ. So we'll use the SMC and the bad publicity and the overclock credits to go get the turbine. Then we can use Simulchip to go get the cleaver. Cleaver, mind you, was banned in Sunset. Hermes Tāo would work well with Sneak Door Beta. Yeah, it's not bad. It's a good reason to ice archives. The problem is MU is really tight. But yeah, Sneak Door is not bad at all. Kind of like that, actually. Too big to fail. So obviously we could trash this. We run HQ for 1 credit. I think we just hammer HQ again. If they push into remote server next turn, are we cooked? 3, 4, 5, 6. There's been 6 points and 20 cards. I think there's another one in HQ. I'm going to go for it. This is really cheap. It's unfortunate we don't have card draw here, But like breaking a Pharaohs for 2 seems kind of cool. 1 with bad club, Valenchao. Okay. We boost break for about 1 to 4 credits. Trashing too big to fail makes AAP better. Yeah, they already have a transaction though, so it's okay. It makes blockchain better. Looks like in all 5-3 decks, we've seen Hostile and we've actually seen Slash and Burn. So might not be. I think there's some mix because Slash and Burn was played aggressively. Okay, I think we can charge server 6. So I think we can do Nuka draw, Nuka run. We could just run sooner. We're going to have 18 credits. There's going to be a lot of ice spent here. I think this is likely to be, mind you, there's no Rashida, so it could be increased drop rates, right? Like, whatever. But I think we want to force some reses here. As much as there is a too big to fail in hand, maybe the reses aren't that good. We'll see how deep we can get. I'm worried that this is the silly ambush. Here it is, blockchain. So how many subs does it have? 5. Okay, I'll pay 3 credits. Cool. Cool. Cool card. It's neat to see support cards like this. I'm sorry. But yeah, when they pay 7, we pay, 2 with bad publicity. It's not great. Let's see how much they spend on this one. Trebuchet, okay, another bad publicity. That's good. This is 5 for us. We have to be a bit careful. Is there a red cap deck then? It actually could be, yeah. Spin Doctor, okay. So that's the last Spin Doctor unless they put the Spin Doctor back. So this server was a ruse. We have no run events, so Armed Acid and Spin Doctor goes back. So we can run HQ here now. She's drawn a couple. So that's for now for free. We run HQ for free. We could do install Nuka, hit Nuka. We don't find anything, but these are free runs. We should just take as many of these as we can. Hitting it too big to fail now is good. Not if he plays drop rates. Oh, that's a good point. Yeah, it's probably not because he's removing bad publicity. That's a really good point. So this is free. I'm gonna do it. Probably has another, unfortunately. Andre, thoughts on the UK getting regionals in 2024? Yo, I have to talk about that. I haven't talked to Bubbles yet, but I know that in the UK there's like a tournament series now that's being, okay, that makes sense. That's being organized, which is really, really cool. I'm glad the UK is doing that. I think organized play is sick, but I don't know enough about the specifics yet, but I'm happy that you told me that there's stuff going on there. So now the remote server is like somewhat we can deal with it. Install advanced is likely to be an agenda, which is difficult as much as we can like run R&D here. If Tron doesn't get a too big to fail, that might be a bit hard because Valenchao is beaten relatively easily. Look at a good pen weave would be here now. It wouldn't be. It wouldn't be that good. What, we want to pay a meat damage and a card to gain a credit and then lose a credit? It's once per turn. It's not even like whenever. First time per turn. Okay, I don't think we have to run that. I think baiting us on the remote server is a bigger issue. If we run HQ, we know one of the cards here is punitive, so I think we just set up to continue. Is there web presence for the regionals? Yeah, I don't actually know. Like Wake is what we want here. This is so much better. Just slam Conduit. I want to make sure that they can't res. So hopefully they score at a 3-2. But I think here we slam Wake. We run HQ. Like this is our pressure now. Like this is better than Penweave. Fine. Unlikely we die to punitive. That punitive specifically. But yeah, having some reason to get ice on archives would be really good. A sneak door. Credit, so they're single advance. Okay. So they have seamless we could lose next turn. They've advanced it so we know that it's not like a certain subsection of traps. We could obviously pinhole it for information. But we're assuming border control. So this is a trebuchet. We have 2 bad publicity. So we boost break this thing. We don't have another program to install or an icebreaker specifically. So we break this for 5. So that's 5. This is 3. So that's 8. We're assuming there's a border control. I don't think we can run this again. I think we have to win off of centrals. So probably our line is like telework, run HQ, run R&D. The upgrade is likely to be another one of these silly drop rates. 6 events from June to September, lots of unique pricing. Super cool. Yeah, but I think here we just want to get an access and we have to keep our money up so we don't die to punitive. With only 3 cards in hand, mind you, Tron could have double punitive. If that's the case, we want at least 3 cards in hand on our side. Because we'll probably be okay. Because if we get a Hermes, we can bounce this, and that's great. So I think we always run HQ here first. Man, breaking Pharaohs for free. Kind of cool. Blockchain. Okay, so we know 2 of the 3 cards. So we can run R&D. We probably take 3 more credits. We'll be an 8 on the run. This gives us a click left to remove a tag if we need to. Let's see how this goes. I don't think we have time for conduit. No further. No further. Uh-oh. Let's die to punitive. Card from deck, armed. Card from deck, slash and burn, huge, because we don't get punitive. So we'll use Tāo. I don't think we'll use Tāo here. I think that's the best ice we can imagine on HQ. So we'll Hermes this thing. Swap 2 pieces of ice. I'm going to say no. Card from deck, tree line. Okay, that's fine. So it is increased drop rates, which we should have seen. So if we take a tag, we can clear the tag here, and we can trash this for free. We'll have enough cards in hand. They have an advanceable card in HQ. If it's a 2-pointer, we'll could die to double punitive, so I'm just going to take a tag. The value we get from the bad publicity is worth the tag for sure. UK also rebuilding regional scene, sort of dead games that we're playing. Yeah, no, there's a lot of like, I'm not saying it's the NPC effect, but I think there's a lot of people who are like, wait, organized grassroots tournaments are totally doable, and we love organized playing this game. Okay, nice. So that's the card that was advanced. So the hand is punitive. This is either a blockchain or not the tree line. So this is likely the blockchain. We have an interesting game here. Mind you, our opponent is playing a sunset deck, so they're a bit slower. So we run here and a blockchain is rezzed. He goes down to 9. We break blockchain for 3. So it cost only 3 to run HQ to get a not very good access, but a good wake and plan charge. I think we can run R&D, right? If the ice is res, we move it into server 6. We probably should have considered that before, but if that's the case, we need a conduit. So I think we can take a turn off because that's an advanced card and we know the top of R&D. So let's just like bunker up. So let's nuke it. Nice. So I think we just get as much money as we can so that we can contest the next turn. So we'll do sure gamble, telework, creative, and the next turn we do drop conduit, run R&D. And then any agenda we steal gets ice off of R&D permanently. I think that's a line I haven't been pursuing. It's like, I didn't want to res ice on R&D, but if you steal an agenda, it fixes it. Above the law, Atlas with the counter. Sick. So they're on game point. We at least have the last hostile, but they have audacity or slash and burn we can lose here. Now we know their hand is punitive, tree line, 1 unknown card. So there's no single unknown card we lose on last turn. So we're going to not Tāo, I don't think. Unless we want to put the Pharaohs on R&D. I think we put the Pharaohs on R&D. Yeah, move the Pharaohs to R&D, says Ben. Yeah, we're going to move the Pharaohs to R&D because then there's only 1 ice that we break and it's free. And then we'll bounce this to hand. So we know ice, tree line, punitive, and then we can just drop conduit and pop off. So this will lock the top of the deck. We break this one for entirely free. This is exactly why you play Hermes Tāo. This is cool. This is genuinely cool. Punitive, okay. So we'll have double punitive. If we steal a 3-pointer, we win, so whatever. This is why you'd want Peach of Sean in the deck. Forgetting that there's some amount of ice we will break. Bad publicity is really good. Punitive, hedge, okay. We've seen 1 Mavirus so far. I don't think we lose next turn. It's very, very hard to lose. Punitive, hedge, government subsidy. Okay, wow. Well, now they're in a weird fork between Purge and anything else. So rude moving a Pharaohs on R&D because it's cheap to break a Pharaohs. I know, fix me. How's it going? It is weird. But hey, Cleaver Turbine. Oh, nice. Treeline Pharaohs is 10 strength. We've been cooked. We have been cooked. Super cool. So now it's a fair bit more expensive. So now we have to get it off HQ. So does anybody remember what the 3 cards were? Now their hand is 2 punitives. I forgot about that. Yeah, me too. And now there's no agendas for a while, so getting this off of R&D is hard. So now we're just going to farm HQ, which I think is fine. So we're going to run HQ. I take it back. Yeah, but everyone's hubris caught up with them. We should have seen that coming. That being said, even if they tree line to tree line, we'd be pretty upset. So we don't know what this is. Winchester we beat. So this is just to farm wake and blind charges, which is maybe not necessary, but it means that purging is pretty rough. We can afford 1 run through this. So I'm going to do this twice. I don't know what the next 5 cards in our deck are, but it's like super countable. There is no more economy in our deck. So that's good. We got that going for us. But now they have a weird fork between purging and not purging. We know the next 2 on the deck and they're not winning. We know punitive, punitive. I think we run once more and then we just telework. How do you get archive sorted? So Ben, I use this plugin called Cyberfeeder that Rahi has made for Firefox. You can find it by just searching Firefox plugin. It does a lot of really good stuff. I should track the information. Okay, top of the deck is broken. And one of the things, like you see all the card names on top of it, that's a part of it. But also if I hold control, it sorts the bin, which is super, super good. Obviously great. Yeah, it's the same one as the card name, exactly. It was added later, but Rahi's been doing an absolute kick-ass job. It is, if people are streaming events, I'd highly recommend using this because it makes it so much more watchable. Okay, so there's mandatory draw and draw. So the top of R&D is totally new. What does it cost for Cleaver to go into R&D? I don't think it matters. We have to boost 12. Yeah, I think we play the iron price. I think you're totally right. We do pay the iron price here. Do we have one more overclock in the deck? No. Let alone we don't want to. Let's hope. Boarding control here would be the worst case. Trebuchet. Okay, another bad publicity. Probably. Yeah, because even if this whiffs, we know that we have like the next 9 turns to not lose the game, right? Like nobody's winning. Unless there's like a DRM in hand that we didn't see for some reason. All right, break for 12. Okay. Hubris. It's good. So we're going to see 3 cards from Conduit and 3 extra cards. That's a good start. This is fine. Yeah, this is okay. So we'll do Dao. Hermes is mandatory, which is unfortunate. So we'll swap. What's not as bad? We just get the Pharaohs off of there. That's for sure. We're not running the remote server. Choose unres card to bounce. I guess that. Cyber Sand Harvester. You can draw that. Spin Doctor. Do we need money to access anything? No. I would have taken the remote apart. I could see that, but like if this whiffs, we have so many turns that we just run R&D again. I think it's a more boring game, but I see what you mean. Oof, okay, good game. That was the last axis. Oh, no, it's not. I think we just have Dao and Hermes to do. No, Hermes is mandatory. Oh, there's another one. Hermes is mandatory. Cool board state. Tree line. All right, nice. Think of the game. How is this in Sunset? So that's exactly why Hermes Dao is really cool. It like that is the game-winning board state. You have so much control over where the ice is. Obviously, we break the ice relatively well, but our deck has no tricks besides the tricks that are on the table. The Waken plan is really cool. It is really cool. That awkward moment when you win on Jaina but have to keep winning, you can walk away. It's just kind of cool to see what the run would have done. Because currently there's only 2 more points in all of R&D, which I imagine is like an above the law. Because this is 18 points. It went fine. I was in contention for the top cup, but I took an ID to get to bid. Ah, fair, reasonable. Ah, fair. That's cool. Fun format? Yeah, we'll look at the results at Sunset because it's obviously an interesting data point. The first ever Sunset tournament was this weekend. There was like 19 players. It was streamed on Twitch on Null Signal Netrunner. So it's the first data point. I know there's another one coming up, but it was like 20 players. I need you to miss on Slash, and then I could put a counter on Alice, and if I add the last point, it's fine. I feel like Inversificator Kit is the better ice swapping deck, but I'm not sure. Yeah, I could see it. I think Rashida is more fun than not. I agree. Yeah, I do think Rashida is just a fun card. And again, Sunset is not a ban list. It's just testing for data points. But I do think inherently Rashida is a fun card. Hermes versus Ma, what it comes down to. I know, Ben, that you've been playing. I haven't seen any of it, but Ma Kit, which seems also quite fun. Trying to think of a card that can add pressure off of open archives. I think Sneak Door is the best. I think Eero is way too expensive on multiple axes. I think Sneak Door is it, but then you have an MU issue. Red Team, arguably, but like you generally don't want to be playing Red Team in this deck. Even just like Leech is something, Amakua is something, but like there's not a lot of turns where we want to run archives for no reason, so I don't really love those. But I think like Leech, maybe Takobi. And Geo Dredge Attitude outfeel pretty good. Same with Benhard, Daily, and Boomerang. Just open up a lot of options. Yeah, there's some cards that like without it, I think the game's more interesting. I think Rashida's like cool though. We got knocked out of Fight Club sadly, but Ty, who beat us, is also playing Kit. Oh, sorry. Were they fun games? Who's on your team, Ben? Was it like the Pittsburgh crew? Or the Philly crew? I'm not sure exactly how it works. Divide and Conquer. It's a lot of influence. It technically works with Wake, but yeah, it's a lot of influence. London and Colin. Oh, super cool. Yeah. That was the expected outcome of the format. People just jamming Knob Anarch. Yeah, that was like the bummer about Sunset. Is like right at the time that Sunset was announced, there was like the very good Anarch deck that is kind of the most common deck, and it is honestly nearly untouched by the ban list. So I imagine a lot of the Sunset results are just going to be like people playing that deck. Cool. Oh, neat. Red team more like bad team? It's not that bad. It's not that bad. I think it's a card that, especially like without things like daily cast and stuff like that, it's fine. No dirty laundry, eh? Thanks again for the game. I don't mind. I would like a game. I like Netrunner where red team is a playable card. All right. We did our thing. It did its thing. The 2 conduit didn't seem great. Not going to change it though. Not yet. Too soon. Is Sec Test worth in playing with an open archives? I don't think so. Spending a click to gain 2 credits with no additional effect is probably not worth it, considering also Sec Testing is 3 influence. Right? Like our click for 2 credits to run archives is probably not as good as the other ways we're spending our clicks. Like we never clicked for a credit, so all our clicks should be better than 2 credits. If we did Sec Testing and then had other like payoffs, maybe. Fuck. Well, we had a good run. This is my favorite thing about rotation is Architects of Tomorrow is going to go. Why am I upset? Because they're going to res their ice. And then once their ice is res, Hermes Tāo doesn't do anything. This is the sort of deck archetype though that they can't go fast is eaten by conduit. By turbine, but like probably my least favorite idea. Okay, is this hand good? We have Telework, we have SMC, we have Diesel, we have Overclock. We're trying not to run early. This deck can be slow. Pinhole would be nice to deal with upgrades and like Rashidas and stuff like that. I think an early Nico and early Regolith is usually, I'm gonna mulligan this. That's comparable. I honestly don't have the DZs worth a slot. I don't think we're gonna have, because how much MU do we have installed? Usually 4. 3 breakers, a turbine, and a conduit, 5. So I don't honestly know if we need a DZ. It's probably not worth it. Thanks, you too. Fix is literally a heal of Netrunner currently. Why is that? Yeah, I don't know. Like we shouldn't be running a lot. Now, if they don't put another buy rate down, we should run this, right? What's a buy rate going to do to us? Eli? Border control? Totally fine. Let's go get a Rashida. If he cracks a border control here, mind you, border control is like half the influence of the deck. It's 3 influence of 12. Boom. Got him. So now he really has no money. Luckily we have Diesel here. Back to work. See you. Hey Ben, enjoy the rest of your day. Thanks for dropping in, huh? Just drawn up. Did Fix keep or did Fix mull? He kept. So he knows we can check that. We don't have a lot of good run events that give us like forward tempo. Not that it's like he probably would dirty laundry this. If they trade a border control for a dirty laundry, I think you're laughing. Cror, how's it going? How do you feel about NCIGS? Still cool? So I think this is probably a Jinja or like a what's it called? The 4 cost Tranquility. So we could overclock this. I do think it's probably an expensive card that we need to deal with. I think we're not going to use the overclock that quickly. I think we actually should overclock this. The other option is install Telework, hit Telework, run, so they can trade a border control for it. If we overclock into Rashida, it's really bad. I don't think Fix would jam a Rashida here unless his hand is really cursed. It might be a Spin Doctor to fix archives. I'm going to overclock it and assume that's an Jinja. This seems a bit strange, but I think this is just like a hard table call more than it is like maybe makes sense. I am that well the N6 guy. I know. It's a good day. Show me it's a Spin Doctor. Okay. Maybe that made more sense. Here we can run HQ to get some singles while we want. We can still deal with Ikawa. The hand is probably pretty messed up, right? Like we're 9 cards in. Next. Oh, that's not good for us. I think we'll go for another single. We're not setting up very quickly, but neither is he. Yeah. It's a good card. Hedge fund. Bummer. So at least here he can't credit hedge fund. He needs a greasing to get out of this. Because he has 8 cards in hand. And he shuffled 1 back from archives. So there actually probably was only 1 agenda in there. If it's a really slow 5-3 base deck, like there's potentially only 7 agendas in the deck, but now credit hedge fund, HQ is still wide open. We have no good way to capitalize on that. We can run. We've gone through 10 cards. We've shuffled back 1. If we do density 1 and 5. Pinhole is good. I think we install telework. We can run HQ, hit telework. Good trash. Deal with that. But now he needs to double install ice. And if he does that, like 1 ice in front of border control, 1 ice on HQ. Again, this is why we played 2 conduit. Imagine we had a conduit here. What kind of a game it would be? Like Fix has to solve that sooner than anything else. But we'll get there. And he thought the overclock conduit? Yeah, I just said that, right? And you might be onto something. I don't think we need a breaker soon. We really want a Hermes, right? So what's in the remote server? We've seen 1 Rashida, 1 got shuffled back. It could be Rashida. It costs us 1 credit to check. That's the same cost as Pinhole. I don't know if we do just yet. I think we'd be better off setting up. If we had Hermes, yes. If we don't have Hermes, I don't know. Because the border control here on HQ would actually be kind of cool. So if we do this, we have 7. If we run, we have to discard a card. I think discarding the DZ is totally fine. So we could run here. And we have enough to trash Jinja. And we have enough to trash Tranquility. It's maybe a Rashida. Now we have the conduit in hand, which is totally fine. Again, just make sure that there's nothing that's going to get away from us here. I see why the heal comment came up. Cool. So there's going to be some really, really deadly ice. I want to get that out of hand. There's cards in archives. We'll get a second telework down. We'll get rid of the DZ. Arguably, we could have gotten Nuka there. Oh boy, that's a card. Yeah, I know. That is definitely a card. I think we saw that on stream the other day in London's deck. Ice and R&D. So the conduit plan is out. And now we don't want to run centrals because we know that they can get their buy rate value. And so far, they haven't got their text to be relevant. So they need to get another ice in front of here. And now we just can transition to setting up. So if we do Nuka, draw Nuka, we'll be on 7. That might be a bit much. We probably do continue to check these. I think we just clear the server out. Like we're playing full control. They played the hedge fund. We know nothing about the hand. Oh, we know a next activation. 4 is enough for Jinja. For Manny? I don't know if we spend 2 clicks on a Managarm here to trash it for 3. I think we just let this go and we just keep in mind what's happening because we need to set up here. So I think we just do install a Nuka and then we hit whatever telework we haven't hit, which apparently is this one. We'll go from there. They can accelerate here, like install ice, install agenda, right? They didn't install into the remote server. That's a huge sigh of relief for us. So we just need to find our Hermes now. We need to find our Hermes now. E shutdown's really bad against this. Like worst case scenario, 6 shreds for a tier, but we need to find our Hermes before they jam. So I think we can consider drawing again. That would put us up to 10 cards with 2 click left. So we can install SMC Nuka. That'll put us to 8 cards. The shutdown we can throw out that puts us to 7 cards. We can always pinhole the Managarm too. That's easier than anything else if we need to contest it. But we need our Hermes. There's a reason to play 3 Hermes, and this is the sort of board state where like if they push out, if they don't seamless, which they might have seamless, of course, we can deal with it. They probably have seamless though, because they probably want to do install advanced and then play next activation command. So how do we deal with that? We're probably hitting that, and maybe we can't install the second Nuka, which is a bit awkward. So click to draw feels a bit weird. We maybe didn't telework and maybe could have nuked here. But we can install 1 SMC, which is totally fine. We have an overclock for it. And then we just like do credit, which like feels bad. It might be better to draw here and then throw out the second SMC. I think just finding the Hermes is important, but we have a Nuka card draw next turn. Let's just play a bit slow. E shutdown's really bad against Architects. I think that turn could have been different. I think we could have Nuka and just drawn aggressively through our deck and throw some stuff out. But here they should jam. We'll see if it's an install advance, which would be best case for us, or if it's install advance trank, or what's it called next? Install advance credit. Okay. So we should have prepared for this, which should have been a bigger consideration last turn. So if we do pinhole threading into archives to trash the Managarm, and then we run, we can double click through a Biroid. If that's the case, border control can fire. And then the remote server doesn't have border control, but they get 2 free reses. So I think we'd rather trade this for an off-world office. An architect deployment test would be bad, and then we can do Hermes. If it's an ADT, he goes down to 7. ESD can always target border control at least. Yeah, it can, but like, we're not going to be making HQ fun runs. Like that's a problem with Architects. You probably shouldn't fun run until you have your breakers up. Shit. We don't have our Hermes. There is 1 in 10 chance of drawing one. So The best we can do is put border control and R&D and then conduit off of that. I think that's actually pretty reasonable. This shows that we have a conduit. Fix probably knows what we're playing to some extent. But we can't get the border control and R&D, which is the worst spot for it. Nice. Off-world office, swap. So now we can just do conduit go. See what happens. Again, this is not good unless you have Hermes. Like, there's an argument for 3 Hermes. Because Hermes here, like, opens the board state wide. We could, like, conduit, run R&D. It forces some ice installs here. I don't know if it's worth it. Like, maybe we nuka first for, like, we don't commit to conduit. We nuka first for Hermes. Then we install Hermes run. Yeah, that's better. We could also overclock, and then we have to immediately SMC into the next part of it, which is a good way to use cards from hand as much as it doesn't use for breaking. But I think that might be fine here. And then we can pull out Echelon, so we're not surprised by anything. So we're overclock R&D. We have to immediately pop this, because as soon as we pass priority, they can just border control, which wouldn't be a great play for them, but it's something. So if we get Echelon down, that's fine. We can break for 1, hopefully get a Hermes bounce. And then we can last click creative, or we can go back. Oh, sick. Sick. So let's just goof some ice up because we can. Doesn't have to be smart, just because we're doing something. We'll bounce this to HQ. So now we can run HQ, or we can play a creative commission. What are we discarding from our hand? Maybe the Nuka? That's our last. No, we have 1 more Nuka. So if we make a run here on HQ, we can't steal Aqua. Thinking. We've gone through here now 29 cards. Sorry, 19 cards. And we've seen 2 agendas, 1 shuffled back. So there might be another agenda in HQ. We know we put an ice back. We can always see the top card of R&D. Or we can get 4 from creative commission. He has to put another ice on R&D. That's for sure. There's no way around that. And Hermes is down, so we can get another piece of damage. I think we can do this and throw out the Nuka. With Aqua, this is kind of a cursed run. Oh, that's good. Generally, I'll return it only if we didn't swap for full effect. Only if we didn't swap. Well, sort of, because the idea is like the HQ ice we put on the remote server, hopefully it's not an end the runs, a taxing thing, so that's good to put on the remote, and then we return that to hand. So now they have a remote ice, but it's more expensive to put on the remote server. So maybe I'm missing something, but I think it's okay. I think you generally want to swap to like border control and R&D sucks. So we swap and then we bounce the other thing, right? Because you make a worse board state, the opposite of how they set up, and then you return one of them. So maybe. I don't know if getting rid of Nuka there is great. So now he has to ice up HQ. He has to ice up R&D. Can he do all of that in Jam? He doesn't have a Seamless, otherwise he definitely would have played it. And we can always do like Conduit, run R&D if things don't go out of control. We're going to have to steal 2 more agendas. We're assuming there's Ikuas. That's kind of a given here. Okay, that's exactly what he wants to do on every front. Now we can pinhole this and see what it is. Could be Rashida. How valuable is opening HQ in this deck board state? In this board state, not amazing. In this deck, we have Wake and Plant, which is actually pretty useful. We know one of the 3 cards in hand, which is the next activation command. But yeah, you definitely want to build a Tau deck that has pressure from centrals, and we went for HQ specifically, we went for next. Wow, Wake and Plant. We'll start here. Okay, so we can pinhole threading this and hope that it's not an agenda. I think it could easily be an agenda, but if it's a 3-2, if it's a Luminal, that's obviously very bad. I think we can consider pinholing this. If he doesn't do anything there, it's like not a Spin Doctor. I think it's a Rashida. It's a Helheim, okay. Honestly, don't know if that matters, because I don't think we're going to charge our remote server. But this gives us the ability to charge our remote server. Can't wait for Shaper to get more HQ pressure. Exactly, it's going to change very soon. Oh wow, we're short of Sure Gamble. I mismanaged that pretty heavily. I did that in the wrong order. Oh man, that was really, really bad. Because now we have a really cursed click here. Shit, we should have Sure Gambled first. That stinks. That's really bad. We're going to lose a card because of that. Okay, so I guess we're going to install our Unity and just Creative Commission. We'll be able to play next turn. It's not the worst. Yeah, we probably gambled first. I don't think we would have ran their server. We just didn't assume to pay 3. That's more than we thought we would. Unity Creative Works, yeah, that's what we ended up on. Install SMC and CC. Okay, now we have a play, right? Because we can pressure HQ, which is unlikely to have an agenda. We know one of the cards in it. The question is whether Fix plays the next or not. He plays the next. So all ice has +2 strength and we can't click through it. So if we want to run R&D, we probably have to have a breaker to do it. So that means when we run R&D, we only see a single, but we can get a bounce. Cake, how's it going? Shapers shouldn't have any/much HQ pressure in faction. They currently don't, but it looks like in the next set, the one spoiler card we've seen, coming from an old school perspective, technically no. But for what it's worth, NSG is changing a bit of those rules. So if you look at Criminal classically in old school, they had no R&D pressure. And instead, NSG opened it up. And when you look at something like Zaya, I think that's a much more interesting design than Gabe, right? So it cares about central pressure, not just HQ pressure. And I actually quite like that. Right? Where it's not just like the faction only cares about R&D. Now the faction can care about centrals, but have creative pressure as opposed to like, you know, economic pressure, which is the difference between Shaper and Criminal. So I know where you're coming from. And classically, that's how it is, but I don't mind it. I do think though, for what it's worth, I think Burner is a messed up card, but yeah, there are some HQ pressure cards in Shaper. Yeah, I think Beatrice is like the only one. I think it's the only card that says HQ on it in the Shaper faction currently, besides Escher. We should prepare to pay 3 considering the Managarm is the other target. Yeah, but do you think they double Managarm? I don't know if he does. So we probably have to make a run here. This, if it's a Ravana, it doesn't matter. Now, if it's a 6 strength on Cell, that's pretty bad. If it's an Eli, we bounce off of it. We're pretty happy, sort of. Probably doesn't have Seamless in hand, so we might just take a turn off. Still trying to pick Beatrice in a deck. You and me both. Okay, so the other option, it's really hard. Like we need to get down our turbine. Our turbine's 1 in 13, and it's a fair bit cheaper than like SMCing it for 6. Not that much cheaper, a bit cheaper. So we probably just like take a turn off here and set up the pressure because we want to get our conduit down too. So I think we do draw, creative, gamble. Does that change it? It does. So we do install telework, hit telework, creative. We're going to need all the money from this. The other question is, do we just draw deeper into our deck to get to our thing? If he scores out here, if it's anything besides an Architect deployment test, it could even be a Luminal, which would be a huge blowout because then he can win in 2 turns if he top decks really, really well. I think we just need as much money up front. So telework is 3 clicks over 2 turns for 5. I think that's okay. I think the game is going to go long enough for that to pay off. We actually could have drawn instead of creative there, I think. So let's see what happens. The next is pretty annoying. Off-rolled, sick. So we do Dao. So now we can just go to town. So here we have to set up for the conduit, and ideally this we pull out the board state entirely. So conduit go. This is the punishment that only Dao or Hermes can deliver. The question is, how many of these runs can we make? If we're expecting that play, we should have played Sure Gamble over telework. But this can do some damage. Eli off the top. Okay, write that down in your notes. It's hard for the deck to play Mavirus as much as we probably should because it only has 12 influence. Seamless off the top, not good. We'll go again. And now there's pressure on a couple servers. We know the hand is ice. I think that's all we know. We can't steal Iqua here, so this last run is not amazing. We actually could consider hitting telework or drawing. Eli, Seamless, Jinja. Hate to see it. Again, 2 of my least favorite cards in the whole game. SNC is 2 credits to draw a specific card from your deck, and you're -1 credit at the absolute worst compared to drawing for Turbine. Yeah, the problem too is now that we didn't commit to it, we're like stuck on MU, so we actually can't play the SMC anymore. So there's a real cost of doing the thing we do. Fix has an Eli in hand, 16 credits. We're not in a great spot. So I don't think he has an agenda in hand. What the hell is that? He has a Seamless coming up that he doesn't know about. So if he advances singly, we can lose to Iqua next turn. He probably doesn't have a Seamless in hand, otherwise he wouldn't score the off-world offices, either of them like that. So unknown in the remote server, Eli either in hand or on the table, and then 1 bounce dice. So now we'd have to take a turn off. If that's a Mavirus, I think that's the best case for him. So we just need to get a turbine our money up. Draw. Oh, simulchip means, yeah, we can do the SMC play. Turbine bottom 10. We can always get it by SMC simulchipping. Sort of. Kind of. Not really. So now he has a Seamless in hand. So advancing the card in server 1 is pretty tricky. I don't think there's any buy rate we're worried about if we get our turbine down, barring Brawn, which is slightly annoying. Single advance. Oh, shit. So now we actually can lose here. So now we have to do a real big thing, because seamless into Ikoa. Burner seems kind of broken from a tempo perspective. I agree. I think Burner is totally busted. I need to see the rest of the set, but yeah, Burner seems messed up. Okay. So how do we deal with this? We need to get a turbine down, and then we can run R&D. How many runs can we get in? We probably want to trash our breaker here. So we can always like install simulchip, run R&D with conduit. Whatever's presented here, we figure out if we need to break it or not. We know the top card is Jinja, and then we'll see 3 more cards. We'll have Ikoa clicks. I think that's enough. And then we decide if we need our turbine, we trash our breaker for the turbine for that one run, and then we can bounce this. I think that's the play here, as much as it's like hope this works out. If we had a turbine, I would say we can consider contesting this remote server. But I think the deck is probably on multiple border controls. Let's see what this ice is. We moved it around a fair bit. Eli. That's acceptable for 3 credits. Otherwise, we could save... We pay 1 to save 2 by like trashing our echelon. So if we install our echelon here, I don't think we're planning to break the Eli more than once. Oh, yeah, because ideally we swap and then bounce. So I think we plan not to break this more than once. Because at most this is 3, is 4, then we run it back and it's another 3. I don't think we do our turbine, but we always could have trashed our Unity here, which we don't need to go get our turbine. And it ends up not saving any because we have to pull the SMC. Yeah, no, that's actually pretty bad. Yeah, because the turbine's in the deck. So let's see what they res. It gives us information. I don't see a burner. I think it probably fits in the good category. I don't see it's busted. So how do you play a combo deck into burner? It's a single card that is some of the best disruption ever seen in the game. So like if they're holding Oppo, they're not. If they're holding Tag Punishment, they're not. If they're holding Fast Advance, they're not. It also is multi-axis, right? Like you can leave the agenda in hand and then you can legwork back or get any multi-axis in your guaranteed agendas. But I just don't see how you play a combo deck if burner is that playable. It's also on a central server that you can't ice up. Like say turn 1 that you're holding, you know, seamless launch, an agenda, and like your next piece to install in the remote server, a defensive upgrade. You run an R&D or HQ turn 1, you return all of them besides the agenda. You put them on the bottom of the deck. Let alone if you can't run HQ, you put on top of the R&D. Like I don't get it. It's like good on all board states, barring you can get in there. Combo's already dicey with Essa's prominent meta. Yeah, but Essa, at least you can like ignore it and just like, you know, Regolith. Okay, so if we trash this, we go back for deeper. I don't think we do. Uh-oh. Nice, huge steal, huge steal, huge steal. So we can now put this back into HQ. I think that's the play. I think we now swap 2 ice, put this back into HQ, we run HQ twice. We now know the next cards are Jinja to Regolith and to Regolith. So we use Tāo. And then we Hermes. Oh, no, that's not right. Shit. Because we can't bounce this to bounce that. Oh, that's totally incorrect. I did that wrong. Because I think we just bounce the Eli and go deeper. Well, let me think. Because the other option is just to bounce the Managarm, or the agenda in the Managarm server, and not run HQ. That's also probably fine. Yeah, I think that's better, unless we think we're going to win by seeing 2 more cards. This is fine. So let's just draw our turbine, get down our telework. Would we rather telework here or gamble? I think we'd rather gamble. Yeah, it's fine. It's giving me Leela flashbacks. Yeah, it's Hermes. It's Leela. But with Tāo, it's even worse. Embezzle also hosts combo decks, but never makes a slot. This is good enough just because it sees 1 more card, right? Embezzle is bad because Embezzle fails a lot. It's also high influence, and you're seeing it in Criminal, the one faction that people ice up HQ into consistently. So it's just not good. Because if you want to do HQ disruption, you'd rather do like diversion, and so slots are really tough. But this isn't Shaper. It's cheap, and it always fires. Also with Embezzle, you can't name agenda, which is a problem with Embezzle, but Embezzle's feast or famine. There's almost no board state where giving the corporation -2 cards in HQ is not good, right? Like Embezzle's unique, but it's also sometimes run HQ, do nothing. This always does something really, really good. Is Embezzle just 2 influence? 3. Yeah, it's not splashable. But specifically, the fact that it's playable in Shaper, the faction that you don't ace HQ on turn 1, it's kind of messed up. So we know it's Regolith into Regolith. We're playing the Hope R&D holds game, which, like, yeah, I get it. We've all been there. Hello, Jeremiah, how's it going? Hello. Yeah, Embezzle is such a different beast, because there's a lot of times you play Embezzle. It does literally nothing. So let's see what they want to res. It gives us some information. We know they have Seamless, so this could be the winning 5-3. Stealing any agenda here is good, and we're going to see, I think, 3 new cards, which is a lot. That being said, if it's 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, that means there's 9 points in R&D. I don't think there's any in hand. Now, if we had like a legwork or Docklands, like bouncing to HQ, it's there, right? Then we could run HQ and try and grab this card, which would be totally fine. On 3 credits, he can still threaten to score out. But with Helheim, we had to assume there's something bad. The faction you don't ace HQ turn 1, we can adapt. The Shaper U might die off. Is that so bad? No, it's not so bad, but that's huge. That's like, yeah, you can play around it eventually, but the cost to playing around it is so expensive for a card that is still playable in every deck. Like, imagine this board state. On this board state, we run HQ and we have 4 cards. If we return the Seamless, we don't lose. Right? Like, we lose right now because he has a Seamless in hand. Run HQ for 1 credit. Not only do we take cards out of his hand, the Seamless is out of his hand. We see an agenda there. We run R&D, right? Like, it's so absurdly good. I don't think we're going to trash these. We're just going to see deeper. We'll trash that. It's cheap. Hedge Fund, Ravana. So we can run back in C2. Are they both considered meta/competitive decks? Is this standard? This is standard. Are they meta competitive decks? This is a deck that we built like an hour ago. This is our second game. So I would say no, as much as this archetype shows up in other things. I couldn't say much about archetypes tomorrow. It's not like a competitive meta deck, but there's like hard Glacier AOT decks that like have existed. It's not common. Also, combo decks just run a bunch of single combo pieces. It's just asking to be disrupted to hell, yeah. I mean, the Seamless could be the card you don't see out of the 4, but maybe we do need more ways to hit Seamless versus HB. Yeah, maybe we do. But like the chance of this whiffing is 1 in 4. I would take a 75% chance to whiff. And if it whiffs, there's a chance we see an agenda, we see something else, we can mess with R&D, right? Like it does a lot. Okay, so we can run back. This is 3, this is 1. We see 2 more cards. Can we run this remote server? I would say probably not. I think that's our only play here, unfortunately. AOT got soft banned for Fight Club. How so? It's a sort of deck too where like, I guess depending on the matchups, it's like, I don't know. I don't think it makes good TV either, unfortunately, because it is very, very plotting. So far from their AOT, they've gained 8 credits, which like, admittedly, we haven't been running much. But it's like, it's not great. Like, it's powerful. I just don't like it. 2 Regulus, Hedge Fund. Okay, Unknown, Ravana. Okay, this is Unknown. Brawn to Brawn. Okay, we're cooked. There's a soft cap at 40 minutes your game. Yeah, that's sometimes a problem. But like Fixby's been doing a good job, right? Like we've seen a bunch of weird combo stuff, but for what it's worth, he's just been jamming turn after turn. If we run HQ, he can't res. That's the one thing we've got going. If we run Eli, we spend 3-1. If he cracks out, we can't run back and we can't steal Akoa. So we have to hope that that's not the 5-3. Do we think he has an agenda in hand? We know what he has in hand. He has a Jinja in hand and a Seamless, so we know half of the hand. We could always run Archives. It's not great. We don't want to do a last click, but it's definitely not great. So the only play probably is run R&D, and then if he cracks, the problem is he doesn't have to crack because the Akoa is safe. Can we charge this remote server? So if there's no border control here, which can't be rezzed, doing math, we have to figure out how to get through this. So obviously the Managarm is an issue. We could like pinhole the Managarm, but then we're down on 1 credit. On sell, we have to break it. It's unfortunately expensive with Echelon with our setup. This probably can't be rezzed. If it's a Ravana, it's a problem, but he can't score out. So if we run HQ, he doesn't res. He probably doesn't have anything there, which I'm not surprised. We know half the hand. We can't deal with Seamless. So I think our best chance is like run R&D. If he cracks the border control, he cracks the border control. It's not a good line for us. Because we pay 3 here, pay 1 here. So it might have been this turn because we're pretty sure we're going to lose here. We probably should have simul-chip for the Echelon to install the SMC for Turbine. No, that doesn't make sense either. Archives might have a virus, but I think if it gets purged out, it doesn't matter unless this is not the Ikoa, and I think it has to be the Ikoa. I think we're cooked here. Again, this is for 3. This is for 1. That drops us to 1 credit. If he cracks the border control, we can't go back. So the best play here, our only chance is run HQ and hope there's another agenda in there, which is super unlikely. But that's our only line here. If he reses anything here, he can't score out. He needs 3 credits to score out. So maybe we'll let him like misplay, but I don't think he's gonna. Okay, that's the card we knew. So he could run once more, but that should be game. I don't know if we got unlucky on our R&D or not. Seamless launch. Yeah, the 2 cards we knew. If we chip for Turbine, can we afford an Ikoa? No, because we can't chip for Turbine. We have to chip for SMC. If we could chip for Turbine, yeah, we would have done it. But Turbine's still in our bottom 9. We might have mismanaged our simul chips or SMCs. Does he have one in hand? Ah, good game. Yeah, credit perfect. Good game. Did you have one in there? To what? The 2 cards we didn't know in hand were agendas, and maybe if we saw that sort of drought on R&D, we could have expected that, but there's 2 agendas in there. Oh crap, the HQ runs were correct, because that was the only line we missed, but it was miss a 50-50 into a 50-50, so 1 in 45. Oh damn, and we ran HQ on a later turn as well, I think, an early turn. When you bounce the R&D ice after I scored the office. Damn. Maybe we just need a Docklands pass or 1 HQ pressure card. I feel like the D-Res card is a bit too cute. I had 7 points and 3 cards in hand. Yeah, we didn't see any of the Ikoas. We're respecting this, mind you, at all points in the game. So if we're accessing on centrals, let alone the remote server, we want to click in 2 credits. If you bounce HQ, it's done. Strange draws. Yeah, it seemed a bit awkward. You had 2 Regos coming up. Legwork might be better than Wake. I really like the Wake because it forces them to ice up. Because if they don't ice up HQ, we get a lot of value from this. I know it overlaps with Conduit, but I want a good reason for them to ice up HQ. Maybe Docklands is in the same bag or the same camp. But like they need to ice up HQ well, which means that, you know, you get more value from Tāo. Yeah, that tracks. That tracks. I'm surprised. I knew 2 out of the 4 cards in HQ, and those are the ones I accessed. Good game. Thanks for game. Thanks you too. Cool. So we get Hermes and all that sort of stuff. Sick. That was fun. Cheers. All right. So that wasn't full Glacier, which is good. He's actually jamming out, and I like that a bit better as opposed to like 3 ice on every central server. It's turn 15. We'll try scoring out, which is like the part of AOT that encourages you to play like that, which I don't like. So he plays it more as like a tempo. Just get a bit more value there. Let's do some small changes. So what I think we like, honestly, I'm not sure if 2 Turbine it might be right, or even Turbine Takobi, but I think the emergency shutdown is too cute, and then we can play like 1 Docklands. I think there is an argument to playing 3 Hermes, but maybe we have enough card draw to get through it. But I think everything else has its spot. Like the overclocks have been good. Oh, the DZ's bad. We don't really need the DZ. What can we play inside of the DZ slot? Does anyone have any like favorite shaper card to put in here? Like, I don't know if you play, what's it called? Jailbreak. I think it's too cute. Docklands into legwork. I don't know. Legwork falls into the same camp of like they have to ice it up. Deep dive. Deep dive is tricky because there's a lot of times that we don't want to run certain stuff. I think it'd be tricky, but I kind of like Docklands because it's ongoing pressure. Legwork is nice too, though, for sure. On the 1 turn that we bounce to hand, that's kind of cool. But I like the fact that they have to ice HQ. Maybe Wake Implant Docklands is a bit messed up. We should do like 1 Legwork Wake. Let's see how this lands. 3rd Hermes seems important. 3rd Hermes does seem really important. But then we have to end up cutting like Docklands on a pinhole. Thanks for the game. Very unlucky access at the end, but man, Tāo Hermes makes it tough to keep you out. Yeah, it's really hard. That last HQ runs were wild. Good game, Fixby. Thoughts on replacing Turbine with Taken? Like Takobi? Limes? Oh, mind you, we didn't see Limes' list. So this is what Limes is playing at Worlds. So that's the Takobi. The Hush is cool too. The 1 Conduit, we're on 2, and we've kind of valued it. It's whatever. 3 Dirty Laundry is different here. 3 Hermes makes sense. Aeneas is really good on the simulchip turns. Actually, Aeneas was going to be really good in that list. Like every time we ran R&D, we would have got 6 credits. There was a lot of times that we should have trashed things, but like Aeneas would have been really, really good. Cut the Wake seems unnecessary. Checkmate, Felix, right? How's it going? Gauss, yeah, I know. It is what it is. It has Gauss. Sometimes I get like a bit goofed up with Aeneas. Obviously, this deck also has Hannah, but like I like trashing cards. That was the one matchup where we saw like very expensive cards we didn't want to trash. But those were expensive. Jackmate, I liked your appearance on the Jeff Op video. I like your the way that you play Op a fair bit. I don't know. Maybe it is unnecessary. Maybe Docklands Pass gives us enough central pressure. We could do that. That seems fine. But if we play Aeneas, it's at the cost of like either the Pinel or something else. I think I like the Turbine abstractly because we're not that aggressive on running. So like getting this down and then starting to run is better than Takobi, which requires you to run a fair bit more, right? But Aeneas seems cute. I wonder if one of Aeneas is enough or not. There must be a cool Shaper card here, right? Like a one of Picha Chon, like eventually we're going to run out of MU because now we only have 5 MU and we do like Conduit, all our breakers plus Turbine plus Conduit. So I think that might be too much. What's like a good Shaper card? Name a good Shaper card. What's a good Shaper card? Joyride for Jeff? I don't know. I don't want to run R&D until we're like set up to run R&D. Cordyceps is like part of the sort of combo deep dive decks that Dao is playing. It's okay. Stone Ship saves you from punitive. Yeah, it does. But like probably Parisha, like we're playing largely techless. I'm gonna find you a good. All right. Felix is on the case. Oh, actually, I have a minute here to show this off. This came in the mail the other day, which is really, really cute. 1 second. Full wide cam. Airblade? I don't think Airblade's real. I know Daogen, you love Airblade, but I think Airblade does nothing against anybody besides NBN. These came in the mail, which are really cool. So these are cards from Nick Preda. And so these were the Hoshikos that came from the Italian Nationals. And I really like these a fair bit, just because Hoshiko seems kind of miserable on this side. And then once you see Hoshiko in the digital world, kind of cheers up a bit. And like the story behind Hoshiko and the sort of digital dependence is pretty rough. So I like that there. Are you playing Nuka? Yeah, we're playing 3. Also alongside these are the sketch versions of a lot of the Shaper programs from System Updates. So you get the Egret, which I love me a good bird, that's for sure. Chameleon, and then the Mayfly, which are fantastic. I'll plug this in the description too, because there's a whole bunch of alt arts that I haven't seen yet that Nick has been working in the Italian community, including one of Augustus, which is so cool. It's this. So this is Nick Preda's Instagram. And so you see some of the arts. I can't blow these up because I don't have an Instagram account, so it doesn't let me click in. But there's an Augustus throwing the Regenesis on an ace on a big deal, which is so cool in terms of like giving a portrait for somebody. Such great style on that thing. That's absolutely fantastic. Then the end of the line. I'm not sure who the character is, but I love the color on that. That's very, very brutal. And then just an Hermes, which is really good. Then you see a bunch of the sketches too with his artwork. That's what's his face from that film, that Severance, the TV show. Mr. Robot, I assume, maybe a different character. Two-Face, I take it, maybe. Yeah, these are really good. That's incredible. Like to win an event and get your likeness is like a really rare thing, and it looks like Italian Nats put it together, which is so cool. Yeah. I don't know. I think these are fantastic. Yeah, the pre-Nick arts. Yeah. These are really, really good. I like the color on this. These are fantastic. And the sketches obviously are stunning. Yeah, these are these, if you want to see the other ones. He sent me these a while ago. I showed them on stream, but like this is the Light the Fire, my favorite Revolver art, and then Deep Dive, which is also fantastic. You get a little 16-bit, I assume, fish. Thanks so much, Nick. I gotta email you back. These just came in the other day. Very, very kind. Cool. I think Stone Ship should be best here. Really surprised that there's not much else that's generally good in this archetype. Yeah, whatever. We'll play Stone Ship. It's fine. It's a click for 2 cards, or it could matter. Some of these are going to run together 2024, I think. Oh, that's really cool. That's a good way to distribute those. Like, it's one thing, if the Italian Nats teams or the Italian folks get the image of, Augustus throwing his big deal out. But it's another thing if, like, it's more widely distributed so more people can play with it, which I think is so cool. I think the likeness prize supports are, like, probably the most compelling prize supports. They're very, very, very cool. Runner. Let's give this one more. Are we doing on time? Yeah, not too bad. I think I answered it. Yeah, we're playing 3 Nuka. This archetype is like, it's fundamentals. As much as you have a trick too, like obviously you have the Hermes trick and all that sort of nonsense. It's like kind of satisfying. because it is just fundamentals as much as it might seem like an uninteractive combo deck. It feels okay. We're on 3 Hermes now, right? Yeah. The one thing that we haven't played, actually we did play it, is like the pinhole. And obviously pinhole early pressure is really good. Rashida's stuff like that. That stuff is fantastic. But if we're not contesting the remote server, we don't really have to deal with defensive upgrades, as much as it might be nice to have the ability to contest the remote server, which we're not exactly doing. Oh yeah, another thing I wanted to talk about, which let me know if you care about this, because it'll take like a minute to talk about. But I know this conversation came up a fair bit over the last little while, is that there's this board game called Pagan, Fate of Roanoke, I think is the English translation, which is like this asymmetrical 2-player deduction bluffing card / board game. This one's about witch hunt versus, witch hunters, which can particularly be a dark theme, because that whole part of history is pretty messed up. I managed to play it for the first time this weekend. Shout out to Medias, who gave me a tutorial. We played it in French, which went surprisingly okay. But it's like really weird. And I think it would take like 10 minutes to unpack it. But I think there's probably a lot of Netrunner players who have wanted to play it or have played it. And I'd love to hear anyone's opinion on that. Alternate option to Stone Ship, Into the Depths. Into the Depths is not bad. Yeah. We don't run too aggressively early, which can be an issue. Okay, I'd love this to be... Op can get res dice wherever they want, which is a problem for sure. So it's going to be a difficult matchup potentially. If this is like asset op, like grudge work, we're cooked. Like Parisha, we have no tech. No Parisha. Hey, thanks, you too. This opening hand, we have the Stone Ship, we have the Hermes. R&D can be pretty soft into op scoring decks because they can be on like 11 agendas and they can op out, but they're going to be able to res their ice. So Amram, he's going to get his ice resed. I think this hand's fine. We got to see how good the Stone Ship is. Am I right? Yeah, this weekend I managed to play Imperium as well. Imperium Classics I had. Played it solo and multiplayer. There's like, I don't know. Weird games. Weird games, yo. There's a kickflip play where you into the depths R&D and then use the install mode to get conduit onto the table and load a counter after the run ends. Yeah. Yeah, the sort of like World Tree dig. And I think that's cool. Maybe that takes a conduit slot and that might be better. This is why you play conduit. You think you want to, I think we just do it. I don't care about consequences. Let's just get information. Extract. Okay, so we don't want to let them res ice, but it's down. They mulligan too, so they might not have a good hand there because that was a weird opening. So I think we're just going to commit to Nuka. We don't die to SEF fast events, which is good. Getting SMC down also might bluff Clot, which can be important in this matchup, especially in the mid to late game. So we know extract in hand. That's all we know. Again, the deck does have a lot of agendas usually, so R&D density can go up to like 1 and 4, 1 and 3 in some really like bizarre cases. I liked Imperium Legend solo, very solid game. I'm not sure about it. I don't know if I'm going to keep it in my collection because I feel like I'm spending a lot of time running the bot more than I am thinking. And the bot's turn is longer than my turn, which I don't like. And then I feel like endgame scoring stinks. It takes so long to do endgame scoring because there's a lot of cards that care about what zone they are in. But then there's a lot of cards that say like 1 point for every, 2 lands you have. So you have to check every single zone. Like, I feel like I've played an equal amount of time running the bot as scoring as less than I played my own turns. You know what I mean? But the idea behind it is so sound. Like, it's so cool. Okay, pinhole here is good. We can run this. This is where like dirty laundry is good because an open R&D, we can get a bounce, charge that. That would be the best case because we don't want to let them res because they have extract. So there's no good run event here unless we want to do SMC into overclock and just say F it. Which is funny. Genuinely funny. Because then we get for 2 credits, as much as once they ice this up, we're totally like in a bad spot. Do you think we do the wild play? I think we can do, I'm going to, Wolf 2. Wolf 2 needs to eat. This is not a play I would make, but I want to see what it's like. Because this is not the normal play I would make. But we're going to do this to see again how bad it feels. Hedge fund. So we can run back. Obviously, we can just bounce the thing in the remote server. Hopefully that's enough. Afrun, okay. So not the deck list of the week, I don't think. Let's see. I like Mindbug as a fast little game. That's the other Garfield one, right? I don't know much about it. Not a Rashida. You've got bought aid cards from memory on BGG. But yeah, it's a bit of a maintenance for sure. Yeah, I know they printed the bought aid cards in like the new $100 Imperium Horizons, which is why Imperium, I think a lot more people are talking about it right now. So they need an ice on R&D. And then we're Tāo Hermes, right? Counter pressure and ops seems harder since they have like 2-3 viruses. I know, but they also have a lot of agendas. But I agree. I still think it's going to change how they play the game. Even if they pay 3 credits for it to get a regolith, like that's obviously not good, but you know what I mean? I think you need dirty laundries. I think you might be right. I think it might be better than this stone ship because like this sort of play is pretty bad. So we know the top deck is half rune. And we know one of those is an upgrade, of course. They probably have agendas in hand. Okay, probably agendas in their remote server. So if they res them a virus here, I'm going to ask if they want an action first. Because they could always purge a 3-coster to go get a 2-coster, like a Tattoo Bowler or something here. Yeah, laundry seems good. Cat, I'm doing well. How you doing? How you been? All right. I'll take it that they forfeited their action window. I should have waited. Yeah, okay, they go for it. That's fine. So let's see what 2-coster they get. If they get an ice here, they can't install it in front of us. They've installed behind. That's why I asked if they wanted to purge. The Afron was a top card, so that's funny. It does end a run technically. No worries. That was I saw that one on R&D, so no info gain from me. Yeah, it's a bummer if you show the card. Yeah, totally. Oh, I forgot that I have to do it. Have you tried Arella and Calicana Ob? Was inspired by London's outfit deck? So I think Arella is so bad into Hermes, and that deck has enough tricks that you probably don't want to do it. I think I started on Arella back in the day. It sounds fine. She's also a lot of influence. Got a lot of Netrunner visitors in NYC this week. What's going on this week? Just visitors or like an event? Thimblerig, okay. So we need a breaker for that. We see a single card. The fuck? What's the chance of that? That's weird. The problem is she's narrow. Tucana is much better. Yeah. Rigged. Yeah. What the heck was that? How do we see 3 Afrons across like 2 turns? Huh? I'm happy they're drawing that. Like, that's fine. So now we have to get through this. They could trash us for a 1-coster. If it's a tithe, like, great, we eat tithes for dinner. So I don't think we want to show SMC. We just need money here. So I think I'm just going to do some play like that. Deck is 30 copies of Afron. If you Afron someone to an Afron, you have to Afron them a 3rd time because then you have to blank their decoder and their factor. So it actually makes sense that you play Afrons in bunches of 3. I've done the math. So now, once we break Thimblerig, they move Thimblerig off. This is exactly why you don't do Conduit. If we hit 1 hit, we'd actually be okay. But abstractly here, like Thimblerig's really good into Tao Hermes once it's rezzed. But abstractly here, if he does score out, we can like move bounce and still do some nonsense. Enjoy that Afron again. Oh, he has a mandatory, so we shouldn't say anything. Really weird. Yeah, that was very strange. I'm scared. Generally, there's a bigger chance that he has more than 1 than we've seen the same Afron 3 times. But I'd be surprised. I do think Afron's really good. I'm so surprised we don't see enough players, or we don't see players Afron people into pre-res dice. Like everyone goes for that, you know, ooh, Stavka. But like running through a 2-strength Stavka that's been rezzed 4 turns ago, you can still Afron people. It's still very rude. See if he scores out. If he double advances here, we actually crack the stone chip to play around above the law, because I don't think there's any other 3-2 we're that concerned about him scoring out, unless it's like maybe an Aziaf, which maybe then is actually bad to crack the stone chip because we get drawn to some nonsense and lose it. But I think we'd protect our Samuel chip and Diesel here. 3 Stavka, 3 Afron, new meta. There are some metas where you could argue that's okay, but unfortunately there's a bit too much Samuel chip, huh? Let's see what Amram's doing. Are you not playing Fight Club? No, I'm not. Felix, is your team? Do you have a team? Second of a virus? That's okay. Oh shit, that's really bad for us because now there's gonna be 2 ice in RD. Are y'all playing? And how's the team doing if you're playing? I am in NWE. That makes sense. Azief? Oh, we could have reacted to that. I'm gonna, hey, before you get the 3rd advancement. It's too late. That's a bummer. I would have cracked Stone Chip. to play around above the law. I'm not going to crack it now that I see the damage, but that's worth checking, I reckon. Yeah, that one's an awkward one, because now obviously we know what it is. I think I would have cracked it with it regardless, because I think we would crack it into either of these. It just feels really bad to see their agenda and be like, I will crack it now still. It's strange. All good though. You can crack now. I think they're resolving the other effects. Yeah, but we're not allowed to see what this is. Like, I can't see what the agenda is and then respond to it. But yeah, technically we could fire it now and then still appropriately take damage. Yeah, thanks. We won our first match and we are down 1-2 right now in our second match. Gut just has to sweep and we are through. What team are y'all playing against? Talked about my first game of the video with Sengren. Oh, that's true. I remember more the pre-training matches, right? Like I remember one where you were playing Runner against, I forget who's playing the Corp, but another NWE player, I reckon. So at least they don't have a lot of money, but now they can get an ice and then we can rearrange bounce. So here we probably actually pressure HQ. Because I think they have another agenda. Oh, that's actually really good for us. So now we can, there's 2 Hermes out. Like, what are we going to do? Like, clearly there's agendas in HQ, which is not good for the Hermes. We lost DECKLISTS and Diesel, bummer. So we'll Tāo. This is really cool. So we can either, so we're going to swap the thimble rig somewhere. Sorry, yes. Okay. Wolf 2's eating good. Prakama sadly got swept by, does this say Tradon? Tradon. I won my single game against off 15-15. Cool. All German team called Oracle Fight Tank. I think we'll just crack this. Again, we have no run-based pressure, so the border control is going to stick, but we're going to lock the top of the deck. He can't score out here, so the worst case would be a credit. Extract is 3 credits, or is it 2 credits? Because he can shuffle here. It's 3 credits. So I think we have nothing we're worried about this turn. The only thing that can eat us is Tithe, so we're just going to wolf it in. I wagered on NWE getting to semifinals. D, they can still do it. I don't think we want this to be drawn. We don't have money. Hoard him. There's only one more virus. So their hand is Hoard him, Stavka, Hostile, Steal. We'll do Hermes. We'll choose not. Now, this is sometimes bad because we put more ice in their hand. But this is Wolf 2. We have no money. This is what I mean that R&D can get rough sometimes. Did you remember all those? I was just looking for the agenda point in the top right corner. Actually don't know. My game was streamed, but I don't think anyone watched. Who needs tempo when he could just win? Yeah, like I don't know how they ice this up, right? Like this can only be a Tithe or a Tattoo Bola. The question is if we run it, it's pretty bad, but I think we have to run it. So we know the next 4 cards. They're going to probably do Credit Extract. So Stavka and Winchester. I think we just go for it. If it's a Tithe, we just go through it infinitely. It's an ice wall. Damn it. So they can still do Credit. Shit. Nice. They still have to purge out. So if they do Credit Extract, they can do Border Control to Mavirus, then our turn do Mavirus for Ice and Purge. I think that would be the best play here. Is this Kalakana? Yeah, it kind of looks like it. I think Felix, you're the only person really playing a lot of Ice Wall. I think a lot of people would just play Tithe in that slot. So this might be the list. That's kind of cool. So we have no money. We want to get... Okay, we have 2 of those in the deck. Remember, we thought that was cool. We want to get here a Telework or a Creative. That actually works. I wonder if Thimblerig will get swapped over. The problem is, like, if we challenge the Ice Wall once... Yeah, I know. If this was a Tithe, you're right, Jack. We would just run through it. We can do SMC Overclock, but then if we run through the Ice Wall, Thimblerig comes over. So we'll just wait as a response. So I think here we click for Credit, discard 2. We just need to threaten some amount of money. Yeah, Tithe, we would have just full sent it, which like, fine. So let's see if they swap. Or if he swaps, excuse me. So now we know the next 3 on the deck. He's an Extract, a bunch of ice in hand. He can't score out Hostile. But now that we've rezzed everything, there's a chance that we shouldn't have run there because we don't have a bounce. Yeah. So Buzzsaw is more expensive for us to produce. It's 6 break for 1/7 and then Thimble Rig swaps. So this is not good. This is where we might have wanted to slow down because we have no D-res. So we're no longer pressuring Hermes at all. Tucana is a bit cursed. We should deal with it. Ideally, Pinhole deals with it. Credit. We'll see an Extract here. I think Extract border control for Mavirus is like totally good because there's only one more in the deck. And then you can get a 2-cost dice, which I don't know if the Kalakana one has Tattoo Bola in it. Maybe it has a wraparound or something. Afshar. Okay, just money. Still, you have to purge at some point. But now we can make one run and C3. This deck needs exploit thinking. So we can here install SMC, overclock. We'll have 7 credits. We can get one run on R&D and we can win. I think next turn he purges. Do you want to just go full wolf here? Just like straight as wolf as possible? I think we could do it. If we overclock, we're at 1, 2 plus 5. Yeah, I'll just wolf it. I don't care. You only need 1 hit. C6. Yeah, but 3 of them are... Oh, no, he shuffled. Yeah, you're right. They're full new. Oh, yeah, they're full fresh. 100%. This is always right. We'll go for the Unity. Oh, it's Unity. I thought we were on Buzzsaw. I'm too used to playing Shaper the way that we do. He can swap, yeah, but if we steal even a 1-pointer, we can swap back. You're right that we can't do this infinitely, but like we are seeing 6 fresh because he op shuffled. Yeah. Don't break and run back with Conduit. Oh, I'm a fool. You're right. We should bounce and come back. This is terrible. Obviously, we got some information on the ice swap, but like, of course he's going to ice swap those 2 ice. Right? Like, he's not getting the Afshar off of HQ. Thank you. Yeah, 100%. I forgot that's not a Conduit run. Thank you. We could have ran anything. We don't run archives, of course. So we pay 2. We get the Unity. Thank you. Yeah, I've totally forgot. I've never messed up Conduit, so this is really strange. You run archives and jack out? Yeah, we could. It doesn't change anything. We don't want access, that's for sure. Yeah, we're good with Conduit on this channel, so this is like really strange. So now there's gonna be a swap. Of course there is. I would feel worse if there was like more decisions to be made, but like that's the decision you make. You don't move the Afshar when we have decoder, let alone on FHQ, so whatever. Okay, hedge, spin. We still see the cards. Spin, Stavka. Did he extract it? Yeah, he extracted it for the Afshar. Well. Yes, play the rest of this game. That was really bad. I do think he has agendas in HQ though, considering how the opening game went. So that's okay. So what was it? As soon as I think I'm gonna win, I remember nothing. If I was note taking, it was like Stavka, spin. I think you extract something. I thought maybe there's a chance you extract the border control to go get a Mavirus, and then you can purge and then get a 2-cost ice on HQ. I think that would have been my line. It was 2 spin doctors. We saw 5 cards. We trashed 1. So it's 4 cards. It's a hungry wolf. Yeah, I'm gonna draw, I guess. That's good. If he has a hostile here, we're in a bad spot as much as it will shuffle. Okay, cool thing is we can run HQ there for a credit, actually. Yeah. It's 1 credit to run HQ. I think he has agendas in there. The problem is they'll end up in the Thimble Rig remote. So we probably shouldn't have drawn there. We should have run HQ for a single. That actually would have been pretty good. Yeah, because this is going to happen. No action. Oh, he had 2 agendas in HQ. I knew it. We should have ran HQ. Oh, man. We should have ran HQ last click. It was so obvious that he had a lot of vice in there. Oh, such a bummer. Yeah, I forgot that we could go HQ for 1 credit. And then, like, I think we could have called he had 2 agendas in there because the early game sucked. Oh, we could have won there. Okay, well. So we have some issues here. The deck is shuffled. That's good. We have a conduit with 1 counter, so we can run R&D and C2. However, we have to pressure the spin doctor first. Because if we run archives, we get purged. So we can run archives. In theory, he asks, do you access? If we say yes, we can't jack out. Yeah. Would have swapped the Afshar? Yeah, I think you're right. Yeah, Afshar was a better swap because he can unswap after 1 run. Yeah, 100%. That was wrong. We should have swapped the Afshar. So now we have to get a credit, threaten Spin Doctor. He shuffles, then we can run R&D. And then if it was Afshar, we could have ran only once anyways. So yeah, okay. Now, if he doesn't use the Spin Doctor, he loses the game, but we have to have at least 2 credits for that to be like a threatening thing. And now we can run R&D for single. Slash and burn Mavirus makes sense. Wolf 2, activate hunt mode. Now there's still cards are coming out of the deck that are not agendas. I used Conduit, a nice change of pace. Now the border control goes back. So we could have put the Afshar there and we would get 1 more run. Oh, it was so bad. It was such a bad play. Such a bad play. Because the Afshar there we could have got through. Yeah, the Thimble Rig was such a mistake. Oh, man, that's not good. Now we have to run HQ and hope that he has it. I don't think we do. Oh, yeah, because if we had the Afshar, the border control wouldn't pop. We'd actually get an access, though. Those tricks are why you play Kalikana. And those tricks are, that's just op. It's just bad playing to op. I got too excited there. But yeah, if we swap the Afshar there, we could run and border control wouldn't happen. I totally forgot border control was going to do a thing there. The Thimble Rig is cool. I might have done something bad there. Okay, so Sandstone has 6 strength. We have no good way of dealing with that besides finding our cleaver. We have no money. He doesn't have that much to do, right? Like, we have 1 slash and burn out. He's on 2 slash. Ah, feeling bad. We could have had this. So running HQ here now seems less good. Spin Doctor drew some unknowns. We could go HQ for a single. What do we know about HQ in Afron? Could be in archives. Nah. Thank you, though. I had to swap the Afshar. Not the Thimble. That was last turn. All right. Creative is a good draw, I guess. It's hard to keep track of all the different op tricks unless you play it as much as you Sengrin. I think missing the border control would become something in op is like probably not a very generous take on my behalf. Like, should have figured that one out. But yeah, no, it's definitely the Afshar move. That was like not great. Okay. Great. He might have something in HQ there. Sneak door beta. Okay, let's get back into the game because eventually we can't break this. We can contest this. I missed the border control, place them all the time, time it off. Oh, okay. Excuse me. I think we just need to draw through. Credit creative is fine. We could draw once more, but our money has to come up here. What do we have in the bin for Simulchip? 2 SMCs, a conduit. That's it. Man, bummer. I think we could have had this. We had so many. That's the frustrating thing. It's like running HQ would have won the game probably. It was like 2 and 4, I think. And then not messing that up. We would have seen 2 cards, which would have been nice. This is where things get really scary. So I think we have to pinhole the Tucana. Don't forget Turbine. Turbine's not in the bin, is it? No, it's not in the bin. We just have a conduit, right? Oh, no, it is there. Okay, excuse me. Thank you. Yeah, Turbine's good. Cleaver Turbine deals Sandstone for a credit on most board states. I think we will pinhole the Tucana. 6 credits. We actually have a lot of credits. The problem is like we did, let's say problem. We put all our tempo into the conduit, which almost got there. I don't want the Tucana to do a thing. I just questioned my sanity. I missed it. So Tucana is how we lose. Is the game long enough for daily cast? I think this is more likely to be a Rashida. I think Emra might be jamming an agenda here. So the daily cast actually might be incorrect. Now we have double Simulchip, so we can actually present a breaker suite relatively quickly, as much as Overclock isn't obviously a conduit run. So we win the game by getting 1 good conduit run out. So that means our hand has the ability to Simulchip, trash the Unity, install the Turbine, Simulchip to draw. It's expensive, but it's doable. We actually have a chance of producing our breaker suite relatively quickly. I just don't know whether we can afford the daily cast. I'm going to assume we can. It only pays out after 2 turns, so we have to hope this is not an agenda. If it's an above the lot, it's really bad, actually. I don't think we play the daily cast. That's also really bad and it's above the law. Let's just do that. Can overclock get you in? Rashida. It's unlikely. I think we know Emram has a Stavka in hand. But like if the Atomos is board control, no. Envelopment, no. The only thing we can break is the Thimble Rig. Which are like, that's not great. Rashida's fine. So Daily Cast would have stuck. So we would have been down 1 credit next turn. Which means it probably will pay out. Getting HQ pressure here would be good. Man, we punted it. It's okay. Server 1 install. I've been doing a bad job of tracking. I don't think it's mattered that much because Amaran's been shuffling pretty consistently. But what can we possibly do here? We basically need to start working on the telework, and then yeah, we have like Echelon from hand. I don't know if we do. There's not a lot of sentries we're worried about on the remote server, right? Like if it's a Stavka, it's a Stavka. Not advancing this is really interesting. Really ought to turn on tracking Cyberfeeder. I should. I don't know how it works. I probably should have by now. So if we install telework, we spend 2 clicks to gain 2 credits. It's like not that much worse than clicking for credit. We need to get the Echelon down. Actually, I don't think we do. Because the only sentry is like Stavka and Winchester. I'd be surprised if there's a Winchester there. So we'll see what happens here. Because ideally, if this is a score out, we can bounce this and then go R&D for a single. There are 1 more virus we have to worry about. Just the toggle writes down all the private information in the log. I just don't think I've updated it yet. Hold on, let me check. Extensions, Cyberfeeder. Where is it? Because I think I haven't updated the thing in a minute, so it might not show up. Do you know where it is? Because I think I just have to update it. Oh. Oh. Let's try that. Let's see what that does. Scripts information, remember secret information. Okay, cool. I don't think it's gonna like go back and do it. I don't know if it's gonna, we have to restart the game or JNet, but we'll see what it does because it seems super valuable. This came up recently during like a degree meal session, but how many people who do pencil and paper to track? Oh, that's okay. So now hostile wins, slash and burn wins. How many people track? We have a chance. I think they have it in HQ though. I think they're respecting Clot too. How many people track class act bottoms? Because I think tracking class act bottoms is super important. I don't think I've seen people do it. So we can Hermes this to back to hand. If they have in hand another 3-2, of which the deck has an above the law, another IZF, another Atlas, and a slash and burn, that's a problem for us. If we swap the Afshar on R&D, we break it for technically 1 credit. That's probably the best thing. Everything's tracked for me by Cyberfeeder. So I think we swap the Afshar here, we bounce this, and then we hope. But I do think Emram probably has 2 agendas in hand. If that's the case, 2, 4, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15. There's only 3 points in 16. The other option is we can go HQ, which we talked about. Our deck has a Docklands Pass on the bin, so we have no HQ pressure here. You can fully break your HQ Afshar and R&D for 2 credits. For 1 credit even. Oh, yeah, you're right. You're right. We can fully break it. I see what you mean. Yeah. Yeah, you're right. It's a browser extension Jack made. Yeah. Somebody named Rahi made it. It's she only has it for Firefox, and it does all this stuff where we have the card names. It has remembering text. It's kind of sick. It gives you arrows that tells you where you are during the run. It's kind of indispensable. I think we'll try R&D, but I think HQ might make sense. Sorry, yes. Like the res animations, like those are also part with Cyberfeeder. It's just sick. Sounds super cool. It is really quite great. Okay, so in a panic if this fails, so if we steal a 1-pointer, we can bounce HQ and probably overclock in to get into R&D or to HQ. But I think there's a chance there's 2 agendas in HQ. We are threatening fast advance lock with SMC, so like there might be some respect there, and we always could play Clot, but I think we're just gonna go for it. We could overclock here. It technically only saves a credit. Okay, that was not a good idea. It's good to consider your ideas. Imagine a worse top deck for us. Okay, that's bad. Cyber Feeder is awesome. Firefox only right now, I believe. Yeah, it's kind of incredible. Oh, you see, this is what it is. You access Audacity export control. So this is highlighted text that only we see in the log. They don't see it, obviously. That's incredible. You can't hover over it because it's not highlighted text, but that's super good. Holy crap. Oh my god. This is gonna make me a worse note taker. All this with only a code gate breaker? Yeah, I know, but we tunnel. So if we go back, we see one card. Him top-decking the Audacity means we definitely lose next turn. So the most we can see is we can run back for 2, run back for 2, and then that's it. The other thing we can do is we can run HQ. He only needs to have 1 credit to score out, which is a problem. But we probably should run HQ. I think he has an agendas in hand. But we have to get through Sandstone. So if we overclock HQ, Sandstone gets beaten by Cleaver and a lot of effort. So we'd have to install a simul chip. So if we install a simul chip, if that's a border control, it's a problem. There's only one more border control, which we saw. It's on top of the deck. Thank you, chat log. So we can run HQ. If it's a Winchester, we're totally cooked. So I think we just have to hope the wolf eats, but I'm pretty sure Amarin has it in hand. I just don't think we can beat it. We can also check archives. I think if our last run R&D doesn't work, we check archives. I don't know if he would have discarded agendas, but like with the viruses in there, it's probably pretty safe. Can we force a shuffle? No. No, we cannot. Okay, not good. So we can see one more. We think there's 2 agendas in R&D. That would be 2 and 14. 13, because we've seen the top 3. Not great. Now here, if we want to run HQ, we could do like simul chip overclock. It'll give us 5 credits. We would have to like trash potentially the conduit to get a turbine, trash the simul chip for an, oh no, because we don't have access to Cleaver. If we actually had a Cleaver in our bin, we could probably do that. So I think we just hope and last click run archives. That's the best we got. This is why you don't drop conduit turn 1, but I think it could have worked out if we actually played it perfectly, and we played it far from perfectly. With him drawing the Audacity, I'm going to assume he wins next turn. The deck has multiple F run. Slap bundle could have been interesting here. I don't think so, because we have to spend a click to install it. You're right, the slap bundling of Sandstone is good, but like, I don't think we do. I think we just run archives. I think he has it. We messed it up. We punted. That's okay. The deck is on multiple F rune. There's no way that we don't win. The only problem to this play is like we're not at least keeping 4 credits. If we keep 4 credits, he might have to play around Clot. But we're not. I'm gonna assume that Amarim knows that we don't have Clot. That's what I thought. I think I needed to go HQ there. I should have trusted my gut there. But yeah, we were pretty sure there's only 2 agendas in R&D, so HQ made more sense. If that was the case, we would have just bounced this on an R&D and ran HQ once. I gotta trust my gut more. Like a game. Yeah. I think you had more agendas in hand. Yeah. Conduits kind of poisons you a bit. Where like you're like, okay, I'm gonna go R&D. But it kind of seemed likely that they scored at the Atlas with no token on it, that they had the win in hand. I thought it would be a 3-2 and a slash and burn. A hostile also makes sense. But yeah, if that was the case, we would have just moved around anything and put the Afshar. We would have swapped the Afshar and kept and bounced this. And then we would run an HQ. It's a bummer that we lost our Docklands. If it was a legwork, we would have lost it too. But yeah, I think running HQ there was a much better play. Yeah, that tracks. Beans. Yeah, we should have trusted ourselves there. I goofed the R&D axis is pretty bad though. People back that always tunnel visioned R&D. Yeah, I know. Yeah, it can be pretty bad. No. I think we want dirty laundry. Do we? Thanks for the game, eh? That feels like a bad beat on our part, but I think we learned a lot from that, which is more important than winning or losing. I don't know how I win this game. I don't got caught. I think extracting Resed. Ice totally goofs me. Yeah, I wonder if there was a play where they had a board control and if they extracted from a virus and then a virus for an ice. But it depends how much 2 strength ice they have. I think this list doesn't have anything besides Afrun. And the what did we see? The Thimble Rig, I don't think. But Kalakana Felix is not playing 2 Afrun, right? It was good to be remembered of Thimble Rig BC interaction. That interaction is like, I don't think that was a surprise. I think the bigger surprise was like, the mistake was not the Thimble Rig into board control. The mistake was Thimble Rig into anything. Because as soon as we run it once, they just do Thimble Rig into Sandstone and we're still cooked, right? So we just had to not put, we didn't want to run to the Thimble Rig. I saw Thimble Rig and I saw cheap ice we break for cheaply, so I'm going to put it there, but like, should have thought about it a bit harder than that. Especially because Afshar off HQ is also worth something considering how the game's going to go. You can run one for sure. I switched them out. Cool. Let's do another. I don't know how we put Dirty Laundry in this deck. I think this is the sort of match where the second Conduit caught us off guard, but like we did commit to the first Conduit too soon. I was thinking, yeah. Yeah, me too. Could also just be cycle happening since runners will adjust the amount of stab run. Yeah, I think stab run's not as good right now with the simulchip stuff. Yeah. Hey, cheers. Okay, let's do one more. We'll look at some of the sunset results. We can talk about the witch game, maybe. Maybe that I'm the only one who wants to do that. I don't honestly know how we play Dirty Laundry in this, or Into the Depths. Into the Depths on R&D, turn 1 doesn't make sense for Conduit. I don't think early Conduit's good, but we'll try that. At least we committed to the early Conduit to see what would happen. We really wanted the DECKLISTS there. We lost it to damage from the... I think we lost it to damage to the thing we would have rezzed. Have we shown off the new GNK? Yeah, we did. Looks cool. I think these are cards that people are quite excited to get. Full art, Regolith, sick. This sort of art like clearly has a lot going on, like a lot of minute details, even like the, you know, the Telerik rovers on the desk. It's good to get that blown up. And then the Sokolova, Elizaveta, making more like dangerous Netrunner cubes. Pretty cool. Hey, it's Kuba. How's it going, man? Cool. I think I have some of Kuba's dice here. The Mark dice? Do I have them in here? I think they are. Yeah. Kuba and Kuba's sister made the really cool Mark die. So, Jemison. A lot of small agendas. That's probably good for Hermes. This hand is kind of nothing. Testing super cool. A bit scared. Jemison can do some really mean stuff when it comes to advanceable traps. So as long as we focus on central servers, that can be okay. We have to also watch about advanceable ice suddenly being bigger, but it might not matter too much. Archer is a concern though, because Archer does see play and that's a hard thing for us to deal with. So I think we're going to wait for them to score out early. Getting an early Hermes is good. An early Conduit's reasonable too, because if they're playing a lot of agendas, they can draw them in a bad order and then we can get good pressure on. I don't like this hand. That's exactly maybe a better hand. Boxer Teeth is so good. Dirty Laundry being good to charge up the first counter on Conduit again, and it's good early to get a free access on top of your 3 credits. Yeah, I don't know. Maybe people aren't icing up R&D, and there's always like an open HQ. I think that's the biggest reason for it. Did Bookkeeper keep? Mulligan. Oh, okay. So Spin Doctor, we probably want to pressure that out because Slash and Burn could be alive and well. So our turn is probably... We don't really need a Hermes if he doesn't install anything because we want Hermes to catch the early 2-1, the hostile. Dirty Laundry's good with DECKLISTS? Yes, yeah, it's really good with our HQ pressure. That's true. It's just a good card. Okay. So I think there's a chance that there's an agenda in HQ. I think we'd rather, mind you, after Mulligan, no discard Spin Doctor, we've drawn through 8 cards. It could be an SDS, but I think we do Hermes run HQ. Get some pressure on. This is why you play 3 of Hermes. It does feel right. Okay, we're doing information gathering. Afshar, our friend. Medicine Chesvo, I'm scared. Assuming there's a wall-to-wall or something. That's a good face check. It's a reasonable ice. 4 strength ice is really good right now in the meta. I think Medicine Chesvo's cool. I think we did our budget ice math, and Medicine Chesvo, even without advancements, is like totally cromulent. Even if you don't do that text, I think this ice is good enough. Single advance. We know hand his Afshar has a Medicine Chesvo. If we run into this with no money, we win. So we could do credit, daily cast, run server 2. We're not hit by Messna Chesto or Afshar. We're hit by like anything that gives us a tag. But this is how you duck the Messna Chesto face check. Fantastic. So here we can run R&D. The problem is then we don't have a Hermes bounce. So I think we can either draw here to not die to nothing really. I think we just draw here to be able to get some pressure down. Yeah, like that. So if Bookkeeper scores out and we just bounce R&D, like we might actually just wolf it. I don't know what this could be though. I'm worried it's like Clearinghouse. Oh, this is bad. This is bad. All right, we're a Hermes deck. We can beat this. So one of these is an NGO front. So he either has 9 credits or 6 credits. If it's a Clearinghouse, it's a problem. But he definitely wants to be advancing cards. Do you think we check one of these? Like, I think with a Hermes deck, we don't. But I think with a Hermes deck, you have to take risks and put them on the table. This was iced up. How do we deal with this? We could also Pinhole Threading, which threatens the Spin Doctor. It probably doesn't. So if we want to get through this, it's actually relatively expensive. Because we need to get down, it's 5 for our Silly Breaker, our Unity. Then we have to boost 3 plus break 2. Probably only break 1. I don't know. I'm worried. If we do install Nuka, hit Nuka, we're on 6. We can install an SMC or a Simul chip. Let's just do this. Keep cards in hand. Don't die to Clearinghouse. Let's see what happens. He could score out a 5-3 here. Maybe it's bad to install the SMC if we assume that's an SDS and we'd be better putting a Simul chip down. There's the NGO front. So it looks like he's going to score this out because he protected this. This seemed like something that mattered because his turn seems to be more important. No action. You can't clot. It's on the table. Yeah, that was bad. SMC we threw out. That's really, really bad. So we're not going to Tau, but we will Hermes. And I think we'll just do the thing that we like to do. Yeah, I think we should have reconsidered that install there. Losing that as SMC is not good. I think we can just do Conduit Go. Unfortunately, we don't have a lot of pressure. Oh, if we find another SDS, it's a problem. Love to see these with Hermes around, but that's unfortunately nothing. We do see more cards. Why are we being Dao? If we had declined to use the ability most of the time, well, there just wasn't any res dice, but it's actually been very good for us, Cat, because we like move unresed ice onto R&D and then bounce it. It's actually been sick. Spin Doctor while drawing another Spin Doctor. I don't think we care about that much, especially with our economy. NGO front for 1 is sick, and that's the problem with playing advanced ball traps. On 2 credits, what can we trash here? The Campfire Snare, Behold. Take it. Unfortunate. Man, stealing those now? It's good that he doesn't have them, because to make Jemison viable, you need these small agendas. So let's see. So he has a Spin Doctor in hand, Spin Doctor in table. He has 3 credits. We know Afshar in hand. That's it. Afshar might have been on R&D. He can't really push out here without icing. So he's going to hit the Messna Chesto here. So you have to ice up R&D. On 2 credits, can you res R&D ice? What do you think it is? Do you think you can res R&D ice on 2 credits? That's probably a Spin Doctor, right? Let's find out. Tattoo Bowl is sick. Okay. More influence. So I don't think we need to contest this Spin Doctor. He has an Afshar in hand. We think that's a Spin Doctor. It could be a Rashida. We could consider pinholing it and it actually threatens 2 Spin Doctors. That's kind of cool. It shuffles the deck and then he draws into whatever nonsense. Oh, the chat log. So good. Oh, we actually don't know what it draws into. So this, if he wants to pop this Spin Doctor, I think we'd rather do this one. So I think it's Spin Doctor into Spin Doctor, which this is a weird way to use it. So NGO front 1 unseen. So the top of R&D is totally unknown. Not that it wasn't. So I think this is Rashida. Yeah, it's good to get that down. And then we'll just Nuka to keep cards in hand. Okay, if we can break a Tattoo Bola, the ice comes in unresed, which is actually quite good for us. So now Bookkeeper doesn't really have a play unless he has like credit install NGO hit. But on no money, there's not much you can do. So ideally we diesel for an SMC or just like we can install Conduit, install Simul chip and just go. What do you think we do here? Do you think we just Simul chip Conduit? SMC Cleaver? That seems so expensive. I think we start with the diesel. He has unknown cards in hand. That does change it a bit. Okay. So now we can do Conduit, Simulchip, Overclock, but then we don't see 4 cards. I think we just need to find our breaker. We can run HQ. We know Afshar. That's all we know. He's drawn with a Spin Doctor. On 2 credits, he can't score out much. Rashida would be bad. Just set up. I think so. So we have enough money. We do want to do Simulchip Gamble. Casts is fine too. And just set up for the later game. We can draw once. Then we want 8. No, that's not great. We'll get this down. I think the cast is good enough. Oh, we have 1 more click. Telework is fine too. Let's see if he scores out. Above the law would be disgusting, but he doesn't have money. Rashida, okay, that's really good for him. That was the worst case scenario in the remote server on 2 credits. So now he has a lot of cards in hand. There's a chance he has multiple agendas. The fact that we got the little weenies out, again, it makes Jemison hard to be relevant. Sometimes these decks also play like City Works Project because you can like a fast speed forfeit. We have to be worried about false lead. I think Gamble's cast chip. Maybe. I feel like the balance that we have from these, we don't have to really show the gamble that soon. Like we should work on this sooner than later, but obviously this is better on tempo. But I do think we have 2 or 3 turns. The worst part is no card draw here. So he needs to ice up R&D and or purge. We have no good way of checking this, which like, I don't know how anyone checks Mess the Chessboard really well early. So there are upgrades that allow you to forfeit. So I think it would be really bad here if this was the, generally you also put traps to protect it, but if that was Oberth protocol, so we have to check HQ. Telework doesn't do much when you don't click at the turn it comes down. Yeah, it's really slow. But we have to get it down anyways, right? But I know what you mean. I think we have to get some pot shots on HQ here. I think we're at the point that we can consider Turbine, even Turbine Simulchip for it's expensive. So here it could be an important turn that we install Conduit. There could be a virus there. I wouldn't be surprised. So we do like Sure Gamble, install Conduit, overclock HQ, get the Cleaver, run R&D. Yeah, the Telework seemed bad. Oh, we don't have enough clicks. So if we just install the Conduit, we go down to 3, we overclock, we're on 8. I think that's enough. So you would have laundries and pot shots on HQ would be much better. I totally agree. Yeah, it's hard for us to get good value here. The laundries would be a lot better. I just don't know what we cut. Maybe we don't need 3 Simulchip. It does help with the setup though. So if we do install Conduit, we're down to 3. We overclock HQ, we're down to 2, but we have 7. Math. So we have 7. Then we have to trash that to go get an SMC. Then we spend all 5 credits from here, and then we can make 1 run on R&D. I'm going to do it. We have enough backup economy that this seems doable. So we'll Simulchip this for an SMC. We'll use SMC plus all our money here. Cleaver. Breach server. Afshar, the 1 card we knew, bummer. And then we can run R&D with the Conduit. If he purges, he purges. He can get the Afshar there. I don't think we mind. It means that we'll Hermes bounce a remote server probably. So let's see what can happen here. We have to be careful because if he has a way to like fast Oberth to forfeit, we can access like an Urtica and to suddenly take like a lot of damage. Spin Doctor. Okay, so we knew that. So more cards in HQ here. So he's looking for a better ice, which makes sense because I don't think he wants the Afshar there. Let's see if he does a swap. You don't have to. I don't know if he needs 4 more credits. We're not scared of archers just yet. But we're going to see a lot of cards here. So if that's a virus. Sometimes you don't want to swap a tattoo, right? Because we get the bounce. So Warroid. Oh, cool. Gross. No, I wasn't expecting. So if he swaps here, we'll bounce that. He's not swapping. Love it. So Breach server, a lot of cards to see. Hostile, start. So do we swap these? Definitely not. We get no value from any of our cards. No. Colossus, gross. Archer, gross. Stavka, gross. I'm scared, y'all. We just used the Simulchip for that, and that's what he's drawing into. God, this log is so good. Colossus, Archer, Stavka. Not great. Now his remote server is a bit clogged up, so running HQ is okay. He has an Afshar. He has a Colossus. That's all we know. Archer Stavka. Look, we got all the like weenies out, so he has a bit of work to do. He needs to purge at some point. It's obviously not this turn. But if he gets a Colossus down, right, like we can't deal with it. 4 strength sentry. He seems to have some sort of advanceable ice synergy here. He could push in the remote server, hedge fund NGO back in the deck. So R&D top is totally unknown. And that was after mandatory. Sometimes you want to do that before. Depends if he really wanted to draw into hedge fund or NGO here. I'd argue he doesn't. So he's just going to use server 2. Now, if he doesn't stall advance, we can run R&D and see a bunch. So he probably ices up this. Does he ice up HQ with the Afshar? Maybe. And if he has 6 credits, then we have to worry about Colossus. Probably want to bounce that. Yeah, okay. So we have to worry about Stavkas, right? They're very alive and very well. Do you think he has something in HQ? I think there's a chance. He's 5 credits. So we have to respect exactly Stavka. And Stavka does like a purge, right? Like a soft purge. Let alone obviously lose our rig. So this is where ideally we run HQ and get a bounce. So let's draw the Docklands. Or a Dirty Laundry not on the deck. Okay, tricky. Do we play Chrysopean Skimming in this deck? Do you think we play Chrysopean Skimming? Has it found a home? I don't think we're worried about this card. I think we can just set up. I'll run HQ for your single. I think we're going to hit the Afshar because that's usually how it goes. But if you drew 2 agendas, the thing is that we got a lot of small agendas. Also, if it's an SDS, what are we forfeiting? I think I want a simul chip because if he scores on SDS, we're in a bad spot. We have enough drip coming in. NGO. Yeah, I'll trash that. You know, Andre's reaching when he starts suggesting skimming. Yeah, I know. Not my favorite card. I think we will hit the telework here or never hit the telework. Start hitting telework? Yeah, probably. I think I'd rather hit the creative, but yeah, you're not wrong. So SDS is a problem as much as there's no advancements on it. This is like inherently the Jemison issues. Like if you don't draw your early small agenda points, you're probably playing a blank ID for a while. Now, still resing an Archer is like goofy, but sometimes it is worth doing. But he doesn't have a lot of money because we've still 2 hostiles, 2 standoffs. That's probably what he wants to tempo out for money, let alone have a relevant ID text. When your ID text is hinging on like scoring on an SDS or forfeiting an SDS, even worse, right? And I don't know if we're going to expect false lead in here. Okay, we're on the way to actually get down our breaker suite, which a 4 strength echelon, you break in, what do you pay, like 7 to deal with Archer? He drew an unknown because he shuffled. Hey, take your time. So ideally you want to get a card draw to keep going deeper. Dawkins Pass would be good. So one of card draw, we have a 2 diesel, 2 Nuka left in the list, which is good. I think we'd rather have the Nuka here. We can draw a bit aggressively. Obviously, we can discard a Hermes, but we also have to make sure that we have like an extra thing to be able to interact with SDS drone deployment. We still have to steal one. We won't be on game. Well, we will be on game point, but we won't have one. So the last hostile matters more for Bookkeeper than it does for us. Install credit. So now he's threatening Colossus. Whatever he top decked could have gone in there. This daily cast is doing well for us. So we'll draw once. If we draw that, we go up to 8. We have 2 clicks left. We can work with that. We can discard those, no problem. So I'm going to get down to simul chip in case it's an Oberth into SDS, but that doesn't make any sense. You don't Oberth this. But it'll give us the ability to claw back on the board. We can discard these 2, so I'm just going to hit the telework. Having a simul chip around is nice. Allows you to deal with SDS really well. And if we face check into a Colossus, we just like flicker whatever. As much as the conduit getting purged out is pretty bad. He might be on Mavirus. I think it's hard not to play Mavirus modernly. Especially with some amount of fast events and Jemison's oeuvre. If you're not familiar, this is Pretty Boys. It's happening! Oh, wait. Can we die to like a clearinghouse? Not that quickly. But he just forfeited a 3-pointer. So I don't think he's trying to win. I think he's trying to hurt us. 6 advancements? Sick purge. So that's how we got the simul chip down. But that's a good way to purge, I reckon. That's so funny. So we're not going to DAO. We have to deal with this. So we need a pinhole for the Oberth because otherwise he can score out from hand turn after turn. So we're going to Hermes this Swap 2 pieces, no. Things we do for purging virus counters. We have to deal with this though. Like we have one more pinhole in the whole deck, and we will probably have to simul-chip for the conduit. So if we go through this, he's on 8 credits, which means we can get one good run. There's a chance that we don't want conduit here. He has to discard. Oh, he has 2 clicks left. Oh, sorry. I shouldn't simul-chip that fast. Thought that was your whole turn. Yeah, we're going to undo that because I thought we wanted to do it before he ends his turn, but we have no reason to do that. Who knows what I'll get? Probably wanted to put the tattoo on the remote to force a res on R&D. Oh, I think you're right. Yeah, actually, the tattoo on the remote server is pretty reasonable. I keep tunneling R&D and I think it's wrong. Gain another credit? Oh, no. Click credit? No, we're good. Oh, yeah, because we paid 1. You're right. I think you're right. Having the tattoo bola there on the remote server would be better because we can challenge it. Yeah, thank you. +1 credit. Yeah, that's right. Because we paid 1 for the conduit. Yeah, because if we had... So here we can go for like a hope the 1 of wins. But if we put the tattoo bola here, he has to res. He can res Stavka. But like next turn he can score out. Like, so Oberth says the first advancement gives him, and maybe he's advancing ice with Oberth, but it gives him 2 counters. So he can do 1, 2, 3, 4 and score out a 4-2. It's not good. Don't forget the simul-chip now. Yeah, I'm considering it. I think we need our conduit to win, but we have to get pretty lucky. The problem is like if now, because we're 2 simul-chips deep, is that if we find an SDS drone deployment, we just eat the conduit. I honestly don't know what to do about R&D here. Like this is not a good board state for us. We've been tunneling R&D too hard. We should be playing the board a bit better. Where yeah, tattoo bola here means we can run potentially. I honestly actually don't know if we pop it now because I think there's a chance that we're going to crack the simul-chip for the SMC and we'd rather have the flexibility. Because we could have done SMC run, crack the SMC simul-chip in there. I don't think we had to simul-chip right now with an SMC in hand. Bummer. Thinking. This deck is harder to pilot. I'm just tunneling and I don't think that's correct. So if he had an agenda, probably would have gone on the remote server. That seemed like a desperate play. So like what's worthy to note is that there's 3 points out of the game. So like seeing 3, 6, 7, 8. This is starting to be 9, 10. Running R&D, giving him 4 is okay, but if we steal, we bounce, and then R&D is totally open. I think we're going to take that shot. We don't have to hit the conduit button. Tattoo Pool is a cool card. It's a genuinely cool card. This Architects of Tomorrow, but in a nice hidden agenda here is so important. No. Okay. So now we can run HQ. We know one of the cards is a Tattoo Bola. Let's draw for Docklands. Echelon's important. Now if an SDS gets scored out, it's bad. So we can show Echelon, show SMC. We have 1 simul-chip left. I think we show SMC. So what if, this SMC only gets us our last breaker, our Unity. So maybe we just money up because we're about to dump our whole breaker rig. If he scores out, we bounce, we go. I don't think he scores out though. I did dip for a bit. Glad to see you're still streaming. Yo, thank you. I like Tuesday streams. We generally go for a while and we get actually like really test an archetype as opposed to some Thursday streams where we play like 2 games, which are still fun, but you know, it's a different mood. Hopefully your Tuesday's been going okay. Uh-oh. Advance, advance, advance above the law. Hitting good telework. Atlas with a counter. Okay. Do we swap these 2? I think we do because it's fun. Then he can either push or ice. Let's go for the swap. So we know that there's, I think he drew, he wins next turn. So he probably has to ice us up unless he jams and has to pray. Like hope that we don't have it. I honestly think Earthrise Hotel is actually worth in this deck. Like we have reasonable money, but we don't have the click compression to click to draw. I think Earthrise Hotel is actually kind of what we want because we can pay the upfront money to get 2 cards every turn to play creatives and stuff like that. So if he has a 3-2 in hand, he jams onto the Oberth and wins unless we produce the SMC and we have to play around Claude. So here we can run HQ. We can, the other options we like install Echelon, install Turbine, run R&D. That beats, could be border control. It beats Colossus. If he reses a Colossus, we still lose. Probably not actually, because he'd be on 1 credit. It beats Stavka. Whatever, let's go. Can't break code gates. I shall let SMC run R&D. I think we're expecting the turbine to pay for itself. The only thing we can't break is code gates here. If it's the Afshar, I'd be surprised. He's been holding it in hand for a while. And then we just run HQ and hope. Or, yeah, now we can't run the remote server, which is a bit tricky. But I think we just have to lock hand and hope he doesn't have a 3-2. Oh, he's forfeiting. It's an archer. So I'm glad we installed this. Yeah, great. Archer. So now he's not on game point. He gets to put 2 advancements on the Mess and Chesvo. It feels good to actually keep your Obith for 2. I know, like with a pinhole threading world, the Warrior tracker is actually really good into it. So now we break this for 7. Unfortunately, this is rezzed, but we're going to move it over there. He's on 3 credits. Do we break all of it? I think so. Breach server C2. Don't think we wanted to have that. It's not a great draw for him, but it's not the worst draw. I think we just creative here. Actually, we probably shouldn't have creative. Actually. If we hit the telework, do you mind? We're playing really poorly into Aziev. I don't know if he's on Aziev. I'd be surprised. We haven't seen the 2 slot besides the Atlas. So I think it's actually in our best interest to do 1, 2, 3, 4, click. It's not died to Aziev. We're less on the clock because he's only on 3 points now. So we're going to get another Hermes trigger. So now we just want to put Archer on their remote server. Oof, ouch, out my wallet. Yeah, that was not great. We have no way to make Archer more tenable. So one of the best dice on R&D, but it was also very expensive for him. So now we know he has a Warroid in hand. If we run R&D for 7, we see the top. So let's see if he scores out here, because then it's not great for him. We need to get the last Simul chip soon. Okay. So if he has an agenda, goes on remote server, that might be the double Warroid stack. Let's go find a DECKLISTS and some money. I think we can do that. I think we can do telework, hit telework, run HQ. I might well run HQ first, I guess. But if he has an agenda, goes on remote server. Yeah, this is the sus run. That doesn't make a lot of sense. So here he can score out a 5-3. I should have thought through that turn a bit better. Or sorry, not 5-3, a 4-2. Oberth's been staying. Draw. Okay, that's good. So I think it's double Warroid in the remote server. Subliminal, we're going to be running every turn. Don't you worry. His money is... Love that he's playing the old Subliminal art, which like the new Subliminal art is actually one of my system gateway cards that I think does a really good job at making you think which one you want to play. Okay, so I think that's a Warroid. I think we have a chance of running HQ. If he had an agenda, he probably would have jammed it. If we have a DECKLISTS, it's a lot easier to do that. So let's get a DECKLISTS. Border control. This Oberth, I don't think we're going to trash that one. And we'll just do telework, not die to Aziev. So if he fast advances out here, install, advance, you get double advance, advance, you score out, but then we can do move Archer, bounce ice, and then we can run R&D. He'll be on 3 credits. Then third hostile would be the best, I think, for him, because he can score it out while still having a click left, and let alone get that money. I think we'd actually be, I don't know. Him scoring hostile means he doesn't have to pay 2. Like he's forfeit 5 points, like 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, purge. Yeah, that actually makes sense. Draw. Overclock or R&D with the conduit is totally fine. We're going to put the HQ pressure every turn. One good run. This is where the Waken plan feels a bit better, of course. Ket, Oberth. Great. I think we just do draw telework. I don't actually know what we're drawing into anymore. I think a pinhole for the Oberth would be good, but then we have to trash the one in hand as well. I think we could consider trashing the one in hand. Let's see what he has. Okay. Do we ever just contest the remote server is the question. I'm pretty sure this has to be a Stavka. 7-string Stavka cost us... Wow, a lot. Probably still want the Unity. Oh, I forgot we don't have the Unity. Yeah, we definitely want the Unity. So that's probably an agenda. The second pinhole is a bit hard because of Warroid, but I still think we just like trash the stone ship. I think we actually trash the stone ship to Warroid. We probably trash something else. I don't know what else we have. Like a telework with 3 credits was probably the target. Could be a second Oberth, but I think that's an agenda. Now, if he scores out, if it's a 3-2, he has a click left to repair this situation. Spin Doctor's out. We want to run. We'll draw. Overclocks make the R&D run tenable. The question is how expensive is this? Pinhole into double Warroid is going to hurt? Yes. I think you're right, it's double Warroid. Yeah, but it's 2 Warroids. I don't think we can pay 4 for it. I think we'd rather just trash Stone Ship and something else. I think we overclock R&D. I think we have to get the pressure up. 15 credits, probably enough. I don't think we're spending 8 on this. Let's see if he reses Tattoo Bola, but of course it's a Tattoo Bola. Well, now we've sunk cost. We're going to go in here. He has more money. I think he threw out the Afshar. We have so many agendas we still have to steal. We literally have a lot of work to do. So let's see if he swaps the Tattoo. I think we know a Nugget in hand, which, like, it's a bummer if he triple advances a cat. We break it for 1, actually. It's not that bad. He just gets a credit and advancement, which, like, advancement in this remote server can be scary. Or is a cat only ice? A cat's any card, I'm pretty sure. I know Subliminal's in the deck, right? Maybe there's a trick. I just don't know why you wouldn't run all the time. Well, you know what would be good here? Beatrice. Does Beatrice see additional cards? I think she does. Yeah, Beatrice would be good here, but Wake would be better. Wake and Beatrice. Now we're talking. I could probably give him 2 credits. Get lucky. Get lucky. Rashida res, sick. Never lucky. She has +1 access. I think she needs to be +1 access. So HQ pressure is going to be real next turn. He probably doesn't have the agenda because I think it goes in remote server instead of Rashida. So we know it's not an Aket here. An Oberth, okay. The Prey R&D works thing is not really good. Not really enjoying it. Prey R&D. Not my favorite play style. That being said, I don't know what anyone does in this board state. So best case scenario, he's drawn a Stavka. He's also drawn now 3 unknown cards. So if he has an agenda to put in the remote server, he might have to keep an agenda in HQ. We haven't seen him a virus yet, but we have a chance of checking HQ, checking archives. I wouldn't put it past him to ice. Why does he need 17 credits? What's going on? 17 credits? There's more you have to do here, right? So now we can pressure HQ, pressure archives, see if we can get a bounce. 17 double advance. Big deal? Maybe. Is he scoring? Is he scoring a hostile here? What's happening? Okay. This is an important turn. We can run HQ to C2. We can run archives. If he's an NGO front, he gets money. If we do all of that, we can overclock R&D for single, or we can run in for an access. We want to find them a virus sooner than later. Maybe a lot of ice. Yeah, maybe. But like, there's 15 cards left in R&D. 3, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Like, we've seen 10 points, but we've gone through more than half the deck. Maybe this is 13 points. Mind you, the last simul chip is going to be really important. Oberth and remote equals lethal clearinghouse. Yeah, you're right. You're right. I think that's probably how he's winning. Because he reses that Oberth, trashes this one, forfeits this, gets 6 counters on there. So we have to install Stone Chip. So that means we have to get a bounce really importantly, but even if he gets a bounce, he has to res this. If he reses that, we can bounce the Oberth, so he has to res both of them. If that's the case, if he reses both of them, what do we do? I think we might gonna get Clearinghouse. I think you're right. So we have to win. Unfortunately, winning involves a lot of agendas. So we can run HQ, run archives. That gives us 2 clicks. The other options we do, okay, wait, how many advancements can he put on this? So Jemison says forfeit, it's agenda points +1. So he gets up to 6 at start of turn. So if we do draw, Stone Chip draw, that's our whole turn. So the only way that we don't die to this is our whole turn, and then we have to trade our whole hand. So it's likely that we lose the Unity or the last simul chip, and both of those are really, really, really bad. Could be another SDS, yeah. Okay. So that's one way. So then it's up to him to, that's the problem though, it's up to him to not mess up the bounce. Because if we run archives or HQ and get an agenda, he has to res both Oberth and that, and as soon as he does that, we're cooked anyways, unless we top deck the pinhole. So we'll start with this. I don't think he holds agendas to DECKLISTS now. This is maybe ridiculous. Okay. There might be agendas in here. This is the one server we haven't been running all game. Maybe thinks it's a deep dive, but I do think there might be agendas in here. What action does he have? Nothing. Okay, so he threw out the Oberth. So we know that's not the Oberth in the remote server. Okay, so we actually can't die unless he's playing like Quarantine. But Quarantine is a what's this card called? Quarantine System? I'm pretty sure it's an asset. Quarantine System. I had the name. Wild. So this is forfeit an agenda, res up to 3 ice, but it's an asset. So now with 3 Oberth out, we know that we're not going to die next turn, so it's more likely an SDS. So he advances, and then he gets 1 click. He actually can win next turn. No, because Oberth is first time a turn. You have to do like advance, install Audacity. Interesting. So now we have to figure out how to win, and it's probably run R&D. This is 7 credits. The question is, how much is this? Worst case scenario, it's Stavka on 7 strength, which costs 8. So we can see a single card. It's very likely that there's an agenda on top of the deck. We've seen so many agendas. And if this wins, we can run HQ. Still not enough clicks since he has to install the hostile if he has it. So I was thinking he does advance, install, advance, but the Oberth is first time, yeah. So he doesn't have enough clicks. If Oberth wasn't first time, oh, that's not good for us. This is not good. The cool thing is on the last turn, you can like throw into Echelon. SDS needs 5 advancements. Oh, yeah. So that would go to 4. You have to do advance, and yeah, okay. No, I was totally wrong. I was off by 1, yeah. Well, we have to force the boarding control. There's nothing around this. Gotta head to the meeting. Thank you for stream limes. Enjoy your meeting. Thanks for dropping in. So boarding control will get popped here. Yeah. So we can run back and absolutely bankrupt ourselves. I think we're cooked. I think we're really, really in a bad spot here. If he scores out, he'll trash one of our things, and he has a whole turn to respond to it because he has the click compression of the Oberth. So if we run this Archer, we can spend all our money. We can save a credit, give him 2, which seems fine. So this costs 6, right? 3 to boost. Break. Maybe HQ is a better place to try and bounce. We got our Docklands and we missed. I just, like, it would assume that Spin Doctor saw 2 agendas, and then he jammed 1. Which I think the chance of us running HQ is less likely than seeing 2 on the top of R&D for all our money. So the only way that we win is that we hit 2 agendas on the top of R&D. So assuming this is a 5-3, that's 3, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13. So there's 7 points we're assuming in 15. So seeing 2 agendas and winning is pretty reasonable. The question is, like, what do we possibly steal to SDS? I think we just have to do it. It's like a really ridiculous chance that we possibly win here. Very unlikely. Yeah, I think Earthrise might be good. I think we're just like slightly not click compressed enough to do all the stuff we want to do. Come on, let's go. Not a good start. Very, very bad. Oh shit. That's terrible. That's really, really, really bad. Tell me about it. Yeah, the pray for Hermes lifestyle is it's getting me. It's definitely getting me. I don't know if we're being unlucky or not. SDS is going to take down something important. Yeah. So any breaker we lose, losing the Echelon seems important. This is a Stavka, which actually is fine. So we can swap these 2. We can bounce that. So either he has 1 click to rebuild and he has to rebuild. I think this is a Stavka. The problem is he can put anything down here. And we know the top of the deck is, what? A Pharos. So he has Ice, Pharos, and then all the other stuff that we know. So I think not the Oberth because he threw it out. So even if he has a 3-2 in hand, like he can just push an next turn, do advance. and then the Oberth gives you 2 advancements. Okay. So this is an archer, we're okay with the trade. If it's a Stavka, we're okay with the trade. The problem is the top of R&D is known. So if he stops because of the conduit, it's fine. But I don't think he wins next turn. So I think we just do repair ourselves. So we'll stone chip because it's a bit better than drawing cards. That's a good recovery. A second ice on R&D is going to suck. So that's a card we knew. That's a card that we knew. That's not good. I don't know what he's throwing out here. 6 credits actually might not be worth anything here. I think instead of a credit, we should have drawn a card because we need our simul chip to get back in the game. Yeah, that 5th to 6th credit didn't really matter. So draw, okay. This is important. If he draws the hostile, he can still win here. He does install advance. Oh no. Good game. Dang, it was 2 cards down. How many cards did we see? So it's going to be a bit messed because we ran archives once. But we accessed 44 cards. I think 13 of those were archives. And we saw the same from HQ a lot. Thanks, you too. Bookkeeper forfeited 5 agenda points and we still couldn't keep up. Like, how messed up is that? This is the longest I've seen Oberth stick in any game. And it's definitely a double worried. I think you got unlucky. I think we got pretty unlucky. I don't think we got absurdly unlucky. I think what was unlucky is that we stole these sooner than later. And these we want to steal in the mid game to get like good bounces and stuff like that. But like we used all our RD accesses really early and they did nothing because Hermes and Tāo didn't do anything. Oh, shoot. Okay, cool. Yeah. So I don't know. I don't know if it was like really, really bad or not. But like Oberth is so good because it plays around the like Hermes disruption. This is definitely double worried. And we have the pinhole, but we'd have to trash our whole board. Just swap those. So the archer's behind not the barrier, but like the wall. That's technically how you should set up for siege. That's really important for siege. Yeah, double worried. Yeah, there you go. Cool. Oh man. So how many points are out of the game? 3, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14. So there's 6 points and 12 cards in R&D. HQ's all ice. Yeah, I reckon so. 6 points across 12 in R&D. Yeah, bummer. I think this deck is cool. I think there's definitely things you can tune it. It's like, it's weird because it's so vanilla. And I feel like the problem I'm playing is I'm tunneling too much into like Wolf 1 Conduit, where like we probably should put, maybe that's why the Dawkins was good. Like the Dawkins would have been really, really good in this matchup. Or not the Dawkins, the Waken Plants. And then we can have that pressure to, you know, to move to Alice and then above the law in R&D. Oh yeah, right. All the SDSs are out. So there's 3 and 12, 1 and 4. That's higher than you'd expect it to be. That being said, the run on R&D where we saw 2 cards, the most we could got is 4 points, which would have bounced the SDS, but it wouldn't have won us the game. We have to steal every single agenda in the game. Wait, we have to steal every single agenda left in the game to win. Largely. Like there's only 4 more points in the deck. That's like the really cursed thing when agendas are removed from the game. It's harder to close the game. Dawkins does not feel good at all. It felt bad here because he had a strong remote, scoring remote, and everything went from R&D straight to server 2. I think there's some board states where it's not the case, and I think there was a situation where we should have contested this earlier, where we should have moved the Tattoo Bola off, which is on me. So that is a bit of like a mispilot, I think. But yeah, not a lot of points left in the game. Super wild. Good game, Kuba. Cool. Okay. Do we have any news left? I don't know. I kind of wanted to talk about this. Maybe some people don't care, but I finally got to play this, which is a wild thing. This has been around for a while. I think there's some really effusive reviews on like BGG from like ex-Netrunner players who are like, is this the next Netrunner? It's an asymmetric card game. So, yo, good game. Tattoo is a risk with Hermes. It's weird. Yeah, there was a turn where you didn't bounce just so to get it returned to hand, but the Tattoo is like really quite good for you. Tron, you're saying beans, as in like the Beanstalk point system? Because I don't know what the URL is to that. Do you have it? Let me just pause for that for a second before we go into this. I got to play this for the first time. I think it's impossible to find English copies. French copies are everywhere here because people speak French here. So it's a fair bit more accessible, which is cool. I was really excited to play this thing, but I don't know if I have the most like positive thoughts about it. That being said, I definitely want to play it again. But you can see a lot of like criticism and review on both sides of it, just to give the short of it, because I think this is adjacent to Netrunner enough. So it's called Fate of Roanoke and is an asymmetrical game, just like Netrunner, where one player plays the runner, one player plays the corp. And technically they have different win conditions, albeit in this game, they kind of play slightly more similarly. And in short, there's a town of 9 villagers out there. These have 3 different color groups, and you basically spend most of your turns spending actions like a worker placement game. You both have 3 actions, and you do your 3, they do their 3, you do upkeep, stuff like that. So not dissimilar to Netrunner at all. And as the witch, the really cool thing is that there's a deck of all 9 villagers that appear on the board. And at the beginning of the game, you shuffle it and draw 1. And that is secretly the person that you're trying to, I'm not actually sure what it is in English, but you're meant to like complete the ritual with them or on their behalf or to them or something like that. And that is basically your one win condition, is to basically advance that 1 card enough and then have the action and the board state to be able to reveal and win. The other side is the hunter. Again, some disclaimer that this is about witch hunting, which is, you know, a pretty messed up part of history. So some people that will just bounce them for sure. DMG the link. Okay, I'll open it after. Thank you. I don't have Discord open right now, but I'll grab it after this. And you're trying to do the same thing where you're trying to figure out who the secret card that the witch has. And you do that in 2 ways. Firstly, you can just start blasting, which is an expensive action. And if you fail 3 times and kill 3 innocent people, the game is over, you lose. But more importantly, that deck of 9 cards of which the witch drew 1 from, those 8 cards are still remaining. And so you can spend an action in which you spend 3 pieces of evidence to draw the top card from that deck. And you secretly now know who the witch isn't, and the witch doesn't know which card you had. And so the idea here is like, you're trying to read your opponent. They're trying to bluff you to put out their tokens to advance their board state. You're trying to figure out who they're actually trying to advance fully, and you're trying to stop that and stop it out. Reminds me of Shadowhunter, one of my favorite old school games. I don't know if I know that one. Now, things about this game. It is technically a worker placement game. You have 3 actions. So Hunter has 3 actions. You can either put them on some of the actions you have on your board that are unique, or most of the time you're putting the actions on the villagers. And the villagers have text like a worker placement game, but the villager text is like where you spend most of the game. And the villager text is surprisingly boring. That's what I found. Now, the text on the cards is admittedly too small. I think the symbology is too small. I think a lot of people criticize that. That can be an issue, as much as these cards don't have a lot of text on them. But like, going to one of these places is just like gain a credit. It just says gain 1 influence, which is the credit system of the game. One says like draw 1 card. And there's some that are better than others, but they're offset by the fact that when you visit one of them, based off of the color and the amount of tokens on the left side, you get to put that many, I think they're called that many clues or secrets on other people or the same person on the board, depending on their symbols. And this becomes a bit of a soup of symbols. The idea is, for things to be good, you need to first, on either side, spend time by putting 3 of your tokens on a card. And then the next time you visit them, you can convert those 3 tokens into an evidence or a favor. And so it's a lot of things where like, there's a lot of tokens on cards that get upgraded to other cards. And the win condition is for the witch, get 3 of your favor on the same card. So things can get pretty busy, but the majority of the game is going to a space to do its somewhat trivial small action on it and then advance the rest of the board state. And so going to this character is important because it puts things on the blue cards, but going here puts 2 on the green cards, so on and so forth. I think that's one of my big criticisms. Firstly, the game was really long. We played, it was like 2.5 hours. Admittedly, it was a teach, so it's a bit slow, but that's kind of been a criticism of the game. The games are pretty long, but the majority of actions you're taking are like not exciting. They're really not exciting. Also, when someone puts a token on a card, that token is not available. So you end up, at least we did, and very, very much worth noting, we're probably pretty bad at the game. Paul, who showed me the game, has played it 3 times, my first game, so we probably don't know what's good. And there's a lot of card games that you have to be good at the game to see why the game is great. I think Doomtown is a big problem with that. A lot of people bounce off their first Doomtown game, but Doomtown is such a good game. And maybe that's a problem, that the game doesn't show you why it's amazing off the bat when people go all in the first shootout and the game's over. I would expect it 30 minutes, yes. A lot of people say it's over an hour, and that's a problem for a 1-on-1 game like this, that, you know, it's an issue. The big thing also at the end of this game, which was really strange, is that it came down to 50-50. The best my opponent, who's not seasoned at the game, is 2 hours in, put enough tokens on 2 cards in the same turn that I could guess who the person was, fully 50-50. If I was wrong, I lose the game. If I was right, the game continues. And by definition, I now know who the witch has, because they didn't win the game when I called the 50-50 wrong, right? It's the idea that you think the 5-3 in their remote server, install advance. Oh, do they win next turn? And then their turn starts and they don't triple advance it to win. You now know that that's not the win in the remote server. And you have the same issue here, where if I like kill the wrong person, or I think they call it do a raid on the right person, I now know who it is. And that was weird. I think probably better players can get it to better than a 50-50, but the fact that a 2.5 hour game came down to a 50-50 is really, really strange to me. It's a deck building game, mind you. You can build decks and you draw from your deck and you play cards onto your play mats. I was really surprised the witch had cards that just said like, destroy this location or kill this person. And like, that got me by surprise, because
played cards assuming there'd be an engine and I could just lose them out of nowhere. I don't like cancel cards in games that just say like discard this, destroy this, because I don't know. It obviously is important for the balance of the game because the value of cards might not last forever, but it was weird to me. I think a big thing too is that because cards can only have one token on them, we ended up in a lot of situations where we did the same turns turn after turn after turn. So the idea is that I can't go as the player playing the hunter who has the white tokens. I can't go to this character here. Oh, you don't see my mouse. That's weird. I can't go to a certain character because they have the black token on them, which means the witch is currently there. And I can't go there because each card can only have one token. So there's a lot of situations where like I would just go to the same person over and over again to fundamentally keep the witch, the opponent, out of that because that person was really good. And so a lot of my turns were just like, I'm going to do the same thing. And you can push someone out of a location, albeit as an expensive effect. You basically lose an action that turn. People really like this game and I want to play more of it. But like from what I played from one game, it was not that exciting. The ending was it was straight up a 50-50. I think the deck building could be cool, but it was a bit of a struggle. And I think the base game itself, like, I think that's what made me appreciate Netrunner. A lot of the basic actions in Netrunner, like the idea of making a run, is so inherently exciting. Whether you don't know what's going to be rezzed, you don't know what's in the remote server, you don't know what you're accessing from central servers, like the base actions of the game are very, very quite exciting. And we spent, again, about 2 hours doing just go here, I'm going to gain a card, go here, I'm going to gain 1 influence. And I don't know, that being the core of the game seemed like a game of inches that is 2 hours long, which I don't know, maybe that's like the L5R problem. I think you can play around that as a witch a bit. Setting up false targets can force the hunter to waste their resources, which gave you a window to follow your real target. Hey, your way works too. How's it going? I think that's a big thing that did happen in the match. My opponent did a good job of making me think one person was the witch. And so I shot him. And that's an expensive thing because if you shoot a person and it's wrong, the witch has to reveal that's not my person. And then that person's flipped down. So there's 1 less tile on the board. That can be advantageous, but you have to wipe all your clues off the whole board. So it puts you back to like tabula rasa. I had a location card in play that allowed me to trash it to move clues to any people, so I thought I could easily recover. But on the turn that I shot the person, the witch then played on their next turn a card that says trash or location, and I lost all of that. So I spent what didn't seem like a lot and lost a lot. You could argue that was really good on Paul's part to keep that, and maybe if I knew that card was in the card pool, I wouldn't have taken that play. But I think there's some situations where just like shooting could have made sense, and it just killed the innocent person, and the repercussions might not be that bad as long as we were set up for it. But I think the cards in the Hunter's deck are pretty dull and there's no deck building element. Yeah, if you just buy the core set, you just have to play the deck and then they sell you other stuff. What's really weird about this game too is like a lot of the criticism or feedback I've seen from people say like, I can never win as a witch. We've played with multiple play groups. No one wins as a witch. And then other reviews say you can never win as the hunter, right? Like I don't get it. I think so many people play this differently that it's like very weird and very hard to figure out if it's balanced or not, because who knows if you're playing right. I just think 2 hours for this was too much. And I like the theme. I like how it plays out. I like the hidden roles nature. It's just, I don't know. It's a bit of a slog, which is a bit of a bummer, but I definitely would be interested to play it again and see if getting good actually changes a lot. Cause I think there's something here. You can't find it in English, so I'm in no rush, but thank you so much for Paul who had a copy and showed me how to play it, which is cool. I'd expected 30 minutes. I read that. Yeah, weird game. Very interesting. I know this came up on the channel before, so I was super stoked to play it, but I left it being like, what? That's so weird and so interesting, but then probably not the thing I wanted it to be. Strange, interesting game. Okay, I want to open the Beans Point thing. I think we're going to end on that. Let me just grab it 1 second. So in short, this thing has been being made for a while. Can I open it here? Does that work? Yes. So this is something that Encoder's been putting together. I haven't seen the modified world in a way. How much output randomness would you put up with in that game? What is exactly output randomness? I forget the difference between input and output randomness. One is what you put in. Obviously one's when you come out. Like one is not knowing the result of the action before you do it. The other is not knowing the action after it comes out. These head-to-head all-in-one card games often feel too slow to me. I feel like the same way about Radlands. Radlands, especially if you play with the errated rules that they made some changes, is a much faster game. I do agree that Radlands is exactly that sort of game, as much as there's no like hidden roles asymmetry. But Radlands, specifically if you play with the new rules that prevent you from healing, like just heal slogging, it's a much better game. So do check that out for sure. But it's the same sort of idea. Really easy to pick up, 1 box. You don't have to do deck building. In any game you make decisions, then the results is based on probability. Yes. In this game, it's strange because obviously just like you could not turn one, but like maybe turn two, turn three, just shoot the right person and win on a 1 in 9. That's not that different than Netrunner, that you could just run R&D 3 times and win the game. Like that can happen. But I think it's worse when it ends the game like that. I don't know. Have you played Chess Clock Radlands? It's great. No, I haven't. I saw an errata 3-hour Radlands game. Oh crap. I'm not that plugged into Radlands. It's been a while. My partner doesn't like it that much. So I don't play too much of it. Cards drawn as input randomness, XCOM missing shots as outcome randomness. Okay, because you see the result, then you do the thing, and then you see what's happening. Input, you don't know what you're gonna get. I don't know. I think it's cool, especially in games like that, like Radlands to some extent. The card pool is small enough that it's manageable, as much as there's no deck building in Radlands. So I would see in this thing, like, there's elements in Netrunner that are so cool. Like there's these things called spells or potions that like the witches can make, and then they pop off. They're expensive and slow, but like one spell is kind of akin to a biotic labor, and you see it coming. So they can set up this one turn where they can do a lot of things really quickly, and then you have 3 problems to deal with. That's kind of cool. In terms of the randomness though, like there's not too much besides what you're drawing in this game, and then of course like who the culprit is at the end of the day. So I don't know. It depends on the game. It depends how long the game is too. Like having a 2.5-hour game that's decided by a 50-50 at the end of the game. No, thank you. But having like a 10-50 minute game with a lot of randomness in it, fine, great, right? Like there's a lot of randomness deciding things like, I think a good example is, what's it called? Air, Land, and Sea, which is a game like Marvel Snap, but in that game, you can retreat if you have a bad hand, or you can bluff by using a bad hand and pretending you have a good hand, right? Like there's a lot to it. Chess Clock Radlands is so much fun, especially as a slowpoke player. I gotta check that out. I need to buy a chess clock. We used to have a nice one when we were kids, and I just like them, even just to keep around on my desk to be like work time, not work time, and see how bad things get. Okay, this is the Beanstalk, mind you. I'll share the link in the description. In the Android universe, the Beanstalk is a 70,000 kilometer space elevator. For those who don't know, that's an important part. What are beans? So in short, this is a leaderboard that Cody's been putting together to rank scores of players, and you get points based off of competitive standings and the algorithm attached to this. So this is for the last season, if I'm not mistaken. You can season filter. So hello world, this was last season. So Sokka wins on 1450 beans, and you see a bunch of names after that. If you click on a player, it puts their tournament standings. This is no joke. My favorite part about this whole thing is I'm not a big tournament point grinder, but I really dislike as a caster that I can't tell you by name what somebody has done over the last couple of years. I wish, and ABR does this, but ABR doesn't have information from the last 6 or 7 years. But I would love to have someone roll up and it'd be like, oh, okay, for Sokka, it's easy because people know Sokka. But to be able to tell, like, these are where the points came from. This person came top 16 in Euro Africa Continentals 3 years ago. Like, that information gets lost. And I would love to be able to pull that up. So this is really cool. And you see what the person was playing, which is great. The point system, you can see what the algorithm is. It favors winning, but it also favors top cuts and favors consistency. And so you see some top players here. Go Rotom. Yeah, Rotom kicked ass. Is the UK Nats finish in here too? No, I don't know. Description maybe are. So I need to actually claim all my placements. Yes, in theory you need to. Why does this matter? It technically doesn't. I don't think there's any prize support attached to this, but the upcoming season has largely started. And I don't know if you have to like consent into this or whether your stuff just gets scraped, but there is a leaderboard here, which is really cool. Oh, it's in season 1. That makes sense. This is because, yeah, Hello World's everything. This is really cool for those who want to grind and get, oh, D, well done. Who want to like, get it out there and like, give them a reason and for something to push to. You want a little secret? It's scraped from ABR, yeah. You want a little secret here? So there used to be a website like this. It was called aku.net. And it was this. This was a place that used to be like always be running back in the day, but it largely served, I think, the US, France, Canada, and Belgium. And they actually had something like this. So if I go to ranks, Canada, and I think I go to 2016. Give it a second to load. It's an old website. That's me. I was a top ranked Canadian player according to 2016 rankings. And you notice tournaments attended, I'm at 16. That's actually really, really high. It might be the highest for all of Canada. So like there's some bias there. But there was a year that I really cared about this. And in some ways, I think it's really positive. In some ways, I think it's kind of negative. And it was strange. Not that I was running for this, but once this was out, I cared and I went to more events. And I think that was really good. On the other hand, I went to those events and sometimes I showed up with nonsense. Like notice I played a lot of Geist. I like Geist, and a lot of Titan. I like Titan. But I also now went to events, and because I cared about this, I played better and better decks. And so I don't know. I feel like I treated casual events like competitive events. And I don't think that's a good thing to do. I honestly don't know. I think it was good as a developing player, but this I cared about, and I went out and I went to a lot of events. I did well. Mind you, a big part of the points here is coming second at Can Nats, losing to Alexander Bradley. That's Lopera, who came in second on these rankings, even though he has 6 tournaments attended. That's winning Can Nats was really important for these standings. But yeah, this gives me mixed feelings. I don't play a lot of organized play. I do locally, but I don't play a lot competitively. But I don't know. There's some part of point systems that scared me, that made me play different and made me care about like going to events, which is really good, but also I would not go out without something that I thought was incredibly competitive. And I don't know what that does to the local scene. I honestly don't. I don't know. That's a weird, like, high horse thing for sure. But part of this scares me, and I'm glad that I don't care about this. That being said, I think a lot of people will care about this. There's a lot of players who want to get their testing team to have points and do well, and I think they're going to love it. I played this grind a while ago. Happy with my results, but I don't know if I'll jump into it. I mean, that's part of the competitive mindset, 100%. It defaults to inclusion, but you can opt out. Okay, cool. Then NPC is also going to use it to award top prizes at the end of the year. Oh, really? Because I know the NPC has a leaderboard. Is it this leaderboard or this leaderboard system? The FAQ has a section about leaderboards and toxic communities. Oh, Funky Monkey Monk does it. This is where it opened to. Let's see. Leaderboards and toxic communities. Let's check this out. It's true that some games leaderboards can contribute to a more toxic gaming experience. I totally understand and acknowledge this. However, I believe that Netrunner is a very special community that does not stand for toxicity. Before we go further, like obviously this comes from an absolute place of love. And that's the big thing with the NPC and all that sort of stuff. As much as it's clearly competitive minded, as much as possible, if you think there's an NPC event and I'm not going to go to it because I'm not a competitive player, you should go to it. Because Netrunner events are just places to get Netrunner players to come together to enjoy the game. The more players that come out, the better it is for everyone. And obviously, if you're not a competitive grinder, you might not make the top cut, but it doesn't matter. Netrunner events are just fun, period. And so, again, Coder put a lot of work into this, and NPC put a lot of work into all this sort of stuff. And it comes from a place of people who wanting to get more people out to enjoy Netrunner. That has to be remembered. This is not, I think, competitive grinders are toxic, nothing like that. But just keep that in mind. This comes from a place of people who want people to come out and have fun. So, yes. If you use the NPC tag, it'll filter out those events. Oh, sick. I hope you play in the Montreal one. I want to play against you in a tournament. I probably won't, because I'll probably be running the tournament, D. I'll play you for fun, for sure. But I don't think you're going to see me playing at the tournament, because I'm running it. So that is what it is. The game is what got us all in the door, but it's the people that keep us all going. I'm hopeful that the Beanstalk will be a fun, energizing force, sick, in the competitive scene. One that will keep us all coming back season after season. Please don't hesitate to share your concerns and feedback about the Beanstalk and how you see it shaping the competitive scene. That's great. This is our game, and we all want to make it the best we can. And that's like a big thing about Netrunner. It's like at the end of the day, there's a lot of really competitive Netrunner players. They're not playing for money. They're not playing for gold foils that are worth $10,000. And still people will travel long distances to come out to meet people, to go to an event, to have the prestige of winning a title and a silly mouse pad, right? Like, I don't think this is going to change. I want to be very clear. I don't think this is going to change the landscape of the game, but it's going to give something for people to have their like personal tracking. And at the end of the day, while my Aku thing, like mixed feelings about it, the fact that I went to 16 events that time locally, a lot of these were Montreal had so many events back in the day, shows you that it does bring people out. And I think that's the most important thing. So I don't think it's going to be a huge like negative. Again, very, very stoked about this. Will you be able to make the Toronto NPC stop? I'm looking at it. I'm trying to figure out if I can go to, it would probably be either, maybe not both, of Toronto and or Boston. I know it's like April 20th, 21st in Toronto. It's at the end of May for the Boston one. I need to look into like things like lodging and traveling and what my partner's up to. So I'm definitely looking into it. I can't promise anything just yet for sure. It's easier for me to go to Toronto because my family's from like Ontario. So it's not hard to stay anywhere, so it's likely. I also have to travel in like April. My dad is retiring, so I'll be in Ontario. It might be hard to make 2 weekends in a row. We'll figure it out. Well, I think the spikes get a bad name, but true inclusion means making a good place for spikes too. Yeah, totally. That's a really good way of thinking about it. And like, this is the most important thing. It's like, again, tournaments are a place for everyone. It's not just a place for spikes. It's not just a place for competitive grinders. Please. It's so important. And it's even the most important that you do come out, because there's other people like you, and it's just important. It's just good. Your first round might be rough. You might lose really quickly. That's fine. Your second round gets better. By your fifth round, you're playing against someone with the same score as you, and you're going to make a good friend at every round, because everyone in Netrunner is really, really great. I like the CO beans don't stack if you go to tons of them. Limits to your top 5 tournament placings. Oh, I didn't know that. That's sick. That's really good. That does help you from just spamming tournaments, as much as I don't think that's a big issue. But the idea is your top 5 placements matter. Yeah. This is also really cool because like There's obviously prestige from things like winning accelerated meta tournaments, but now there's, I think there's a lot of competitive grinders, some that don't play AMTs because they, don't put the time into it and think I'll just play locally or something like that. And now there's also a bigger incentive to get involved in like organized online play, which admittedly is not for everyone. Don't worry about April if you can't come. Just don't miss my Suburban Wasteland tourney in summer. Yo, do you have a date for that? See? I'm in Dallas, so there isn't a close option. If it all comes together, I'll travel though. Yeah, I think we're going to see the first events really soon. And I think the response is going to be pretty positive. Again, I'll be able to share this more, but I've heard that like, I know the UK scene is doing their own like grassroots tournament thing as well. So there's a lot of people who want, more organized play, especially when you return from Worlds. You're like, wait, this is the best. Let's do this again. So there'll be a lot to this. There's an explanation of all the algorithms. Cody put a lot of work into this. This is really, really cool. Yeah, very, very cool. Oh, limits. Sick. That's good. So yeah, you can't spend only 5 circuit openers. Take your top. It's like high school where it's like, I take 8 classes, but only take your top 5 results. Okay. I guess I won't take 5 classes or 8 classes. I'm a fan of this. Yeah. No, I think a lot of people will be. I know when I was talking about this, Cody, like I get a bit scared because I think this had an impact on how I interacted with Netrunner that probably wasn't healthy, but for other people, it'll be different. At least I went to a lot of events and really cared, which is cool, but I don't think I'd do it again. But I think a lot of people will. Make your local spikes happy. I go to tournaments so that I have another excuse to play a lot of Netrunner. Yeah, that's exactly it. That's super, super important. Okay, cool. I gotta claim my Scadia placement with outdated deck list to get those bean points. Yes, I think there's a lot of people that are gonna go back and like fill in their placements to get points because now it kind of matters if you care about this sort of thing. So yeah, season 2 is right now. So currently Porcabolo, 37 points. Warlock, Cold Lava, Crunchums, Augustus Caesar. But like, what does this include? What's the cutoff for this? It's a single event. Accelerated Meta Test February. So I don't know when the season starts. Obviously the website probably says, but we'll figure it out. Cool. That is it. Thank you for tuning in. CBI. Oh, it starts after the CBI or with the CBI? Because I don't see CBI players here. Augustus doesn't have CBI in there. No, AMT. Yeah, we've been streaming about for 5 hours. Thanks so much for hanging out. Mind you, we have a huge thank you to patrons. There's a lot of folks that help support this channel so we can take Tuesdays off, stream for a nice 5 hours, which is incredibly appreciated. I'm enjoying it a lot. Hopefully you are too if you're enjoying the VOD. If you're watching on YouTube, if you want to take a second and just like the video, it does help a heck of a lot. It's like the easiest thing. Also, if you want to help support the channel, get involved, the link to the Patreon should be in the description. And there's, mind you, these tiers. There's also the Sure Gamble tier, which the names are unfortunately not here. There's a lot of folks there, but I greatly appreciate any amount of support. Thanks so much. It's kind of mind-blowing. It really is that there's this much support to continue making Netrunner stuff, which is kind of my favorite thing to do. On that note, what else do we have to say? There's AMTs coming out. They're announced on NSG. There's a sunset coming up that's like kind of North America time zone based, which is sick. We didn't look at the sunset results. We'll probably look at it on Thursday. Pat might be here on Thursday. We get to read his story, stuff like that, which is pretty cool. And I think that's mostly it. Yeah. Thanks so much. We'll be back on Thursday, just in a couple days. There's some good streams. Again, Neon Static had Jeff over just last night, and I know Cephalopods put some stuff. We'll link all that in the description if you want to check that out. That's it. Take care, y'all. Enjoy the rest of your week, and we'll be back on Thursday. Looking forward for story time with Pat. Yeah, me too. Me too. Take care.